Chapter 327. It's your turn. No matter how strong the young genius was, he was still too young. The 108 generals were all experts above the age of 25. They'd fought great battles with the top experts of the Stone Saint Nation and Serpent Swamp Nation, so why would they care about these young geniuses? Perhaps these geniuses would surpass them in the future, but that was impossible right now. Kid, you seem to be ignoring me. The myriad horse general strode onto the stage and looked coldly at Lin Ling. Yes, so what? Yes. Lin Ling hung the black sword lightly on his back and stared at the myriad horse general with the same murderous intent. Haha, interesting, very interesting. Dao Kuang and I treated you as prey before and were also ignoring you. We were discussing who would kill you, but you ignored me in the next moment. Is this because you don't want to lose momentum and are trying to be brave? The myriad horse general laughed loudly with a hint of mockery in his laughter. If you think so, then so be it. Either way, your fate is death. Lin Ling said coldly as battle intent surged from his entire body. Dark golden light bloomed like a sea urchin, giving him a touch of the charm of an ancient war god. This aura was so strong that few would be his match if he was facing a genius of the same age. However, his opponent was the myriad horse general, an expert of the 108 generals. Therefore, many people didn't think highly of him and were even a bit regretful. The young man was such a genius, but the heavens were jealous of his talents. Rumble! The myriad horse general's aura also shot out as the terrifying aura of a magnificent army appeared behind him, making one feel as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Although his level of training was at the peak of the earth spirit realm, his spirit body and intent were extremely frightening. His strength was likely close to the powerful earth spirit realm. We ignored you before because we were confident. Now, do you still dare to say what you said before? A cold voice rang out like the sound of a magnificent army. The myriad horse general was the leader of this army as he looked down at Lin Ling from above. What terrifying strength! I seem to have seen the battle strength of a nation's army. That aura was so strong that it caused the surrounding geniuses to be horrified. The 1,000-horse general was too strong. Was this a famous powerhouse? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They didn't know how the masked youth was going to deal with this dark horse. So what? Lin Ling's answer was very simple and short. It was just a very calm sentence, but it made the general of 10,000 horses frown, and a feeling of displeasure quietly appeared in his heart. He, the general of 10,000 horses, had already displayed his powerful strength, but the young man still didn't beg for mercy. He wasn't afraid. He was calm and collected. He didn't like this feeling at all. Sure enough, it's useless to talk nonsense with an ant. An ant doesn't know the strength of an eagle, and doesn't understand the world of an eagle. Since that's the case, you can only die. The 10,000-horse general shook his head, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear vibrated, and the wind of a general swept out. 1,000-horse spear. The voice seemed to come from the void, but it also sounded like a general pointing his spear at the enemy camp. Boom! The stage exploded and turned into dust. The surging aura was like countless hands, crushing everything on the stage into dust. 10,000-horse gallop. Dong dong dong. Like the beating of a war drum, the stage was filled with soldiers. With a single thrust of the spear, 10,000 horses charged towards Lin Ling. This aura is so terrifying. The crowd was in chaos. Some people were already bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They were shocked by the aura. Moreover, the dozen people closest to the stage were shocked to death by the aura of 10,000 horses. The 10,000-horse general's intent was extremely terrifying. However, amidst the chaos, a cold voice rang out. A dark golden light blossomed in a dazzling manner at this moment. Chant! A fist seemed to come from ancient times. Not only did it not retreat, but it also smashed towards the army. What? He actually chose to meet force with force. The people in the distance widened their eyes in disbelief. This was because the masked youth's fighting spirit was boiling. He wanted to break through the army with his fist. He was courting death. This was simply courting death. Boom! However, under the shocked eyes of the crowd, the fist was like the fist of an ancient war god. It was invincible and destroyed everything. Boom! The army was hit by the war god's fist. The surging aura shattered like glass and turned into endless golden light. However, the fist did not stop. It went straight for the 10,000-horse general. War god's martial arts. The 10,000-horse general's eyes narrowed. This youth's war god's martial arts were so powerful. Could it be the war general's overlord spear? Or the war king's 6 forms? At this moment, he suddenly panicked. This was because the war god's fist was filled with surging fighting spirit. It was coming straight for him. Formation of 1,000 army. The 10,000 horse general shouted. The surface of his body shone brightly. The formation of 1,000 army appeared and protected him. It's useless. A cold voice drifted from the distance. The dark golden fist was like a hot knife through butter. Bang! The formation of 1,000 army was broken. Bang! The heavy fist landed on the 10,000 horse general's chest. His eyes narrowed. He could not believe his eyes. If his war god's spear was like an army of thousands, then the youth's fist was like an army of thousands. Wherever the fist went, any attack would explode. If you are too arrogant, you will lose your life. Especially in front of an unknown opponent, it's better to keep a low profile. Don't decide the outcome of the battle too early. Don't treat your opponent as your spoils of war. The calm voice drifted into the 10,000 horse general's ears. However, it seemed to be the last words he heard in his life. He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Bang! His body turned dark golden. Then, he exploded into endless golden mist and drifted away with the wind. The 10,000 horse general was dead. Everyone's body trembled. The 10,000 horse general's strength was obvious to all. At the beginning, he and Dao Quang treated the black-masked youth as their spoils of war. At that time, everyone thought that they were qualified. However, looking at it now, it was just a joke. He and Dao Quang were the spoils of war. Just as the black-masked youth said, in front of an unknown opponent, it was better to keep a low profile and not decide the outcome of the battle too early. Silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the golden light drifted with the wind, making the youth standing in the center even more dazzling. Dao Quang, it's your turn. I'll wait for you to deal with me. Calm. This time, the sword was pointed at Dao Quang. At this moment, Dao Quang's eyes were wide open, as if he was still in a daze. It wasn't until Lin Ling's voice that he came back to his senses. He suddenly felt as if he had just survived a disaster. Previously, because the 10,000 horse general had wanted to take the credit and fight for him, he had died. If he had gone up earlier, he would have been the one to die. Why aren't you saying anything? Lin Ling's voice rang out again. Dao Quang's expression kept changing. However, he did not seem to have any intention of fighting. Perhaps he did not dare. Dao Quang was also afraid of the black-masked youth. The black-masked youth's strength was ranked among the 108 general stars. Wow! This talent is so terrifying. You have to know how old he is. Wow! Chapter 328. Falling at the last step, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the voices around him as he continued to look at Dao Quang. I'll return what I said to the general of 10,000 horses. It's best to keep a low profile in front of an unknown opponent. Don't prematurely decide victory or defeat, and don't treat your opponent as spoils of war. I don't care if you don't fight now, but you'll still die in a month. Sigh. This time, Lin Ling once again stated the date of Dao Quang's death. However, no one laughed at him anymore. Many believed that if it was one-on-one, Dao Quang wouldn't be Lin Ling's match. Enough. You've already proven your strength today. You can enter the arena now. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was the voice of the third prince, Yun Yifan. He stood up and looked coldly at Lin Ling. If it hadn't been for the large number of people watching, he would have long since killed this arrogant youth. This youth had swept away all the geniuses of the Grand Tutor's residence with his own strength, causing them to lose all face and have no place to show their faces. This spirit ginseng fruit is yours. You can leave now. Sigh. The third prince waved his right hand and a ray of light landed in front of Lin Ling. It was a spirit ginseng fruit that countless Earth Spirit Realm cultivators yearned for. If only it was given to me. Some people were secretly envious. The effects of a spirit ginseng fruit were obvious. It could save an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator a year of hard work. Now that the third prince had bestowed a spirit ginseng fruit, this meant that he was afraid of the dark-faced youth. He only wanted the dark-faced youth to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise today's battle of dragons and tigers would become a joke. Countless gazes looked at the spirit ginseng fruit, but Lin Ling's expression was calm. He slowly took a step forward, but didn't pick it up. Instead, he lightly lifted his foot and suddenly stomped down. Pa! The spirit ginseng fruit was stomped to pieces. This action caused countless people to stare. What are you doing? His Majesty the Third Prince's eyes narrowed. He had given the precious spirit ginseng fruit and thought that the young man would cherish it and then leave gratefully. He did not expect that the young man would not even bend down to pick it up. Instead, he proudly stepped on the spirit ginseng fruit and crushed it. Looks like the imperial tutor's residence is becoming more and more disappointing. Not only are their disciples weak, but they are also so stingy with their rewards. They want to shut the mouths of thousands of people with just a spiritual ginseng fruit. Don't they want today's embarrassing matter to spread? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the third prince. You're here to cause trouble. The third prince's voice was extremely low. What a joke. I defeated a large number of experts from the Imperial Advisor's residence. Am I bullying you with numbers? Or did he win through despicable means? You're saying that I'm here to cause trouble after losing. I thought that since the Imperial Tutor's residence dared to set up the Battle of Dragons and Tigers, they would accept their loss. But in the end, they can't afford to lose. Lin Ling sneered. Many people around nodded. The black-masked young man had defeated many experts and that was obvious. How could he be here to cause trouble? It was just that the Imperial Tutor's residence did not want to lose face. That was why they accused him of having bad intentions. Just because I don't want your spirit ginseng fruit, you think I'm here to cause trouble? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He waved his right hand and a large number of spirit ginseng fruits appeared in his palm. Is the spirit ginseng fruit that precious? Too bad, I have a lot of it. The Imperial Tutor's residence wants to chase me away with just one spirit ginseng fruit? Their courage is too small. The appearance of a large number of spirit ginseng fruits made everyone's eyes narrow. Tian Xuanzi and the third prince were also in disbelief. Too bad. We have a lot of these trash fruits in our hometown. We can feed them to dogs. But now, the Imperial Tutor's residence is treating them like treasures. Lin Ling chuckled again. Smack. After saying that, he crushed the spirit ginseng fruits in his hand. His generosity was like a slap to the Imperial Tutor's residence's face. Everyone's eyes widened. The Imperial Tutor's residence had rewarded the black-masked young man with a spirit ginseng fruit. Everyone thought that the black-masked young man would be flattered. However, the black-masked young man did not care about the spirit ginseng fruit at all. Instead, he took out a large number of spirit ginseng fruits and destroyed them with his own hands. This meant that the treasures in the Imperial Tutor's residence's eyes were nothing but trash to the black-masked young man. This slap was so loud that everyone from the Imperial Tutor's residence felt a burning sensation on their faces. Hee hee, the Imperial Tutor's residence has lost face. Many people around them secretly laughed. The Imperial Tutor's residence had been slapped in the face by a nameless young man. Everyone could not help but doubt the Imperial Tutor's residence's background. Your students are not strong and you don't have many treasures. It seems that the Imperial Tutor's residence is not worthy of its reputation. Lin Ling looked at Tian Xuanzi and the others. He shook his head and smiled. But if the Imperial Tutor's residence wants me to leave, then I'll leave. After all, the Imperial Tutor's residence is just a gathering place for trash. Then he strode away. He had achieved his goal. After all, the Imperial Tutor's residence wanted to build up their reputation. That was why they had set up the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy stage. However, what prestige did they have now? Everyone looked at the young man who left arrogantly. They were shocked. The young man's fame had surpassed the Imperial Tutor's residence. In the eyes of the geniuses, the Imperial Tutor's residence was just as, who is that kid? Tian Xuanzi's face was extremely cold. The young man had single-handedly disrupted all his plans. Not only did the Imperial Tutor's residence not become famous, but they were even more despised than before. Currently, the only people who have a grudge against us are the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. That young man is still young. The most suspicious person would be the Second Prince's favorite, Lin Ling. The Third Prince said in a low voice. As far as I know, Lin Ling specializes in the Tao of Fire. However, he did not show any fire elemental spiritual body before. Tian Xuanzi frowned. This statement made the Third Prince turn silent. Indeed, he suspected that the young man was Lin Ling. However, all the characteristics of the young man were different from Lin Ling. No matter what, the battle of dragons and tigers has to continue. Otherwise, we will become a joke today. Tian Xuanzi said again. The third prince nodded and looked around. He yelled out, the first round has ended. The imperial tutor's residence will not allow anyone to come out for the second round. Which one of you wants to go up? After his voice echoed out, the entire plaza was dead silent. No one came up, and everyone left one after another. The imperial tutor's residence wasn't as mysterious as they imagined. In terms of the students that they nurtured, they were just so. In terms of foundation, they didn't seem to be as strong as they imagined. If they joined the imperial tutor's residence, they would be cannon fodder and not the students that were nurtured. As such, there was no point in going to the imperial tutor's residence. Let's go. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom has plenty of formidable factions. Why do we have to hang ourselves on one tree? As far as I know, the second prince is also recruiting talents. At least, compared to the imperial tutor's residence, the second prince is more benevolent. Furthermore, the students from the imperial tutor's residence are rather reputable. However, their strength is rather unsightly. A few disdainful voices echoed, but the prodigies on the plaza walked even faster. In just 5 minutes, only the imperial tutor and the others were left on the plaza. The entire plaza was extremely silent, and the imperial tutor and the others had ashen faces. Their hearts were filled with rage, but they couldn't vent it. Chapter 329. A new page of Yen Yen Gong. At this moment, the entire city was paying attention to every single move of the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. However, when they saw a single young man throw the entire city into chaos, all the members of the various powers were shocked in their hearts. At the same time, they became curious about the mysterious black-masked youth. With such talent, it would be great if they could recruit him into their faction. Unfortunately, before the battle of the dragon and tiger ended, the young man had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Well done. Naturally, the second prince was also paying attention to the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy. He could not help but laugh out loud. After a long while, Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine returned to the Fire Ancient clan. The second prince and the others had also arrived. One had to know that the imperial advisor's residence and the third prince, Yun Yifan, had come together in the beginning. Moreover, they had displayed the power struggle between the imperial advisor's residence and the third prince, which made them somewhat worried. But who would have thought that the dragon and tiger battle for supremacy would be a joke? Therefore, everyone gathered at the Fire Ancient clan to talk about that joke. But soon, the heavenly concubine revealed that the black-masked young man was Lin Ling. The second prince and the others were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. From the heavenly concubine's words, everyone knew that Lin Ling had already subdued the 14th prince and obtained the late emperor's treasure. As a result, the Fire Ancient clan fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Then, he took out the spiritual ginseng fruit and prepared to increase the strength of his flame army. Other than that, he planted the tree of God in the Fire Ancient clan's Savage Valley. Impressive. I've always felt that General Lin is a dragon among men. But after seeing you today, I've underestimated you. Most importantly, General Lin is only 18 years old. Sovereign King Li could not help but sigh. He was even more certain of his judgment back then. He had not made the wrong choice. The potential of this young man was far beyond his imagination. Yun Yixuan also sighed with emotion. Back then, Duke Duan had recommended Lin Ling to him, and then he had borrowed Lin Ling's light to rise rapidly. This young man had completely supported half the sky of their camp. Pass down my order. The late emperor's treasure was taken by Lin Ling. This news must be concealed. After a moment of joy, Yun Yixuan shouted loudly. Wait. Lin Ling shook his head. He looked at Yun Yixuan and said, I think it's better to spread the news. It's more beneficial for His Majesty. Moreover, more experts will join His Majesty's camp. I agree with Lin Ling's opinion. Duke Duan nodded as well. Although the second prince was their leader, many people knew that the one who had the final say was Lin Ling. Because everything the second prince had was brought to him by Lin Ling. Yun Yixuan knew this as well, but he wasn't jealous at all. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't fight with him for the Cloud Sea King. Lin Ling's goal was to surpass the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, let's do as you say. Right now, the clash of dragons and tigers had become the laughingstock of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Many people didn't think highly of the third prince again. Using this opportunity, Xuan was naturally able to attract more talents. Everyone discussed for a while more and left. Right now, the Fire Ancient clan was more like their main camp. After all the important figures left, the remaining people looked at Lin Ling with eyes of reverence. That youth was only 18 years old. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that this youth with delicate features and a hint of childishness was their leader. Right now, all of you have martial arts comprehension. That is the giant rock of the intent realm of the god of war. You also have cultivation resources. Hence, within a month, I want to see a large number of Earth Spirit Realm martial artists. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said with a smile. Yes, General. Yes. Everyone in the Flame Legion nodded and were filled with fighting spirit. As for Lin Aofing and the others from the Fire Ancient clan, all of you have to work hard too. Lin Ling looked at his brother and said, Xueqi, don't worry. We will not embarrass you. Yes. Lin Aofing and the others nodded confidently. Although they were of the same generation as Lin Ling, in their hearts, Lin Ling had already surpassed Patriarch Tai Yan. You have fighting spirit. Lin Ling smiled gently. He had to work hard himself. After all, the Battle of 100 Generals was getting closer and closer. It was nighttime, and the Fire Ancient clan was silent. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, his eyes constantly flickering. The Battle of 100 Generals was his next goal. Only after the Battle of 100 Generals would he have the strength to face the Crown Prince. The first time they met, the Crown Prince didn't make a move on him because of the 14th Prince. However, Lin Ling knew that the Crown Prince's terror wasn't limited to that. Furthermore, with the Crown Prince in front and the Marshal behind, Lin Ling had to become stronger at all times. However, at present, Lin Ling was already the youngest and strongest Earth Spirit Realm martial artist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Hence, even if he had countless spirit ginseng fruits, it wasn't suitable for him to break through in the short term. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable. Lin Ling was extremely clear about this point. I wonder if I can open a new page for the blazing flame art. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling took out the ancient stone book and revealed a smear of expectation. He was currently able to surpass levels and defeat countless prodigy experts because of the blazing flame art. This cultivation technique allowed him to possess two types of innate spirit bodies that could be constantly improved. As for the fire attribute innate spirit bodies recorded in the blazing flame art, according to his current knowledge, there were a total of 10 grades of innate spirit bodies. There were all sorts of innate spirit bodies below the 5th grade, but the Fire Ancient clan had the most innate spirit bodies above the 5th grade. Among them, the 6th grade was the Ice and Fire Dual Lotus, the 7th grade was the 8 Desolates Earth Fire, the 8th grade was the Netherworld Lightning Fire, and the 9th grade was the 7 Blades Heaven Fire that Lin Ling possessed. As for those above the 9th grade, it would depend on the blazing flame art. I hope it can be opened. Lin Ling concentrated all his attention and circulated the two types of flames in his hands. Gradually, the ancient stone book opened up, and a new world appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes. The 10th grade world purifying demonic fire. This was an ancient innate spirit body, and its appearance was 1 in a million. It was said that in the ancient times, those who possessed this innate spirit body would purify the entire world as soon as they were born. This innate spirit body surpassed the 7 Blades Heaven Fire. Its specialty was that it would transform into the Fire Demon King and swallow demonic fire into its body, living off of fire. This was a type of innate spirit body that returned to its original state. This meant that those who possessed this innate spirit body would have an exceedingly strong body, just like the primeval Fire Demon King. Everyone knew that once a cultivator reached the Earth Spirit Realm, they would mostly comprehend great concepts and strengthen their innate spirit bodies. Therefore, they would spend less time training their body. After all, the human body was limited, and it was difficult to increase strength no matter how much one trained. Therefore, they relied on spirit chi to attack their enemies. This way their power would be greater. However, the world-purifying demonic fire took the opposite path and returned to its origin, strengthening the body. The 9 Underworld's heavenly flame specialty is explosiveness, the 7 Blades Heaven Fire specialty is sharpness, and the world-purifying demonic fire strengthens the body. Chapter 330. Open 8 gates, I must get this innate spirit body. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anticipation. If he could obtain the world-cleansing demonic flames, he would be one step closer to the Nirvana flames. Perhaps by then, he would be able to look down on the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. After that, Lin Ling carefully examined the information. He learned that in order to obtain the world-purifying demonic flame, one's body must be incomparably strong. Then, one must open the 8 hidden gates in the human body. The 8 gates were the gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of death, gate of surprise, and gate of opening. Once the 8 doors were opened, the world-cleansing demonic flame could be accommodated. As expected, the more powerful the innate spirit body, the more difficult it would be to obtain it. Lin Ling didn't mind the difficulty. Instead, he was looking forward to it. At present, his body was extremely sturdy because he had cultivated the 9 dragons' force. He had barely reached the standard. However, it would be difficult for him to open the 8 gates. He would have to borrow the power of heaven and earth to open the 8 gates. On the other hand, the force of heaven and earth was extremely rare. For example, the force of righteousness, killing intent, battle intent, and so on. Luckily, Lin Ling had the concept of the war god. This was an ancient battle intent. He could use this battle intent to open the first gate, and he could use the killing intent of the Flame Legion to open the second gate. As for the next force of heaven and earth, he would have to search everywhere for it. The 8 gates of the human body are too mysterious. Although I can open 2 gates now, I still need to familiarize myself with the human body before I can make my move. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He planned to ask his master He Yen Shan tomorrow. After all, He Yen Shan was a Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. He should be more familiar with the human body than him. The next day, Lin Ling arrived at Danding Prefecture early in the morning and explained the purpose of his visit. Although there is also research on the 8 gates of the human body in the Tao of Pills, the Tao of Medicine is better in this field. He Yen Shan stroked his beard. Although he did not understand why Lin Ling wanted to know this, he still explained patiently. As for the medical arts such as acupuncture, medicinal herbs and so on, they all belong to the medical arts. However, compared to the alchemy arts, the medical arts were clearly weaker. I can take you to the Imperial Medical Hall. There are a lot of books about medicine there, He Yen Shan said again, and Lin Ling quickly nodded. He wanted to be more familiar with the 8 gates, so he would not give up any opportunity. The two of them walked side by side and arrived at the Imperial Medical Hall in the inner city. The Imperial Physician Hall was where the Imperial Physicians of the Ocean of Clouds Imperial Dynasty gathered. They were specially in charge of treating the injuries of the Imperial family, and they were renowned throughout the city. However, He Yen Shan was obviously at odds with the Imperial Medical Hall. Because one was an alchemist, and the other was an alchemist. They had always been competing for their respective fields, so they had always been rivals. Old He, how come you have the time to come to my Imperial Medical Hall? Just as they arrived at the vast Imperial Medical Hall, an old man strode over. This old man was about 60 years old and had a dark complexion. He wore a golden brocade robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. He looked at He Yen Shan with disdain. He Yen Shan might be one of the 3 pillars, but Feng Moshui didn't give him any face. After all, he was an ancient figure who had fought with the King of Cloud Sea and was one of the founding fathers of the kingdom. In terms of status, he wasn't inferior to He Yen Shan. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to He Yen Shan. The only thing he lacked was reputation. He Yen Shan was one of the 3 pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, while he, Feng Moshui, was just the Imperial Medical Hall's principal. Because of this, Feng Moshui had always been unconvinced. Old Feng, it's rare for me to come here. Why don't you welcome me? He Yen Shan stared at Feng Moshui and spoke with an unpleasant tone. Humph, you are just a wild doctor. Coming to my Imperial Medical Hall is simply a stain on my sacred place. Speak, what is it? Feng Moshui snorted. Their Imperial Medical Hall treated the relatives of the Imperial family, and He Yen Shan was the doctor for all the martial artists. One was a commoner, and the other was a member of the Imperial family. Naturally, Feng Moshui had a strong sense of superiority. Feng Moshui's tone was too arrogant. If it wasn't for his disciple, He Yen Shan wouldn't have come to suffer such humiliation. He spoke coldly, nothing much. My disciple just wanted to read books on medicine. Your disciple? Feng Moshui sneered. You and I are considered figures of the older generation. Why don't you retire and return to your fields? Why do you insist on participating in the power struggle of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? You are getting worse as you age. He was using his status to mock He Yenshan again. He Yenshan's expression turned even more unpleasant. Then are you allowing me to enter or not? Feng Moshui rubbed his chin and didn't reply. He slowly enjoyed He Yenshan's pleading expression. He might not have joined any faction, but he was still the principal of the Imperial Medical Hall. Without his permission, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to enter the Imperial Medical Hall. Lin Ling looked at the old man quietly with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. His master had humbled himself for his sake. If not for the fact that he wanted to learn the 8 gates, he would never allow his master to be humiliated. Seeing how you are so humble, I can allow your disciple to enter. However, the knowledge of medicine isn't something that can be learned in 3 days and 2 nights. I'm afraid your disciple will end up with nothing. After being greatly satisfied, Feng Moshui spoke slowly. He Yenshan gritted his teeth. He would endure this humiliation. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, but he didn't flare up for the time being. Then, he entered the depths of the Imperial Medical Hall under the guidance of an Imperial Medical Hall. Haha, where is Senior He Yenshan? I thought he was great, but he still has to lower his voice in front of the principal. Isn't that so? The principal and He Yenshan are both founding fathers of the country. The principal isn't afraid of him. Everyone says that the alchemy Dao is amazing, but I don't think it's amazing. He's just fishing for fame. Along the way, many Imperial Medical Hall's doctors mocked and ridiculed him. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths can't make plans together. Even if the alchemy Dao was the great Dao, they wouldn't admit it. Instead, they enjoyed the scene of Senior He Yenshan being suppressed. The books on the alchemy Dao are on the 2nd floor. Go and read them yourself. An alchemist actually came to learn the alchemy Dao. Haha, it's a little embarrassing. The Imperial Medical Hall's doctor who led Lin Ling forward said lightly. The alchemy Dao is just a side branch of the alchemy Dao. It doesn't represent everything. I want to learn the alchemy Dao because I want to strengthen my foundation in the alchemy Dao. As for you people, you're short-sighted and think that the alchemy Dao represents everything. I'm afraid your future accomplishments won't be great. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at the Imperial Medical Hall's doctor. His words were filled with ridicule. How bold of you to speak to me in such a tone. Do you know what an Imperial Medical Hall's doctor represents? He's a doctor who treats the relatives of the Imperial family. If you offend me, I can play you to death at any time. The Imperial Medical Hall's expression instantly turned cold. Then I wonder which relative of the Imperial family is your backer? If his strength isn't bad, you can ask him to come find me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said with a cold smile, causing the Imperial Medical Hall's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling. At present, there was no one in Cloud Sea City who didn't know this young man. This young man was a genius who didn't fear even the 3rd prince. Although the Imperial Medical Hall's doctor treated the Imperial family's relatives and formed some connections, if those Imperial family's relatives knew that they had offended Lin Ling, how would they dare to step forward? Why don't you dare to speak? Why? Chapter 331. Poisoned go on in, but the medical books are broad and profound. It's not something you can learn in 3 days and 2 nights. The Imperial doctor did not dare to answer and quietly changed the topic. Trash, other than relying on others you are useless. Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile as he strode up to the 2nd floor. His disdainful words caused the Imperial doctor's face to turn extremely ugly. On the 2nd floor, there were many books, layer upon layer like a sea. Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he immersed himself in the sea of books. Perhaps all the Imperial doctors thought that if Lin Ling wanted to learn medical knowledge, it would be impossible without several years of cultivation. However, they did not know that Lin Ling's soul force was so strong that he could even learn profound martial arts, not to mention medical books. Time slowly passed. Through the books, Lin Ling became more familiar with the human body and knew how to borrow the power of heaven and earth to open the 8 doors. Moreover, he also had a division in his heart. Medical knowledge was used for mortals with lower martial strength, while alchemy was more profound and was used for martial artists. His master, He Yenshan, was more familiar with martial artists and had a weaker understanding of the physique of mortals. That was why he had sent him to the Imperial Doctor Hall to learn medical knowledge. After a long time, Lin Ling closed his eyes and all kinds of medical knowledge flowed through his mind. When he opened his eyes, he could not help but smile. Right now, His foundation in alchemy was even more solid. It would be of great help to his future martial path. Medical knowledge is mainly based on acupuncture, with medicinal soup as a supplement. If I had not read some books on this in the burial grounds, I would have taken even longer to learn. Sigh. After shaking his head, Lin Ling walked down from the second floor. Many people saw him walk down and sneered. It had only been 3 days and this youth could not help but come down. He probably did not gain anything and was just putting on an act. When he arrived at the main hall, He Yenshan was still waiting for Lin Ling. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but smile. Old He, you and I were old rivals back in the day. Why are you getting worse and worse? You actually took in such an impatient disciple. A sarcastic voice echoed. Beside him, Feng Moshui was drinking tea and speaking casually. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he was probably the only one who dared to not give He Yenshan any face. Of course, he also had enough qualifications to not give He Yenshan any face. Old Feng, watch your words. He Yenshan was extremely displeased. Humph, I was just reminding you out of the kindness of my heart. You actually didn't recognize my kindness. Serves you right for taking in such a trash student. Feng Moshui coldly snorted, causing He Yenshan's expression to become even uglier. You're already so old, yet you're still so anxious and angry. Could it be that you know that you've already buried your neck in the ground, so you've completely given up on life? At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded at the same time. Silence. All of the imperial physicians in the hall narrowed their eyes. After all, the dean was a figure of the same seniority as He Yenshan, but his reputation was just inferior to He Yenshan. However, besides He Yenshan, would anyone in the city dare to disrespect the dean? Even the Empress Dowager, the state preceptor, and the others treated the dean with respect. Right now, this youth was actually cursing the dean. Old He, is this your disciple? Impudent! Feng Moshui was stunned, and veins popped out on his forehead. According to common sense, when people of their generation were speaking, how could it be the younger generation's turn to interrupt, let alone curse them? Ha ha! He Yenshan didn't say anything and just laughed out loud. He suddenly felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? You're already so old, but you're still so impatient. Do you really want to die? Lin Ling didn't bother about Feng Moshui's rage. Instead, he sat down beside He Yenshan, picked up the teacup, and drank casually. When he first entered the Imperial Medical Hall, he already felt that Feng Moshui's complexion was a little strange. It was pitch black, but he couldn't tell what it was at that time, so he didn't bother about it. However, after reading a large number of medical books on the second floor, he knew that Feng Moshui was already poisoned. And the poison wasn't light. Especially earlier, when he used the Eye of Time to see through Feng Moshui's body. He found that this old man's body was covered in hundreds of poisons. If he didn't adjust it, he wouldn't have much time left. As for how he gathered so many poisons, Lin Ling had a rough idea. Well, old He, so this is the etiquette of Danding Prefecture. It really disappoints me. Before you came, you begged me to let you study medical books, and I was magnanimous enough to let you study. However, when you couldn't learn it, you flew into a rage out of humiliation. Get lost, both of you. Feng Moshui stared coldly at Lin Ling and roared. Magnanimous? Lin Ling couldn't help but sneer. This old man had been taking advantage of his seniority and constantly mocking his master. What right did he have to say that Lin Ling was magnanimous? Master, since he wants us to leave, then let's leave. Anyway, there's no reason to stay in the face of a dead man. Lin Ling stood up and said lightly, with hundreds of poisons in your body, you'll feel a heart-wrenching pain every full moon. Let me think, yesterday was a full moon. I didn't expect that after last night's unbearable pain, you're in such a good mood today that you can shout and curse. Hundreds of poisons in your body. Feng Moshui originally wanted to reprimand the young man who didn't know etiquette, but when he heard this, his expression changed instantly. He subconsciously said, What nonsense are you talking about? Yes, I'm talking nonsense. But these years, you've tried various ways to detoxify the poison, but unfortunately, it didn't seem to be effective. Haha, hundreds of poisons in your body. These years, you've been trying different kinds of spiritual herbs because you wanted to try medicine. But you didn't know that every medicine is 30% poison. After so many years, you've accumulated hundreds of poisons in your body. Lin Ling said word by word and walked towards the door with He Yenshan. His words were like a bolt from the blue, which stunned Feng Mo's Hui. That young man had hit the nail on the head. All these years, he was engrossed in the medical Tao and often tried all kinds of spiritual herbs. Ever since he tried the 7 stars begonia, he felt that something was wrong. The poison in his body seemed to be getting stronger. For the next few days, he tried to detoxify the poison with his experience. Who knew that not only were there no effects, but the poison was accumulating. Right now, he was certain that among all the poisoned people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he was the most horrifying one. He was known as the Poison Man. Most importantly, he had been concealing it very well. Even He Yenshan didn't notice it, but that young man did. How could he not be surprised? Wait, how did you know I was poisoned? Feng Mo's Hui yelled out anxiously. Very simple. Your Imperial Medical Hall has records of it in the medical Tao books. It is a pity that there are too many books, and so you can't find it yourself. Lin Ling's calm voice echoed. Only he, who had such terrifying soul force, was able to read all the medical Tao books. No one else could do it. Not even Feng Mo's Hui. After all, there were too many books in the Imperial Medical Hall that had thousands of years of history. Feng Mo's Hui didn't have the scheming to read all of them. How could his soul force be compared to Lin Ling? Chapter 332. Heaven and Earth Poison Force. A dignified director has become a poison man. The amount of poison in your body is enough to trigger the Heaven and Earth Poison Force. Haha, if you don't cremate yourself on the day you die, I'm afraid you'll be a scourge and the poison will pollute the river. Lin Ling's calm voice rang out again. Poison Man? Heaven and Earth Poison Force. Hearing those words, all the Imperial physicians narrowed their eyes and looked at Feng Mo's Hui with strange gazes. Don't spout nonsense. Feng Moshui's face turned ugly. If you think I'm spouting nonsense, then spout nonsense. Anyway, your life isn't mine. But let me give you a piece of advice. Bathe in the Heaven's Heart Flower and Ice Blue Grass for the last few months. Maybe you can live for a few more months. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully as he spoke in an indifferent manner. His words caused He Yenshan's pupils to contract. This disciple of his seemed to know more about medicine than he did. You lied to me? Feng Mo's Hui roared. Who do you think you are to be deceived by me? If you weren't from my master's generation, I wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense with you. Lin Ling snorted coldly and disappeared through the door with He Yenshan. Feng Mo's Hui stood in a daze and his mind was blank. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have believed that young man's words. After all, even He Yenshan couldn't tell that he was poisoned. That young man was He Yenshan's disciple, so he must be even worse. But subconsciously, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Ever since he was poisoned, every day felt like a year to him. Besides the pain he had to endure every full moon, he was also afraid of death. And although that young man was young, every word he said was like a gem, saying that he was poisoned. Wait, I'll give you a chance to speak slowly. Feng Mo's Hui chased after him and suppressed the anxiety in his heart as he spoke lightly. You're giving me a chance? You still don't know yourself, Scram. At the door, Lin Ling said without turning his head. He was completely speechless at the director who took advantage of his seniority. Even at this time, he still arrogantly said that he would give him a chance to speak. He really didn't know himself. Feng Moshui's face turned gloomy. He was one of the founding elders of the country, and was at the same level as He Yenshan and the Imperial Advisor. However, when he personally invited the other party to stay, the other party didn't even spare him a glance. Then what do you want? Feng Moshui's attitude softened. It was a matter of life and death. Even if he was one of the founding fathers, he had to lower his head. Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks and looked at Feng Mo's Hui indifferently. Previously, when he and his master had come to the Imperial Medical Hall, this dean had been high and mighty, constantly mocking and suppressing them. Therefore, he didn't give them any face now. Invite us in and serve us some good tea, Lin Ling said calmly. Please. Feng Moshui's pupils constricted. He lifted his head to look at He Yenshan, only to see his old rival looking at him with a smile. That smile was filled with mockery and arrogance, as if to say, every dog has its day, and every dog has its day. However, even though he couldn't swallow this anger, he still endured it. He wanted to see if this young man had a way to deal with his poison. If he didn't, Then he would teach this young man a lesson. Please enter the Imperial Medical Hall. Feng Moshui said respectfully to Lin Ling, don't you know what please means? It means everyone is here to invite. Lin Ling squinted his eyes. Feng Moshui's mouth was wide open and he couldn't say anything. Finally, he held his tongue and nodded his head. Soon, all the Imperial Medical Hall's imperial physicians came out and solemnly invited Lin Ling and He Yen-shan into the Imperial Medical Hall again. However, such a solemn welcome made all the imperial physicians puzzled and embarrassed. Not long ago, they took turns to mock He Yen-shan, but now they were treating him like a distinguished guest. The tea is cold. Change it to hot tea. I want the best Bilyuakun tea. Yes. After sitting down, Lin Ling said calmly. Feng Moshui's heart was boiling with anger, but he still endured it. He Yen-shan beside him couldn't help but laugh. Can you tell me now? What do you think of the 100 poisons? Yes. After the tea was served, Feng Moshui personally poured it and then said politely. 100 poisons coiling around the body. Very powerful poisons. Every one of them is a strange poison, formed by 10,000 kinds of spiritual herbs. It is the heaven and earth poison force. Lin Ling picked up the teacup and blew on the tea. In order to study the 8 gates, he used 3 days to finish reading all the medical books. Feng Moshui nodded. Lin Ling was right. He said again, you said earlier that bathing with sky heart flower and ice blue grass can detoxify the poison. Is that true? Dream on. It will only prolong your life a little. When the heaven and earth poison force erupts, you will still die. Lin Ling looked at Feng Moshui from the corner of his eyes and said calmly. Feng Moshui's face turned pale, but in the next moment, a calm voice sounded in his ears, causing his pupils to dilate. However, although the heaven and earth poison force is terrifying, it is not impossible to detoxify it. Yes. The heaven and earth poison force was formed by 100 kinds of strange poisons. The victim's life was basically over. Even Feng Moshui couldn't do anything about it. But this young man said it could be detoxified? Are you kidding me? Feng Moshui said in disbelief. He no longer had the arrogance of a dean. His shocked expression made all the imperial physicians around him feel incredulous. I'm kidding you? Do you think I have the time? Master, let's go. Lin Ling snorted, put down the teacup and wanted to leave. Wait, little friend, no, senior, if you can detoxify my poison, I don't mind worshipping you as my master. Feng Moshui quickly pulled Lin Ling back. His words made He Yen-shan's pupils constrict. His old rival worshipping his disciple as his master? Then what was he? This seniority was simply messed up. I don't intend to accept such an old disciple. 3 days later, come to the Fire Ancient clan and find me. Go. Lin Ling shook off Feng Moshui's hand and nodded to He Yen-shan. Then the two of them strode away. Feng Moshui looked at the two figures as if he was in a dream. At this moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He didn't believe the young man, but subconsciously, he hoped that the young man had the ability. After all, this concerned his life. 3 days later, the Fire Ancient clan. Feng Moshui muttered to himself. The imperial physicians around him were already in a daze. This was the first time they saw the proud dean show such a respectful attitude. Lin Ling, how did you know that old Feng was poisoned? Even I couldn't tell. Sigh. On the way out, He Yen-shan looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He even suspected that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. He just wanted to get back some face for himself. Lin Ling smiled lightly. I saw it in a medical book. Master is an alchemist and specializes in alchemy for martial artists. Naturally, I'm not familiar with some of the characteristics of the human body. However, Feng Moshui's poison is no small matter. Even he himself only discovered it a few years ago. He Yen-shan's pupils constricted. So, this genius disciple of his had already finished reading all the medical books in the Imperial Medical Hall that were thousands of years old? This kind of talent really made people jealous. This should be the legendary retentive memory. Chapter 333. Revenge. Who would have thought that my luck would be so good to find the poison of heaven and earth so quickly? The human body has 8 gates, and I can open another one with the help of the poison of heaven and earth. With the addition of battle intent and killing intent, I can open 3 gates in a row. Lin Ling was overjoyed on the way. Although he was still in the earth spirit realm, He was already making plans for the future. 3 days later, Feng Mo's Hui arrived at the Fire Ancient clan with a troubled heart. When Lin Ling saw him, he didn't waste any words and directly drew out the poison of heaven and earth from Feng Moshui's body according to the method recorded in the Art of Blaze. After drawing out the 100 poisons, Lin Ling brought them into the human body and attacked the 8 gates. The 100 poisons were exceedingly terrifying. If even a trace of it leaked out, it would be enough to kill countless people. Therefore, Lin Ling was very careful throughout the process. It was a good thing that the strength of his soul was strong enough to control the 100 poisons in the palm of his hand. As for Feng Mo's Hui, when he realized that Lin Ling had actually drawn out a trace of his 100 poisons, he was as shocked as a celestial being. Where was the high and mighty air of the head of the Imperial Physician Hall? He even wanted nothing more than to take Lin Ling as his master on the spot. Amazing, truly amazing. No wonder I've failed every time I tried to detoxify the poison all these years. It turns out that the accumulation of so many poisons can form the poison of heaven and earth. Feng Mo's Hui said in admiration as he felt his entire body relax. Everything in the world has its own force. Apart from poison, battle intent, killing intent, ice, fire, and so on can also form the force of heaven and earth. It is an invisible force, and compared to the force of a cultivator, it has a hint of the resonance of heaven and earth. Lin Ling said faintly. Master, you're right. Feng Mo's Hui became even more respectful, making Lin Ling speechless. This old fellow really seemed to think of him as a master. When will the poison be completely detoxified? Also, my condition is much better now. I can eat some spirit herbs to suppress the poison. Feng Mo's Hui said with great anticipation. Come find me every 3 days, and after a month, I'll remove all the poison from your body. However, don't suppress the poison anymore, or else the poison will lose its intensity, and it won't be called the poison force of heaven and earth anymore. Therefore, the more intense the poison, the better. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Up until now, one of his 8 gates had already loosened, but it had yet to open. Therefore, he needed Feng Moshui's heaven and earth poison force to be even more ferocious. Feng Mo's Hui was speechless. Try to eat some poison? Are you trying to kill me? Or do you think I'm not poisoned enough? How could he know that Lin Ling was currently borrowing his heaven and earth poison momentum to assault the 8 gates? However, he still believed in Lin Ling's words a little. Through their conversation, he also knew that this mysterious youth seemed to be a little stronger than him in the art of medicine. Perhaps, this youth had really learned all the medical books that had been recorded in the Imperial Medical Hall for thousands of years. With such talent, he was simply the #1 prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Time passed slowly. During this month, Lin Ling had borrowed the heaven and earth poison force, battle intent, and the killing intent of the Flame Legion to continuously assault the 3 gates. As for cultivation, he had devoured the spirit ginseng fruit, allowing his strength to finally reach the peak of the earth spirit realm. As for the Flame Legion, their strength had increased greatly as well. Many of their soldiers had reached the earth spirit realm, and they were a terrifying army of tigers and wolves in Cloud Sea City. On this day, Lin Ling walked out of seclusion. As he gazed at the members of the Flame Legion and the Fire Ancient clan, his expression suddenly turned indifferent. 1 month ago, Dao Kuang domineeringly came to our Fire Ancient clan and killed our loved ones. At that time, we were weak and could only passively defend. We allowed Dao Kuang to leave with his arrogance. Today, we should give our brothers an explanation. Cold. The cold voice resounded in the sky above the Fire Ancient clan, causing everyone's expression to turn solemn. Until now, they still remembered the deaths of their brothers. Those brothers were good men who protected their home and didn't retreat even in death. However, the enemy was extremely arrogant and killed their brothers without asking for any reason. So they had to take revenge. General, we'll listen to you. After a moment of silence, a large number of furious roars resounded, and everyone's eyes turned red. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. He would give his brothers an explanation. Tian Xiaoman, have you found Dao Kuang's whereabouts? Lin Ling looked at Tian Xiaoman and asked. I'm here. Dao Kuang is currently living in the eastern part of the inner city. He has his own mansion, and he's also the city lord of Gale City. He has 30,000 soldiers under his command, and his strength is at the peak of the earth spirit realm. He's ranked among the 108 generals, and his master is King Wang Hai Wang. Tian Xiaoman spoke word by word. Dao Quang's strength and background weren't small at all. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lin Ling. In their eyes, that slender and handsome youth was their king. Just a word from him and they would make the enemy pay 10 times the price. Lin Ling looked at them silently, and then looked up at the sky. He'd been alone when he'd come to this world. At that time, he'd been isolated and helpless, and he'd felt a deep sense of loneliness. But now, he had his friends, his family, and even his brothers. He cherished all of this very much. Not long ago, his brother had died at Dao Quang's hands. Now, no matter who stood behind Dao Quang, he would kill Dao Quang. "Let's go!" A cold voice resounded, and it shook the spirits of everyone in the Flame Corps. Then they marched down the stairs and left. At the same time, the second prince and the other experts had learned of Lin Ling's goal. They sighed inwardly and knew that a storm was brewing in Ocean of Cloud City again. However, they weren't surprised because Lin Ling possessed the absolute strength to deal with the other two forces. The situation of the three kings wasn't one where the crown prince and the third prince ruled over everything. They had the right to speak as well. The battle of 100 generals is about to begin. It's time to let Ocean of Cloud City know how strong Lin Ling is. The second prince and the others moved out as well, preparing to welcome a new storm in Ocean of Cloud City. It was early in the morning, and the sun was charming. In the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City, the streets, alleys, restaurants, and markets were bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people on the streets. Pack, pack. Right at this moment, orderly footsteps resounded, and it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. It's the Fire Ancient clan. Many people gasped when they saw the vast and mighty army in the distance. Currently, among the 8 ancient clans in the outer city, only the Fire Ancient clan remained. Moreover, it was growing more and more prosperous, and it had become the #1 ancient clan in the outer city. Everyone knew that it was the Fire Ancient clan's prodigy who brought all of this to the city. Lin Ling. The rumors about Lin Ling had been spreading like wildfire in the outer city. He was a peerless talent and was like a dragon among men. He had gained a firm foothold in the inner city at such a young age, and his strength and influence were extremely formidable. He was the youngest #1 prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was early in the morning, and the sun was charming. In the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City, the streets, alleys, restaurants, and markets were bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of people on the streets. Pack. Right at this moment, orderly footsteps resounded, and it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. It's the Fire Ancient clan. Chapter 334. Slaughtering their way into the inner city once again. Currently, among the 8 ancient clans in the outer city, only the Fire Ancient clan remained. Furthermore, they were flourishing and had become the #1 ancient clan in the outer city. Everyone knew that the one who brought about all this was the prodigy of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling. Rumors about Lin Ling had already spread throughout the outer city. He was a peerless talent and was like a dragon among men. At such a young age, he had already established himself in the inner city. Furthermore, his strength and influence were extremely tyrannical. He was the youngest #1 prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Is that Lin Ling? He is so young. Many people had grave expressions as they looked carefully at the leader of the army. They were shocked. The youth in the lead was handsome and elegant. His expression was calm, and he carried a large black sword on his back, giving people a pressure that made them not dare to look at him directly. As for the young girls in the outer city, their beautiful eyes sparkled as they looked at the youth. No matter where they were, with strength and a handsome appearance, such a youth would always be the idol of young girls. At this moment, all the strange gazes were directed at him. Lin Ling's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. He didn't take it to heart. His thoughts had already landed on the inner city. He had to kill Dao Quang. Compared to his calmness, ancestor Tai Yan, the various elders, and Lin Aofing's younger generation were different. Right now, they were filled with a strong sense of pride. Ever since the prodigy Lin Chen perished, the Fire Ancient clan had always been unknown. When had they ever been as glorious as today? I originally thought that I would never have the chance to enter the inner city in my lifetime. Xueqi, I didn't expect to enter the inner city again today. Inner city? A place of royalty and nobility. I think it's just the first time we entered the inner city, our Fire Ancient clan caused a huge commotion. This is the second time, but it's still the same. Lin Chongqiang and the others spoke proudly and laughed as they conversed. Of course, they would occasionally look at the youth in front of them. Everyone in the Flame Legion looked at the young man, and the pride in their hearts grew stronger. Their brother was dead, killed by a big shot in the inner city, but their general was not afraid of power and led them into the inner city again, all for the sake of justice. Bang bang! The army marched straight in. That vast killing intent caused the streets to become even quieter. It wasn't until the army was far away that everyone returned to their normal state. Their hearts were still shaken. Where are they going? Someone asked in a low voice. I heard that they were going to charge into the inner city again. An old man exclaimed in shock. Once this statement was out, the streets became even more silent. Lin Ling had led an army into the inner city not long ago and forced the third prince to apologize, which shocked the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Everyone thought that this was the only time in the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that someone dared to lead an army into the inner city. However, he didn't expect that bringing the army into the Imperial City was just the beginning. Now, Lin Ling was once again brazenly forcing his way into the Imperial City. This Lin Ling is amazing. If only my family had a descendant like him. The seniors of many powers in the outer city sighed with emotion, and then all of them watched silently. They knew that a storm was brewing in Ocean of Cloud City today. At this moment, at the huge gate of the inner city, the Imperial Guards looked at the vast army in the distance and sucked in a breath of cold air. One of them trembled and asked, "Who is it?" "Lin Ling." A calm voice echoed from afar, which caused the Imperial Guards to narrow their eyes. It was this youth again. Was he going to stir up a storm in the inner city again? Or was he going to force the third prince to ask for his men again? "Make way for the city gate." A cold voice echoed, causing the Imperial Guards' hearts to tremble violently as they quickly made way for him. The current Lin Ling had risen to fame, and he was no longer the son of a village in the outer city who could be bullied as he wished. Right now, no one dared to look down on him. The army entered the inner city in a grandiose manner, and not a single Imperial Guard dared to obstruct them. Let alone Lin Ling, just the Flame Legion's soul-shaking killing aura was enough to send chills down their spines. Lin Ling was probably the only one who could lead such a horrifying army. It's Lin Ling again. What is he trying to do? After the army entered the inner city, its shocking imposing aura naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the various powers. They were extremely shocked by Lin Ling's arrogance. He was leading an army into the inner city, and it was the second time. He was simply trampling the Cloud Sea Empire beneath his feet. Of course, the main reason was that they were curious. What was Lin Ling trying to do? Numerous gazes were paying attention to Lin Ling's movements, and it wasn't long before they saw the army walking towards a certain direction in the inner city. That direction seemed to be the residence of a general. It's Dao Quang. Someone suddenly reacted. After that, many people noticed that Lin Ling seemed to be going there for Dao Quang, a subordinate of King Wang Hai. King Wang Hai was a subordinate of the third prince, so Lin Ling was forcing the third prince to hand over Dao Quang and causing the third prince to lose his dignity once more. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. Everyone, let's go. I'd like to see who gave Lin Ling the courage to do so. The third prince, Yun Yifan, naturally received the news as well. He was so angry that his noble status of the imperial bloodline was once again trampled on by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he's just a lowly commoner. I don't understand where he gets his courage from. Tian Xuanzi also received the news. With a cold snort, he rushed over with the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence. Previously, Lin Ling had killed the bloodline of the Imperial Advisor's residence. Tian Xuanzi wanted to bring Lin Ling back to the Imperial Advisor's residence to take his life, but Lin Ling refused. At that time, Tian Xuanzi was furious and wanted to take his time to deal with Lin Ling. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to act so quickly and kill his way into the inner city in front of everyone. Right now, the Imperial Advisor's residence and the third prince were on the same side. If the third prince was humiliated, then the Imperial Advisor's residence wouldn't be any better. Second brother is getting more and more arrogant. His subordinate, Lin Ling, is so arrogant. After the Crown Prince heard the news, he sneered and quietly watched the situation change. Even now, he still didn't know that Lin Ling was the one who humiliated him in front of the 14th prince. The entire inner city was stirred up because of Lin Ling alone. However, Lin Ling was the hero of the Sky Fragrance ancient city last time, but he was slandered by the third prince. Therefore, It was reasonable for him to kill his way into the inner city. However, if there wasn't a good explanation this time, Lin Ling's arrogance would cause the big shots in the inner city to not agree. Dao Kuang, get out here. At this moment, outside a luxurious mansion in the northwest, the members of the Flame Legion and the Fire Ancient clan were gathered. Their mighty aura shook the heavens, causing everyone in the mansion to tremble in fear. Dao Kuang naturally sensed such a mighty aura. He frowned, obviously not expecting Lin Ling to kill his way into the inner city. Previously, he had arrogantly killed his way into the Fire Ancient clan, but unfortunately, he was blocked by the enemy's army. Initially, he wanted to slowly settle the score after the 100 Generals battle. However, today, Lin Ling didn't need him to settle the score. Lin Ling was here to settle the score himself. You've got guts. You're just a young boy, yet you dare to kill your way into the inner city to take revenge. However, I'd like to see if you have the strength to do so. Chapter 335. The terrifying Flame Legion. Dao Kuang wasn't afraid of Lin Ling at all. He was just a junior in the Earth Spirit realm. If it wasn't for the army, he could easily kill him. What was there to be afraid of? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling was the one who forced him to back down during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. How dare you bring an army into the city? Lin Ling, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will establish prestige for the Cloud Sea dynasty and kill you. Dao Kuang walked out of the mansion with one hand behind his back. He looked at the dense crowd and shouted. His boldness boosted the morale of the people behind him and made them even more confident. Silence. The Flame Legion was completely silent. Many soldiers suddenly wanted to laugh at Dao Kuang's ignorance. Even now, Dao Kuang still didn't understand the situation. He thought that he could look down on everyone just because he had the support of the third prince. Lin Ling also laughed coldly, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. Explanation? I'm here to kill you today. Haha, can you kill me? I can kill all of you by myself. Dao Kuang let out a disdainful laugh. A tyrannical aura burst out from his body. Endless blade chi swept out and slashed the ground around him. Dao Kuang, the city lord of Gale City and 30,000 soldiers. His strength is indeed terrifying. It won't be easy for Lin Ling to kill him. Many people in Cloud Sea City were shocked when they saw this scene. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how great you are. Lin Ling smiled coldly and glanced at Tian Xiaoman. Tian Xiaoman nodded and waved her hand. The 50,000 soldiers of the Flame Legion behind her exploded with a powerful aura. It was endless killing intent and battle intent. One person's killing intent and battle intent might not be terrifying, but 50,000 people caused a powerful gale to sweep out. The space trembled and the clouds in the sky dispersed. Kill. The rolling aura surged towards Dao Kuang like a wave. Dao Kuang's pupils constricted and his great intent collapsed instantly. The blade on his back also shook. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Dao Kuang's face paled as his eyes widened. This is the battle god intent. He was only at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. How could he compare to the concentrated killing intent and battle intent of 50,000 people? What? Lin Ling's army has comprehended the concept of war god. In the distance, many people's complexions changed as they heard Crazy Blade's words. It had to be known that the concept of the war god was a powerful concept that could only be comprehended on the war god mountain. Ordinary people didn't even have the qualifications to touch upon it. But now, one of Lin Ling's subordinates had managed to comprehend the concept of the war god. Lin Ling's soldiers were terrifying. Now, do you still dare to say that you are not afraid of my Flame Legion? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It was extremely powerful and carried with it an invisible pressure. Dao Kuang's face turned even paler. He didn't dare to say anything because Lin Ling's army wasn't an ordinary army. It could easily crush him. At first, he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's army, but now he was afraid. Last time, you came to my Fire Ancient clan and acted tyrannically, killing a few of my brothers. At that time, my brothers said that it wouldn't be long before the debt of blood is paid in blood. I also said that I would take your life in a month. Today, I have come as promised. Indifferent. Lin Ling's indifferent voice came out of his mouth again, causing Dao Kuang to be even more terrified. He wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, but he was afraid of Lin Ling's army. Retreat! Retreat! Dao Kuang shouted anxiously and wanted to hide in his residence. That sudden change in attitude surprised the spectators once again. It was obvious that Dao Quang was afraid. "Don't be afraid of him, I will help you." Boom! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A figure had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. This person was like a god descending from the heavens, looking down at everything with arrogance. Then, he stepped on the clouds and walked down step by step. "Lin Ling, you brought your army into the city to kill one person. What do you think the laws of the Cloud Sea Empire are? Do you think you can come and go as you please?" Boom! After landing on the ground, the person coldly looked at Lin Ling with his hands behind his back. "Wan Bingxian." Boom! Dao Quang looked at the person with joy in his eyes. This person was one of the 108 stars standing above his head, and his strength had reached the terrifying early stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. There was a huge gap between the Sky Spirit Realm and the Earth Spirit Realm. No matter how strong Lin Ling's army's fighting spirit was, it didn't have much of an impact on a Sky Spirit Realm expert. Don't worry. I received orders from the Imperial Advisor's residence to help you. So with me here, no one can touch you." Wan Bingxian nodded faintly, extremely confident. It was as if his appearance could solve everything. Lin Ling and his 50,000 men couldn't stop him. Of course, with his strength and status, he had the right to be confident. "Laws? Then when you came to my Fire Ancient clan and acted so arrogantly, do you have any rules in your heart?" Lin Ling said coldly as he stared at the arrogant person. Wan Bingxian had also acted arrogantly when he came to the Fire Ancient clan to capture Lin Ling. It was just that Wan Bingxian didn't have the chance to kill him back then, so Lin Ling didn't plan on touching him for now. But now, Wan Bingxian had actually dared to come and throw away his life. Did he think that the early stage of the Sky Spirit Realm was so great? Unfortunately, with this kind of strength, not to mention Lin Ling's Flame Legion, even Lin Ling had the absolute strength to obliterate the other party. Haha, rules are built on strength. I have the strength, so I can humiliate your Fire Ancient clan. Wan Bingxian smiled faintly. His meaning was obvious. He had the absolute strength to be arrogant, so he could go to the Fire Ancient clan and sweep everything away. However, Lin Ling didn't. "Are you sure you have the strength? Aren't you sure you'll die here today?" Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His attitude was extremely domineering. No matter who came today, he would kill Dao Quang. General Wan Bingxian, to catch bandits, first catch the leader. Kill Lin Ling first. After he's dead, his subordinates are quite strong, so you can take them all under your wing. Dao Quang was no longer as flustered as before, and he spoke coldly. Wan Bingxian's arrival made him extremely confident. He wanted to see how Lin Ling died in front of him. Moreover, Lin Ling nurtured such a strong legion. It was like making a wedding dress for someone else. That's a good suggestion. Yes. Wan Bingxian looked at the army behind Lin Ling with interest and nodded slightly. Your army belongs to me, and you have no conditions to refuse. Xiao. Whoosh. His figure turned into an afterimage as endless frost spread out. The aura of a heavenly spirit origin pill spread out. The ground was frozen, and the nearby streets were all covered in frost. A heavenly spirit realm cultivator was extremely terrifying. In front of Lin Ling, a large hand formed from ice grabbed at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you humiliated me last time. This time, I'll take your life. Pa, 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 pa. The air was frozen like snow in June, but Lin Ling was indifferent and still stood there quietly. This caused many people in the distance to shake their heads. Lin Ling actually didn't have the strength to fight back in the face of a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. It looked like Lin Ling had failed to enter the inner city today, and had even lost his life. Army formation. Vermilion bird. Pa! A clear voice rang out at this moment. A thin girl dressed in white stood beside Lin Ling. She waved her delicate hand. Chapter 336. Arrogant and domineering, kill. Kill. Orderly shouts rang out as a huge vermilion bird image appeared above the army of 50,000. The vermilion bird looked as if it wanted to burn everything. Its aura was so strong that it actually melted the previously frozen streets. Kill. Kill. The army of 50,000 lined up in a mysterious formation. Countless amounts of battle intent condensed, causing the vermilion bird to look as if it had come back to life from ancient times. It flew towards Wan Bingxian. Rumble. The vermilion bird was formed by battle intent. Wherever it flew, thunder rumbled. What? This army is formed by Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. Kill. Wen Bingxian's expression changed greatly. He only saw an ancient divine bird flying towards him, wanting to take his life. Ice sealing heaven and earth. Kill. He shouted loudly. However, this still couldn't stop the terrifying vermilion bird's battle intent. The sea of battle intent instantly drowned him, turning him into dust. Although he was a sky spirit realm cultivator, he only had a red level origin core. His innate spirit body was only at the 9th grade. How could he be a match for the vermilion bird's formation? One had to know that this formation was formed by a large number of Earth Spirit Realm cultivators, and their military advisor was a mysterious heavenly concubine. The sky quieted down. The crowd in the distance was completely silent. When Bingxian was dead, he couldn't even block one move from Lin Ling's army. That army was formed by Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. This was too terrifying. A Sky Spirit Realm cultivator died just like that. How is this possible? Kill. Dao Kuang seemed to be unable to accept the reality in front of him as he kept shaking his head. He thought that Lin Ling would definitely die when Bingxian arrived. He never thought that Lin Ling's flame army would be so terrifying. How did Lin Ling cultivate this army? He naturally didn't know that Lin Ling had used the war god's intent, the spirit ginseng fruit, and the heavenly concubine's mysterious formation to cultivate such a terrifying army. Is there anyone who can save you now? Kill. A disdainful voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, making it difficult for Dao Kuang to breathe again. Lin Ling was crushing him. No matter what methods Dao Kuang used, Lin Ling could easily defeat them. At the same time, Lin Ling also defeated Dao Kuang's arrogant heart, letting Dao Kuang know that no one in this world could save him today. At the same time, it was Lin Ling's way of displaying his strength to the city. He wanted all the restless powers to know that those who dared to touch the members of his Fire Ancient clan would be annihilated no matter how far away they were. What a powerful army! Lin Ling, you're even more powerful than this old man imagined. Right at this moment, a voice that carried surprise resounded, and then a large number of figures appeared around the estate. It caused the atmosphere in the city to become even more oppressive, and many gasped as they gazed at those mysterious figures who'd arrived. As for Dao Kuang, he was ecstatic. He knew that he was going to be saved today. State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi, His Majesty the Third Prince, and King Wang Hai, the 3 elite figures of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, are all here. Under this oppressive atmosphere, the expressions of many turned slightly solemn as they gazed at the mysterious figures who'd arrived. Today, Lin Ling had led his army into the inner city once more, but he'd been obstructed by 3 top-rate figures. Obviously, Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side. However, Lin Ling was really bold to be able to make 3 top-rate figures make an appearance at the same time. Of course, even though he was bold, Lin Ling's current situation was probably quite troublesome as well. You beat up the young, and now the old are here. All of you really are shameless. However, while many wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with those 3 top-rate figures, Lin Ling's ridiculing words had resounded. Lin Ling, you're really bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The third prince gazed coldly at Lin Ling while a cold glow flickered in the depths of his eyes. He'd watched this young man grow up, and now, he'd become a huge threat to him. Furthermore, he'd lost to Lin Ling time and time again, making him feel that it was getting harder to control Lin Ling. If you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why do you have to say such words that give you face? Don't you think it's too hypocritical? Lin Ling shook his head and let out a smile. That calmness made it seem like he wasn't afraid of the arrival of the 3 top-rate figures. That's right, third brother. You didn't ask about the process and didn't ask who was right or wrong before making an appearance. This is forcing us to make an appearance, too. Right at this moment, behind Lin Ling, a large number of elite experts had appeared. There was the second prince, Sovereign King Li, Duke Duan, and He Yenshan. All of them were influential figures that could shake the Heaven Mystics Kingdom with a single move. Previously, they had been biding their time as they wanted to see how the third prince was going to deal with this matter. If the third prince was going to make an appearance, then they would have to make an appearance as well. This is General Lin's private matter, and it isn't our place to interfere. If you want to interfere, then we'll accompany you. The second prince, Yuni Xuan, spoke indifferently, which caused the people from the Kingdom Marshal's residence to have an unpleasant expression. Lin Ling's rallying power was getting bigger and bigger. Right now, He was able to make all the experts focus on him and support him no matter what the consequences were. That's right, third brother. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Right now, it is Dao Quang who was rude first, and Lin Ling is just seeking justice. Could it be that Dao Quang's life is a life, but Lin Ling's soldiers are not lives? It is better for us not to interfere in this matter. Right at this moment, another large number of figures arrived. The leader was actually the 14th prince, and behind him were all the princes from the Cloud Sea City. You guys? The third prince, Yun Yifan's eyes widened. Even the various princes had come out to support Lin Ling. This Lin Ling's reputation was even higher than his, Yun Yifan's, reputation. He thought that with the 3 top figures coming out, Lin Ling would definitely return in disgrace today, and might even die here. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would give them a heavy slap in the face? In terms of strength, they were still a bit lacking. This young man really can't be underestimated. Unknowingly, he actually has such rallying power. The kingdom marshal, Tian Xuanzi, also had an ugly expression. These princes were all his students in the past, but today, they had all become Lin Ling's people, and all of them were supporting Lin Ling. To him, this was like a student slapping his teacher's face. It made his reputation as a person of virtue and prestige extremely ironic. I thought that those who can become everyone's teacher are virtuous and have a kind heart. But from the looks of it, that's all there is to it. Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony has already lost face. And today, you are going to lose face again. You don't have to be the kingdom marshal anymore. Right at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. It was a disdain for the kingdom marshal's residence. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Tian Xuanzi's old face was flushed red with anger. Today's matter was a huge matter that everyone was paying attention to. If he was ridiculed by this young man, Lin Ling, how would he have any face left in the future? Dao Quang must be killed today. If you all continue to be obstinate, then you should know the consequences. Lin Ling spoke coldly again. Presumptuous. He was disregarding the 3 top figures and directly killing them. From another perspective, the kingdom marshal's residence, the third prince, and one of the 4 kings, Wang Hai Wang, were nothing in Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling didn't even need to give any face to them. Lin Ling, you are so tyrannical. When they heard Lin Ling's statement, all the people in the distance gasped. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only the crown prince would dare to say something like this. But now there was one more person, and it was Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan. Chapter 337. Mad Blade Lin Ling. Tian Xuanzi and Yun Yifan clenched their teeth. They wanted to punish Lin Ling severely, but it was impossible. Lin Ling's forces weren't any smaller than his. If they were to clash head-on, they might be the ones to suffer. They could only watch as Lin Ling obliterated Dao Quang. Moreover, this also meant that Lin Ling had surpassed them, becoming an even stronger character above them. In the competition for Cloud Sea Monarch, they had already lost half a step to Lin Ling. Are you still not going to scram? Looking at the silent Yun Yifan and the others, Lin Ling coldly shouted again. Get lost? Asking the respected state preceptor and the third prince to get lost? They had come with confidence, but now they had to leave in disgrace and watch Lin Ling kill his subordinates? This was a great humiliation. That's right. Third brother. Scram. His Majesty the Second Prince also smiled faintly and issued an invitation. He and the third prince were enemies, so at this moment, there was no need for him to hold back. If the third prince had the advantage now, he believed that the third prince would not hold back either. The struggle for royal power had always been like this. Human relations were secondary. No one can save me? Sensing that the imperial advisor and his majesty were both speechless from the humiliation, Dao Quang was suddenly at a loss. Back then, he had bullied Lin Ling because he was weak and didn't put him in his eyes. However, he had never thought that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would surpass him. Now, even the master above him didn't dare to speak. Lin Ling, I will take responsibility for my own actions. If you want to kill me, fine. But do you dare to fight me to the death in front of everyone? Quang Dao suddenly shouted. His words made the imperial advisor's eyes light up. Currently, Lin Ling's power had already surpassed the state preceptors, so they couldn't meet force with force. However, there was still a way to kill Lin Ling. That's right. Since you're here to seek justice, don't rely on your subordinates. Go on stage yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to convince the crowd. Tian Xuanzi said. He was trying to goad Sumo. The Imperial Advisor's residence is really shameless. With my current subordinates and forces, I can definitely kill Dao Quang, but you're trying to provoke me into a life-and-death battle. Is this the so-called Imperial Advisor's residence? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His words made many people nod their heads. Lin Ling currently had the power to decide everything, but the Imperial Advisor's residence was making people fight to the death. It was somewhat shameless. Tian Xuanzi's face reddened, but he couldn't care less about his face right now. He sneered, "You don't dare? You're a great general with countless experts under your command, and you've even asked the top experts to support you. Yet, you're just a piece of trash. Nice to look at but useless. Such a great general. There's no point in following him." That's right. As one of the 100 generals, are you such a coward? Dao Quang sneered as if he had caught on to something. The master is shameless, but the servant is also shameless. You want me to fight to the death? Don't you see the difference in age between us? Lin Ling laughed. His mocking laughter made Dao Quang's face turn ugly. However, Lin Ling nodded his head quickly. I don't understand why you're trying to goad me into a fight. It's as if you're sure to win. Let's fight to the death then. My brother died in your hands, so I'll end your life with my own hands. After saying that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The Imperial Preceptor, Tian Xuanzi, and the others were stunned. They thought that Lin Ling had seen through the goading and wouldn't fight. However, Lin Ling's straightforwardness made them unable to react. Could it be that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of death? Lin Ling was at the late stage of the earthly spirit realm, while Dao Quang was at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. Moreover, Dao Quang was ranked in the top 100 of the 108 generals. How could Lin Ling be qualified to fight? The two of them walked out slowly. Countless eyes were watching this battle. At present, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. However, not many people knew about his strength. Many people would never have guessed that Lin Ling was Lin Yiming of the Dragon and Tiger battle for supremacy. A rising general against a veteran general. Interesting. Right now, in a restaurant in the Cloud Sea City, several figures were gathered. These people were all very young and were around 20 years old. They were all dressed differently. There were both men and women. They were all watching the situation on Lin Ling's side. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. These people's auras were like the sea and extremely terrifying. Every one of them was actually a Heaven Spirit Realm expert. The Heaven Spirit Realm was the highest martial realm in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. These people were all very young and had limitless potential. They were none other than the top 30 geniuses of the 108 star generals. These prodigies didn't like to participate in the power struggles in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. They lived by martial arts and wandered the world. They only returned to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom when the 100 Generals battle was about to begin. They were especially disdainful of the generals who were still immersed in the power struggles. After all, they had left the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and knew that there was always someone better. Only strength represented everything. Power? What was the use? Right now, they had just returned and saw the old general and the new general having a life-and-death battle. They were instantly interested. Dao Quang can't even block a single move from me. However, that rising general, Lin Ling, is probably weaker. He is too young and is only relying on his subordinates. What a joke. He is so short-sighted. Doesn't he know that after reaching the middle stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm, he already has the initial strength to change everything? He actually accepted the battle. After controlling the situation, he actually chose to accept the battle with the weakest advantage. It seems like he is also an idiot. All the prodigies spoke with disdain. It was obvious that none of the 108 generals thought highly of Lin Ling. In fact, there weren't many people who thought highly of Lin Ling. Many of them thought that Lin Ling was too foolish. He didn't use a powerful legion to eliminate Dao Quang and chose to have a life-and-death battle. Wasn't this courting death? Especially the marshal and the others. They were waiting to see the scene of Lin Ling regretting. Only the second prince's side was still calm. Did Lin Ling need to fear Dao Quang? Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Very well, let's have a fight and all our grievances will be written off. Dao Quang no longer panicked under the countless gazes. He was only afraid of the Flame Legion, not Lin Ling. Indeed, only one of us can live. I said that I would take your life in a month, so I will keep my promise. Lin Ling stared at Dao Quang with a calm expression. You want my life in a month? Dao Quang frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard these words somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He shook his head and smiled. It's useless to say more. If you die, your subordinates will have to retreat and they are not allowed to cause trouble for me. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling frowned. Dao Quang was like an ant in his heart. He couldn't understand why Dao Quang would say so much nonsense when he was about to die. I'll take it as you agreeing. However, I still admire your ignorance. You dare to challenge me to a life-and-death battle? I will kill you in 3 slashes. Dao Quang waved his hand and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. A wave of sword energy exuded from it. Use your fire energy, or you won't have a chance. Chapter 338. Sound of Heaven Temple Rumble. Saber intent gushed out and the clouds in the sky were split apart. The crowd could only see a 50-meter-long saber slashing towards Lin Ling. What a terrifying saber intent! Many people were shocked. The strength of the 100 generals was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling can't hold on any longer. The third prince Yun Yifan sneered. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling being killed. That way, his greatest enemy would be annihilated. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's face was cold. Dark golden light flickered from his left fist. He looked forward with his cold eyes. I wanted to kill you the last time, but you refused. I said I would kill you a month later. Today, you're taking the initiative. Swoosh. He looked at the saber slashing down from the sky and pounced forward as if he wanted to take the saber head-on. Is he courting death? The Imperial Preceptor, Tian Xuanzi, frowned slightly. But for some reason, Lin Ling's aura felt familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He wanted to kill me the last time. Dao Quang's eyes flickered continuously. Previously, Lin Ling had said that he would kill Dao Quang a month later. This meant that Lin Ling had said these words to Dao Quang a month ago, but Dao Quang had not seen Lin Ling in the past month. And now, Lin Ling said that he wanted to kill him the last time. The last time? Could it be? Dao Quang suddenly had a terrifying thought. The only person who said the same thing to him the last time was the mysterious young man during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers. Could you be the young man who killed the General of Dragons and Tigers during the Battle of Dragons and Tigers? Dao Quang shouted in horror. His words caused the Imperial Preceptor and Yun Yifan's eyes to narrow. It's too late to realize that now. A cold voice resounded. Lin Ling was like a god of war descending from the heavens. His dark golden fist was invincible. Crack! The saber in the sky turned golden under the force of the punch and exploded. The force of the punch caused the entire Cloud Sea City to gasp. The punch broke the saber, and it was the saber that broke. Whoosh! Lin Ling's figure went straight for Dao Quang. His dark golden fist was filled with endless fighting spirit, as if it was the fist of the god of war. Chant! Many people heard the familiar voice, which reminded them of the mysterious youth who was like a dark horse a month ago. At this moment, many answers appeared. Why did that young man oppose the Imperial Advisor's residence? Why did he dare to accept Dao Quang's challenge? Because that mysterious young man was Lin Ling. Previously, many people mocked Lin Ling for giving up the strongest army and choosing a life-and-death battle. It was a foolish move. But now, Dao Quang was the foolish one. He dared to challenge Lin Ling. He was courting death. Boom! A dull sound rang out as the dark golden fist landed on Dao Quang's chest. Dao Quang was unable to block it at all. Dao Quang's eyes widened as a look of disbelief flashed across them. He had lost. But in reality, he'd lost a long time ago. No matter how formidable the great figures he'd summoned were, no matter what schemes he'd used to deceive Lin Ling, the outcome had been decided, and it was death. It was even to the extent that the moment he dared to show off his strength at the Fire Ancient clan, his fate had been decided. His pupils dilated, and he seemed to still be unable to believe that a dignified general like him would actually die here. Bang! Dao Quang's body exploded apart. There was no blood and flesh that rained down, and it transformed into boundless golden light instead. It was like he was a golden rock that had been blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch, and the rock transformed into golden powder. That was the might of the fist of the war god, and it obliterated everything. Lin Ling walked over amidst the boundless golden light. His calm appearance and slender figure caused the surroundings and even the entire city to become deathly silent. Dao Kuang had lost. Lin Ling didn't just possess a formidable force, his own strength was extremely terrifying as well. It's you, Dao Kuang. Tian Xuanzi's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Lin Ling. For some reason, he suddenly felt regret. When Lin Ling killed Yang Fading and his brother, he didn't ask about the process or who was right and who was wrong. He domineeringly sent Lin Ling to his death. The price he paid for that was that Lin Ling had humiliated him over and over again. He'd lost face during the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger, and now he'd lost even more face. He's that young man from the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger, Lin Yiming from 14th Brother's side. Great. So Lin Yiming is Lin Ling. No wonder he's always going against me. The Crown Prince was observing the situation from afar as well, and his face instantly turned livid when he saw Lin Ling who'd risen up like a dazzling star. During the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger, the mysterious young man had taken out a large amount of spirit ginseng fruits, so it wasn't difficult to guess that the young man's spirit ginseng fruits were definitely from the late Emperor's treasure. Since the young man from the Battle of the Dragon and Tiger was Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling had obtained the late Emperor's treasure. Most importantly, Lin Ling wasn't just talented, he was also terrifyingly intelligent. He actually knew how to hide his identity and use other methods to suppress his opponent, humiliating his opponent to the point that he couldn't even show his face. You're here to avenge your father when I forced him to his death, right? Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent. The Crown Prince's voice was low, but then he smiled. However, you're much stronger than your father. In that case, you're barely qualified to be my opponent. Monstrous waves had arisen throughout the entire city because of Lin Ling, and it seemed deathly silent for a time. The enemy has been dealt with, and I can answer to my brothers. Let's go. Ignoring the shocked gazes around him, Lin Ling walked back and spoke to the Flame Corps. Yes, General. Yes. Everyone's blood boiled. This was their general. Even if he had to go against the entire world, he wouldn't be afraid and would still seek justice for his brothers. Such a general was worth following for a lifetime. At this moment, many people's loyalty to Lin Ling came from the bottom of their hearts. Many years later, they would follow the Fire Ancient clan. As for State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi and the others, they were filled with killing intent, but they could only watch as Lin Ling proudly left. After all, Lin Ling had come for revenge. If they wanted to seek justice, then they would have to face the crusade of all of Lin Ling's forces. That wasn't a situation they wanted to see. When two tigers fought, only the Crown Prince would benefit. Therefore, they could only remain silent. My Buddha is merciful. Aren't you afraid that your martial heart will become unstable after going on a killing spree? Come. Right at this moment, a calm voice resounded. Under numerous gazes, a large number of figures walked over from afar. All of them wore golden robes, were bold, and had benevolent appearances. They weren't old, and the leader was a young man around 25 years old. Their pace wasn't fast, but it seemed to have a mysterious charm. Especially the young man in the lead. He was also bald, but his body emitted golden light from time to time, as if he was a Vajra Arhat. People from Sublime Cord Temple. Yes. State Preceptor Tian Xuanzi frowned. He knew where these people came from, and also knew that the forces behind them were extremely terrifying. You have a problem? Chapter 339. Golden Buddha Bronze Sound Formation. Lin Ling also sensed that although the young man was at the same level as Wen Bingxian, his strength was obviously more than just a bit stronger than her. It looked like the Sky Spirit Realm was the same as the Earth Spirit Realm. There were differences in strength between those of the same level, and the level of the spirit body determined the difference. You're too sharp. If this continues, you'll surely be possessed by evil spirits and ultimately suffer from cultivation deviation. The young man put his hands together and spoke with extreme calmness. You don't need to worry about that. What do you want to do? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the person. At the same time, the second prince also walked over and spoke a few words into Lin Ling's ear with a serious expression. The Sublime Cord Temple. The only sect recognized by the Cloud Sea Empire. It was said that this sect was devoted to kindness and could communicate with the heavens and earth, seeing through the past and present of others. It was the highest sect of the Cloud Sea Empire. The Empress Dowager was one of its believers. It was obvious that this strength had something to do with the Empress Dowager. The depth of its foundation was naturally greater than that of the imperial tutor's residence and the various princes. The bald young man was called Yunzenzi and was also a great general of the 108 stars, ranked number 28. It was obvious that Lin Ling's sharp edge today had displeased the Empress Dowager. Buddha is merciful. Your killing intent is too strong, so this one wishes to expel it so that you can be a sensible person from now on and belong to the Sublime Cord Temple. Yunzenzi spoke faintly. Ha ha! Lin Ling laughed heartily. He suddenly felt like he'd returned to the previous world. He hadn't thought that there would be Buddhas in this world. He had a heart of worship for Buddha. But there were true Buddhas and false Buddhas. For example, some people used Buddha's reputation to fish for compliments and steal from the world. These were not uncommon, and Lin Ling felt extreme disdain for such people. Buddha was sincere and worthy of reverence, but he wouldn't allow others to use Buddha to slander him. What right do you have to decide my future? If you want me to belong to you, isn't that the same as imprisoning me? Do you think I'm stupid? Looking at the calm Yunzenzi, Lin Ling indifferently smiled. Yunzenzi's face was still calm. Your Excellency, the demonic nature is too strong. But I know that this is not your original intention. You are just blinded by the clouds of the world. Please return to Tian'an Temple. Don't speak as if you have seen through the prosperity of the world. If you really have Buddha in your heart, why are you one of the 108 general stars? Could it be that the Buddhists were still unable to let go of fame and fortune? Therefore, let me remind you that Buddha needs to be revered. People like you who use Buddha's name to steal from the world will face retribution sooner or later. Lin Ling's face suddenly turned cold, and the words of ridicule floated out from his mouth. The young man's pupils shrank. Clearly, he did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to humiliate him. The people around also sucked in a breath of cold air. Tian'an Temple is a supreme sect. It has always been centered on justice and benevolence. However, in Lin Ling's words, it was a group of people who stole from the world. Are you trying to say that the title of General Star was given by the Cloud Sea Empire? It's what everyone wants. It's not what you want. Please, don't use this old excuse. If you are really righteous and benevolent, why didn't you come out when I killed Dao Kuang, but after Dao Kuang died, you came out? Your goal is to capture me, isn't it? But Dao Kuang is still alive, and you don't have a convincing excuse to capture me, so you need to sacrifice Dao Kuang. Hee, I've seen Buddhas before, but not like you. Lin Ling's sneer became thicker, but every word was like a gem. Many people secretly nodded. If what Lin Ling said was true, then this Yunzenzi was too shameless and despicable. Using the name of Buddha, he pretended to be righteous and benevolent. In fact, he wanted to find an excuse to convict Lin Ling. A cold light flashed in the depths of Yunzenzi's eyes, and a wave of anger rippled in his heart. Obviously he did have such thoughts, but Lin Ling said it out loud in front of everyone, which was undoubtedly equivalent to giving him a slap in the face. His hypocrisy, whether others believe it or not, was also exposed to the world. Sire, it seems that you have entered the devil's barrier. You must be cleansed by the Buddha's voice. Yunzenzi's voice also became colder, but he still pretended to be righteous and benevolent. It seemed that he represented justice and whatever Lin Ling said was false. It was like he was a devil's barrier. 49 Buddhas come out. Golden Buddha bronze sound array. Yunzenzi said indifferently. Behind him, a large number of disciples in robes walked out. They sat cross-legged and slowly chanted Buddhist scriptures. Sire, you don't have to worry. I will remove the devil's barrier for you. You should try not to resist. Only in this way can your heart be clear. Yunzenzi's calm voice came out. He was extremely shameless. He was obviously going to attack Lin Ling, but he still said that he was thinking for the other party. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Towards this kind of sanctimonious guy, a murderous intent rose in his heart. But at this time, Endless Buddha's voice came, forming a huge transcendence golden body. Notes circled around Lin Ling. It seemed to represent the sound of justice. And this attack was a soul attack, only targeting Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling! Everyone anxiously shouted. They were also angry at Yunzenzi's shamelessness. It's okay. Everyone, don't come over. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice came out, which shocked everyone. Lin Ling didn't seem to need their help. Could he really be affected by the Sublime Cord Temple's heavenly voice? At this moment, Yin Zhenzi's eyes turned cold. This was the Golden Buddha Bronze Sound Array. It was set up by 49 children. These children had special innate spirit bodies and were compatible with sound wave martial arts. As long as the person was surrounded by the sound array, if his soul spirit wasn't strong enough, he would be stunned by the sound of justice and be brought back by the Sublime Cord Temple. By then, the Sublime Cord Temple could say that this person had been possessed by the devil and had to be brought back to the Sublime Cord Temple to cleanse the devil. In the history of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they had used this method to capture countless experts alive. When those experts were captured, the world didn't sympathize with them. Instead, they felt that those experts had the devil's nature in their hearts. Hence, they revered the Sublime Cord Temple even more. This child must die. Subsequently, Yin Zhenzi sat cross-legged and constantly chanted the Buddha's voice. As for Lin Ling, he was extremely delighted. He didn't expect that when these bald donkeys chanted the Buddha's voice together, it actually formed a force of heaven and earth. It was the force of heaven and earth's justice. This was a rare opportunity. He had to use this force of justice to open one of the 8 doors again. Lin Ling also sat cross-legged and used the tadpole-like sounds to constantly attack the 8 doors in his body. It seems like Lin Ling has been captured. When the Marshal of the Kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, saw Lin Ling sitting cross-legged, he thought that Lin Ling's soul spirit was attacked by the Buddha's voice. He instantly sneered. After all, the soul spirit attack of 49 children was extremely terrifying. The third prince was also rejoicing in Jiang Yi's misfortune. This enemy was finally eliminated. They sneered as they waited for Lin Ling to become a cripple. However, things weren't that simple. A moment later, a languid and indifferent voice echoed from the Buddha's voice. "I say, did you guys not eat? This voice of justice is too weak. Sigh." Chapter 340. Breaking the Array. This kid's demon heart is stronger than expected. Everyone, increase your strength. Veins popped out on Yin Zhenzi's forehead. Lin Ling's words seemed to be mocking them, causing his heart to turn cold. Bas, bas, bas. A sound like a bronze bell reverberated in the air, and the entire city was filled with the sound of Buddha's voice. What a terrifying sound wave attack. Everyone was shocked. Even those standing far away were affected. It was difficult to imagine what sort of suffering Lin Ling would suffer at the center of it. However, at this moment, Lin Ling wasn't in as much pain as they'd imagined. His soul force was extremely powerful, and the 49 people's golden Buddha copper sound formation didn't affect him at all. Instead, he relied on the powerful sound of justice to attack the 8 gates. At present, he relied on the world's battle intent, killing intent, and poison to open the gate of opening, gate of healing, and gate of life. Now, the 4th gate of pain was slowly opening. Once the 8 gates were opened, the demonic flames would enter his body. Not good. This sound of justice is still lacking in ferocity. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. The golden Buddha copper sound formation wasn't as strong as he'd imagined, causing the opening of the gates to be too slow. This slow speed caused Lin Ling's blood to surge, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's bleeding. Suddenly, someone shouted in surprise, causing the Grand Preceptor and the others to sneer even more. Disciples of Buddha, heed my command. Increase the strength of the Buddha's voice. Yin Zhenzi was delighted, and an even louder sound of justice surged towards Lin Ling. However, he didn't know that the reason Lin Ling was bleeding was because the sound of justice was too weak, causing the opening of the gates to be obstructed. Now that Yin Zhenzi and the others had increased the strength of the Buddha's voice, this was what Lin Ling wanted to see. Because the golden Buddha copper sound formation was larger, Lin Ling wouldn't be injured, and the success rate of opening the gate of pain would be higher. Just like when a cultivator was at the critical point of breaking through, if there weren't enough external resources, then the cultivator would be in danger of being injured. However, if there were an endless supply of external resources, then the cultivator's breakthrough would be smoother. Right now, the voice of justice was the resource for a breakthrough. The stronger it was, the better. The 4th door is about to open. I have to get them to put in more effort. Lin Ling thought. He bit his tongue, and another drop of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's injured again. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Yin Zhenzi's spirit was shaken once more as he frantically exerted his strength. Behind him, The foreheads of the Buddhist children were full of sweat, but success or failure depended on this one move. Therefore, they all gave it their all and worked hard. A moment later, with a poof, the 49 Arhats' faces turned pale and they all spat out a mouthful of blood. Today, they had used up all their energy to set up the Golden Buddha Copper Sound formation. Now, all of them were injured. Even Zhenzi's face was somewhat pale, as if he had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. His soul force had been severely depleted. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Arhats who set up the formation were all injured. Lin Ling's fate was foreseeable. When they looked at Lin Ling again, their eyes were wide open. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the center, floated up. His long hair fluttered, and his face was calm. A mysterious aura was emitted from his body. Although his realm did not increase, everyone could sense that Lin Ling seemed to have opened something and broken through the limits of the human body. As for injuries, Lin Ling seemed to be stronger than before. What was going on? The Imperial Preceptor and the rest were all gaping in disbelief. Thanks to your care, the gate of pain of the 8 doors has finally opened. At this moment, an indifferent voice was heard. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of light flickered in his eyes. Opening the 8 doors? Lin Ling was actually using the Golden Buddha Copper Sound formation to open the 8 doors, and it seemed to have succeeded. This meant that not only did the Golden Buddha Copper Sound formation not kill Lin Ling, but it also increased Lin Ling's strength. Poof! The faces of the Arhats were as ugly as death. They spat out another mouthful of blood, and some Arhats completely fainted. Poof! Zhenzi was stunned for a moment, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. They had spent so much effort, but it was actually a wedding dress for the enemy. The voice of justice is just this. If the heart is not righteous, how can there be justice? Lin Ling floated down, and his handsome face carried a touch of indifference and mockery. He walked step by step towards Zhenzi. Your demonic nature is more terrifying than I imagined. Even the Golden Buddha Copper Sound formation could not subdue you. Zhenzi gritted his teeth, and there was no trace of the calm and benevolent look he had at the beginning. Demonic nature? Lin Ling snorted. This Zhenzi attacked him in the name of justice. After he broke the formation, he still shamelessly accused him, as if to say that he, Zhenzi, was the side of justice, representing the Sublime Sound Temple, and no matter what he did, it was evil. Good and evil are in the heart. You said that I am a demon, but why is your voice of justice not affecting me? Lin Ling asked coldly. Zhenzi's face changed a little. In fact, he was also wondering what the reason was. You can't say it, right? Then I will tell you. It is because your heart is not righteous. You are just wearing the cloak of justice and using the banner of justice. What a joke. If your heart is not righteous, what is the use of the cloak of justice? Lin Ling spoke with an overbearing aura. You said you are righteous. May I ask if you helped with the war in the Sky Fragrance ancient city? Let me ask you again. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is changing. Countless clans and factions have been submerged. The ones suffering are the commoners. Where is your benevolence? I am not a saint, but at least I am not fighting for my own selfish interests. I am fighting for the peace of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Can you compare? The so-called justice of the Sublime Sound Temple is actually built on tyrannical strength. If you are strong, you will tell others that you are righteous. If others oppose you, you will obliterate them. Your justice comes from this. A few sentences were like the brilliance of heaven's prowess. It was like the voice of justice that floated in the entire Cloud Sea City. At this moment, Zhenzi had no words to refute. He took a step back with a stomp while his eyes congealed. With regards to Lin Ling's words, many of them agreed in their hearts. Everything that Lin Ling had done was obvious to all. At least as compared to the Heaven Cord Temple, Lin Ling was much more open and upright, and he had contributed much more to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Was Zhenzi qualified to talk about justice and benevolence in front of Lin Ling? Lin Ling. Zhenzi's eyes were burning with flames. His cloak of justice had been torn apart by Lin Ling. His ugly face was exposed to the world. The mysterious Sublime Sound Temple didn't seem to be as righteous and benevolent as imagined. My Buddha is merciful. No matter how eloquent your tongue is, it is all lies to mislead the masses. No matter what, I will bring you back to the Sublime Sound Temple today. Zhenzi seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Bring them up. With a wave of his hand, Two boys walked out from the crowd and brought along two young ladies. The two young ladies were tied up, and their eyes were revealing anger. "You Xiaolon." Looking at the two young ladies, Lin Ling's expression instantly changed. There was a surge of anger in his heart. Chapter 341. You Deserve to Die. Yu Yu was Lin Ling's first relative in this world. Back then, in order to save Lin Ling, Qin Xiaolan searched the prairie without fear of death. If it wasn't for Qin Xiaolan, Lin Ling would have been dead. This kindness made Lin Ling treat Qin Xiaolan as his relative. Sublime Cord Temple's actions are too shameful. Previously, Lin Ling tore apart Sublime Cord Temple's mask of hypocrisy, so Sublime Cord Temple is cutting off all means of retreat. Are they shameless? Many people felt that Yin Junzi's actions were extremely shameful. It was common knowledge that family members shouldn't be implicated. However, it was the righteous and benevolent Sublime Cord Temple that did this. I only want to bring Lin Ling back. Everything else isn't important. If I don't go to hell, who will? Yin Junzi seemed to have heard the disdainful voices. He spoke indifferently and still waved the banner of justice. It was as though everything he did was for the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to quieten down. Lin Ling, come back with me. Otherwise they will die. Yin Junzi looked at Lin Ling and said. He was waiting for Lin Ling's reply. He also believed that Lin Ling had no choice. You deserve to die. Lin Ling's voice was as cold as the netherworld. His long hair fluttered in the wind. A killing aura extended from his body, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Lin Ling's killing aura was so strong. However, Lin Ling didn't answer Yin Junzi's question. Instead, he said that Yin Junzi deserved to die. What did that mean? Could Lin Ling be planning to give up on the two girls and use the Flame Legion to suppress Yin Junzi? I know your army is very strong, and you have many experts supporting you. However, are you really going to give up on the lives of these two girls? Yin Junzi's eyes flickered. He brought Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan up and floated in mid-air. Obviously, he intended to let Lin Ling deliver himself to his doorstep. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee the lives of Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan. The Sound of Heaven Temple is shameless enough. Do they think they can take people away just because they have the ability to fly? At this moment, Sovereign King Li's cold voice rang out. He took a huge step forward and soared into the skies. Clearly, he wanted to help Lin Ling save Yu Yu and Li Wuyo. Sublime Cord Temple is a supreme sect. Sovereign King Li, it's best if you don't interfere. Just then, a figure blocked Sovereign King Li. It was Wang Haiwang. Obviously, the Imperial Preceptor's side would not let Lin Ling do as he wished. They would stop Lin Ling and let Yin Junzi capture Yu Yu. However, there weren't many people in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom who could fly. Yin Junzi had obviously thought of this point, which was why he dared to bring Yu Yu and the others away from the sky. As for the experts behind Lin Ling, they would all be stopped by the Third Prince's men. As for the powerful Flame Legion, they didn't have any experts in the Sky Spirit Realm, so there was nothing they could do. Yin Junzi's plan was very good. He had completely grasped Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's character, he would definitely go to the Sublime Cord Temple personally to save the two girls. By then, it would be a dead end. The crowd from afar sighed silently. They could see the situation. Lin Ling would have no choice but to do nothing. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling. However, at the next moment, everyone's eyes narrowed. The youth on the ground was emitting a cold, murderous intent. Behind his slender body, a pair of wings formed by blue and white flames appeared. He then turned into a thunderbolt and flew towards Yin Junzi in the sky. Lin Ling was only at the Earth Spirit Realm, but he could actually fly. At this moment, everyone present looked at the sky in a daze. The shock in their hearts couldn't be any greater. That was the first Earth Spirit Realm martial artist in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom who could fly. What? Yin Junzi's eyes narrowed. It was as though a meteor had shot out from the corner of his eyes. A black giant sword slashed over heavily with unparalleled astral winds. Not only could Lin Ling fly, but his speed was also extremely fast. Bell chime shield. Boom! At the crucial moment, Yin Junzi yelled out. His entire body flickered with golden light. A resplendent golden bell appeared and protected him firmly. Dong! The giant sword slashed under the golden bell. Golden stars shone brightly. Yin Junzi's body was swept away by the tyrannical power. He might not be injured, but Yu and the girl in his hands had been saved by Lin Ling. Bastard! Boom! Yin Junzi yelled out. He was actually saved by Lin Ling from his hands. One had to know that he was a prodigy ranked over 20 among the 108 general stars. He had been nurtured by the Sublime Cord Temple since young and was the #1 prodigy of the Sublime Cord Temple. As for Lin Ling, he was only in the Earth Spirit realm. If it wasn't for the large number of experts behind him, Yin Junzi would be able to kill him with one hand. But now, such a junior had snatched people from his hands. It was like slapping him in the face. Bam! On the ground, Lin Ling flew back and hugged Yu and Qin Xiaolan respectively. The two girls wanted to say something but were stopped by Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked coldly at the sky, killing intent spreading out at this moment. You're already dead. No! An unquestionable voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing many people to inhale sharply. Dead. Lin Ling actually said that Yin Junzi was dead. Was he going to kill Yin Junzi? But Lin Ling's strength came from his faction. His own strength was at most invincible in the Earth Spirit realm, but Yin Junzi was the #1 prodigy of the Sublime Cord Temple and a powerful Sky Spirit realm cultivator. You want to kill me? Yes. Yin Junzi's voice was extremely cold in the sky. So what? Lin Ling's wings spread out, allowing him to fly into the sky like a god of fire and observe Yin Junzi from afar. His actions at this moment represented everything. Lin Ling was indeed going to kill Yin Junzi. Such arrogance. Lin Ling is much younger than Yin Junzi. If given time, he might be able to surpass Yin Junzi, but it's impossible now. Bam! The surrounding crowd was shocked. Even the royal advisor's residents, the second prince, and the others were surprised. They didn't expect Lin Ling to dare challenge Yin Junzi. Lin Ling, don't be rash. Yin Junzi is the 28th prodigy among the 108 general stars. He has 2 9th-grade spirit physiques. You're not his match now. The second prince, Yuni Xuan, said anxiously. The top 30 prodigies of the 108 general stars were all hidden experts. They rarely appeared in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but all the major factions knew that there was a group of dragons hidden in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Their ambition was the Cloud region. You heard the second prince, right? Do you still have the confidence to kill me now? Kill! Yin Junzi looked at Lin Ling coldly and wanted to see Lin Ling's expression of regret. After all, Lin Ling didn't know how powerful he was previously. Now that he knew, how could Lin Ling not be afraid? A pity that Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent as he spoke indifferently. I will still kill you. Kill! It was a simple statement, but it was filled with determination, which caused everyone's eyes to contract again. Even though he knew how powerful Yin Junzi was, Lin Ling still dared to challenge him. Was there nothing he didn't dare to do? A surge of battle intent extended out from the sky. Everyone in the Cloud Sea City was staring at the sky. The battle in the sky was a battle between the 108 general stars prodigies. Yin Junzi's strength isn't weak. In the previous 100 generals tournament, I nearly lost to him. Does this youth think he can be arrogant just because he defeated Dao Quang? Chapter 342. Breaking through defense were all 108 general stars, but there's a huge divide between the top 30 and the top 30. An Earth Spirit Realm cultivator dares to challenge a Sky Spirit Realm cultivator? He's courting death. Far away, the 108 peak heavenly general stars were indifferently conversing. Their circle only had geniuses and trash, and Yin Junzi was a genius. He had the qualifications to step into their circle, but Lin Ling was nevertheless trash. Presently, he had risen to fame only by relying on power, so they did not place him in their eyes. You still want to kill me. It looks like your recent rise to fame has made you unable to see yourself clearly. Although you've killed Dao Quang, that doesn't mean everything. When I participated in the Battle of 100 Generals, you were still in the beginning stages of martial arts. In the sky, Yin Junzi looked at Lin Ling faintly. The golden light around his body became even more dazzling as a Buddha appeared behind him. This was his Buddha sound innate spiritual body. It was of the 9th rank and was extremely powerful. I know you're a genius of the older generation, but that doesn't mean anything. You don't need to talk about your background and origins so high and mighty. That won't stop me from killing you. Lin Ling's aura was also displayed. Flames boiled. making him look like a flame god flying in the sky. You're still arrogant even now. Then I'll let you know who you are. Junzi put his palms together as an ancient aura spread out. The Buddha sound reverberated in the ears and shook the clouds. The golden Buddha sound materialized and surged towards Lin Ling like layers of the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Facing the tyrannical Buddha sound attack, Lin Ling spread his wings and turned into a white light that pierced through the sky. His flying speed is so fast. He actually dodged all of the Buddha sound. Looking at the sky, the crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air. An Earth Spirit Realm cultivator with such flying ability was too heaven-defying. They also saw that Junzi's endless Buddha sound attack couldn't touch Lin Ling at all. Junzi's expression turned ugly. He was a genius of the Sky Spirit Realm, but he couldn't kill an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator in one move. This was a disgrace. He said coldly, "Do you only know how to run? Didn't you say you could represent everything? Why is it that you have no other choice but to goad me into action?" An illusory voice came from the sky. It was Lin Ling's mocking voice. Of course, Lin Ling could tell that Junzi was trying to goad him. Junzi wanted Lin Ling to stop retreating and choose to meet force with force. It was extremely ironic to hear such words from a Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. However, so what if he tried to goad him? Lin Ling needed to escape? Fire dance bright sun. The cold voice sounded again. Above the sky, a remnant sun streaked across the horizon, and a huge heavy sword slashed at Junzi. Lin Ling made his move. What's the use? It's just the bite of a mosquito. Junzi smiled faintly as an ancient golden bell appeared and firmly protected him. It was the bell chime cover. Dong! The tyrannical great sword slashed the bell chime cover, and a deafening sound rang out. Many people watched intently. They saw Lin Ling slashing out with his sword in the sky, but the bell chime shield was firmly protecting Junzi, keeping him safe and sound. This defensive martial art is so strong. Many people sucked in a cold breath. With a powerful innate spirit body and terrifying intent, Junzi was already in an invincible position. No one below the Sky Spirit Realm would be able to break through his defense. This is your trump card to kill me? Within the bell chime cover, Junzi raised his eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling, his words thick with disdain. What a strong defense. Lin Ling's gaze sharpened. Junzi's foundation level was higher than his. This was the truth, so his fire dance bright sun technique didn't seem to do much damage. However, that was all there was to it. Lin Ling had countless trump cards and the Heavenly King mirror image steps. He was already in an invincible position, so why would he fear Junzi? War God Fist. Chant. Reaching out his left hand, Lin Ling's dark golden fist blossomed with radiance as he blasted a fist at the bell chime cover. Dong! The deafening sound echoed again, but this time, the bell chime cover had fine cracks. It was obvious that the war god martial art was able to shake the terrifying bell chime cover. What? Junzi's pupils changed. An Earth Spirit Realm Junior was actually able to shake the bell chime cover. Although it hadn't been broken, it was still extremely terrifying. This also meant that this youth's comprehension of the concept of war god had reached perfection. In Junzi's memories, this youth was the only one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could reach the perfection stage of the War God Mountain's martial art. The Heaven Spirit Realm is only as right? Looking at the result, Lin Ling's expression turned indifferent. Don't be complacent. Previously, you only used your full strength, but it still didn't break the bell chime cover and only cracked it. Now it is my turn. Junzi's expression was extremely unpleasant. Is that so? Lin Ling obviously didn't intend for Junzi to make a move. He tightened his grip on the sword, and right at this moment, endless flames gathered from heaven and earth, turning his cloud-patterned black sword into a flaming giant sword. At the same time, Lin Ling's body was incinerated by the flames. This abnormal situation caused Junzi's eyes to narrow. He didn't understand what kind of martial art Lin Ling was executing, but in the next moment, his heart suddenly panicked. The youth appeared again not far away, and this time, he was formed by the flames. A destructive aura presence rippled out, and the youth seemed to be controlling the taboo flames. You were so confident that I couldn't break your defense. Now let's try again. A voice that sounded like it came from the underworld echoed. The scorching flaming giant sword was like a taboo sword that descended from the sky and slashed at the giant golden bell that was floating in the sky. First generation fire art. Heavenly Fire Prairie. Dong. This time, the momentum was even more majestic as the endless flames burned the golden bell. Pa, pa, pa. The golden bell began to crack and actually melted like water. Inside the golden bell, Zhenzi's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated and avoided the taboo flames. The fusion of two fire attribute spirit bodies formed a first-generation fire art that was so terrifying. Boom! Just as he flew away, there was an explosion in the sky like a blazing sun exploding. That dazzling radiance spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea City. At the same time, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out. Your defense doesn't seem to be as strong as you said. In the distance, Zhenzi had an extremely ugly expression and was extremely gloomy. He was actually speechless for a moment. Everyone below was looking at the sky with shock. Lin Ling actually allowed Zhenzi's formidable defensive martial art to be broken. Lin Ling gave them such a shocking and intense feeling. That power of flames was definitely the #1 in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Furthermore, Lin Ling actually had the upper hand when fighting with a Heaven Spirit Realm prodigy with the strength of an Earth Spirit Realm. This was truly a challenge that transcended realms. Right now, don't you feel that what you said just now was a slap to your own face? Ignoring the astonished gazes below, Lin Ling spoke indifferently, causing Zhenzi's expression to turn even more unsightly. Previously, when Zhenzi spoke about his origin and strength, he was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance and didn't know the strength of a Heaven Spirit Realm expert. But right now, Lin Ling used his flames to heavily slap his face. So what if it was the bell chime cover? Chapter 343. Flame Annihilation. You're very strong. I've underestimated you. Sigh. Zhenzi finally spoke after standing quietly in the air for a moment. He knew that he'd indeed underestimated the youth. He'd thought that the youth was an ant that could be taken seriously only because of the support of various experts. But he'd been wrong. Lin Ling's strength didn't come from the support of various experts, but from his potential and potential. Lin Ling also possessed two types of innate spirit constitutions, but he could combine them to form an even stronger flame attack. That kind of power could shake the initial stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. Although Zhenzi's cultivation level was higher, he hadn't reached the point where he could combine innate spirit constitutions. Therefore, although Lin Ling wasn't in the Sky Spirit Realm, he was absolutely the strongest in the Earth Spirit Realm. You should be honored to force me to use another trump card. You're also the first Earth Spirit Realm cultivator to force me to use another powerful innate spirit constitution. Zhenzi's aura rippled as an ancient voice shook his body, ringing out like a great bell. His body suddenly grew in size, the color of bronze, like an angry Vajra. Rumble! Thunder rippled as a vortex appeared in the clouds in the distance, seeming to confirm the arrival of a powerful cultivator. Vajra true body. Zhenzi was like a Vajra descending to the mortal world at this moment. His entire body displayed unparalleled strength, as if he wanted to vanquish demons and demons. He then waved his hand lightly, causing popping sounds to ring out as the air exploded. Just a light wave of his hand had brought about such power. This innate spirit constitution was extremely terrifying. As expected of the 25th ranked general, the crowd below sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated again, afraid of being affected by the battle in the sky. And far off in the distance, the young geniuses that were ranked even higher faintly smiled. They already knew that Lin Ling was only fighting back like a cornered beast, and that this was his final counterattack before death. But as long as Zhenzi revealed his terrifying talent spirit body, then Lin Ling's arrogance would be nothing but a joke. The top 30 of the 108 generals, that world isn't something you can understand. Zhenzi's voice was much lower. He didn't choose to passively defend this time, but rather to take the initiative to attack. He strode forward and instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Rumble! The punch was like a thunderbolt descending. There was no fancy martial arts, no profound concept, just a fist that returned to its original state. However, this punch seemed to represent the Vajra fist. It was also his trump card, the innate spirit body. What a powerful force! Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he lightly blocked with a greatsword in his hand. Then, the heaven realm wings on his back flapped, allowing him to dodge Zhenzi's terrifying punch like an agile eagle. He sensed that Zhenzi's innate spirit body seemed to have borrowed some kind of mysterious power. If this is all you have, then you must die today. Yin Junzi's expression was calm as he strode forward and caught up to Lin Ling once more. Another punch was thrown out. Vajra fist. In your dreams. There was no time to think. The sword in Lin Ling's hand burst into dazzling flames, and he slashed out at the fist. Rumble. The fist and sword collided, and an invisible shockwave rippled out. Lin Ling's body was instantly sent flying. Although he had blocked Yin Junzi's attack, many people could still see that Lin Ling was doomed. You should be proud to be able to fight with me until now. Now you can die. Yin Junzi's mouth revealed a cold smile, and the aura on his body became even more vigorous. His huge fist turned into a palm, and he suddenly slapped out. Vajra Demon Exterminating Palm. A terrifying thing happened. Yin Junzi's huge arm suddenly became as huge as a mountain. His palm turned into a small mountain and slapped towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The shockwave rippled out, and even the ground under the sky cracked. Lin Ling couldn't avoid it. The Vajra Demon Exterminating Palm was too huge. Vajra True Body. Borrowing the power of the ancient Vajra to enhance one's body, it reaches the realm of invincibility. In the distance, the top geniuses all sneered, as if they weren't surprised that Yin Junzi would use that move. Perhaps only they knew how terrifying that move was. It could absolutely obliterate any early-stage sky spirit realm cultivator. They'd even seen Yin Junzi's palm shatter a mountain peak. That kind of power was beyond the limits of the human body. Retreat. It's too terrifying. That palm can break a mountain. The Vajra palm seemed to come from the horizon, and countless people below looked terrified as they fled in all directions. As for the Fire Ancient Clan, the Flame Legion, and the others, their faces were solemn. Lin Ling was the strongest among his peers, but his opponent had cultivated for a longer time than Lin Ling, so he was much stronger than Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was their flag and their backbone, so if Lin Ling didn't retreat, they wouldn't take refuge. Right now, they could only pray that Lin Ling could avoid that powerful attack. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling stood quietly in the sky. His long hair fluttered in the strong winds, but his expression was still cold. At this moment, his entire body was emitting a boundless fighting spirit. His fighting spirit was boiling. The fighting spirit actually merged with the two great concepts of fire in his body, forming a mysterious power of three great concepts. A formless hot wind spread out from Lin Ling's left fist. Gradually, his entire arm turned into a flaming arm. He didn't retreat, and seems to want to fight back. Heavens, where does his confidence come from? That's a terrifying palm strike from a top sky spirit realm general. It wasn't hard to guess Lin Ling's actions, but it shocked countless people to the core. At this moment, regardless of whether the youth won or lost, lived or died, he'd left a heavy shadow in everyone's hearts. Unparalleled fighting spirit and fearlessness in the face of a powerful enemy. This was Lin Ling of the Fire Ancient Clan. Breaking a mountain with one palm. Then I'll break a city with one fist. A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing Yin Junzi's gaze to sharpen in the distance. Fiery annihilation. In the next moment, a fist filled with boundless fighting spirit and endless flames punched out, as if it wanted to break through the restraints of heaven and earth. This was the strongest technique of the three great concepts, and also Lin Ling's strongest trump card. Yin Junzi was very strong, but he relied on his cultivation realm to surpass Lin Ling. However, he could only use one innate spirit body, while Lin Ling could use three at the same time. Pop 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 pop. The enormous flaming fist seemed to break free of the restraints of space and heavily collided with the giant golden palm under countless dumbfounded gazes. Rumble rumble rumble. The air exploded as the fist and palm collided in the sky. The flames and the giant golden palm collided. At first, the two powerful attacks were locked in a stalemate, but in the next moment, countless rays of light shot out from where the giant flaming fist and the giant golden palm came into contact. They were like beams of light as thick as an arm, and those beams of light instantly pierced through the giant golden palm. Pop pop pop. Cracks appeared on the giant golden palm, and then it burned. Boom. The entire sky was set ablaze by heavenly fire. The giant golden palm was blasted apart. Everyone below was shocked. Chapter 344. Inner City of Flames. No. Yin Junzi's eyes opened wide. That was the fist of the ancient war god, and it seemed to want to smash his Vajra into pieces. At this moment, he was suddenly dazed, and an irresistible thought arose in his heart. He'd never imagined that a junior at the Earth Spirit Realm would actually possess 3 great intents and be able to combine them to form an extremely terrifying attack. The Fist of the War God. It seemed to be the martial technique of the ancient war god. However, wasn't the war god's fist a martial art that only the previous emperor had learned? In a short instant, many thoughts flowed through Zhenzi's mind, but he felt even more regret. He'd come on behalf of the Sublime Cord Temple, and thought that capturing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping his hand. But he'd never imagined that while Lin Ling wasn't a genius of the older generation, Lin Ling's brilliance had caught up to him a long time ago. Bang! The enormous flaming fist smashed into Zhenzi, causing his enormous body to cave in as if he'd been flattened. At the same time, endless flames incinerated him and turned him into ash in the end. Zhenzi had lost. After that, the enormous flaming fist exploded in the sky, and endless flames rained down and incinerated the inner city. If Zhenzi's Vajra Annihilation Palm was said to possess the might to destroy a mountain, then Fiery Annihilation Palm possessed the strength to destroy a city with a single punch. Silence. The entire city was deathly silent. No one believed Lin Ling when he said he wanted to kill Zhenzi, but the facts before their eyes left them speechless. As for the geniuses in the distance, they'd stopped talking and frowned as they watched the scene in the distance. They were speechless as well. Lin Ling hadn't just defeated Zhenzi, he'd slapped their proud general in the face. So what if they were geniuses? Lin Ling was a newcomer, but he'd still crushed them. Lin Ling floated down from the sky with a calm expression on his face. But the hearts of the crowd in the distance only jerked when he landed. The magnificence of the battle from before was something they couldn't forget. This battle would definitely become a classic. Lin Ling became the 28th general out of the 108 general stars, making a name for himself in one battle. Zhenzi actually lost. It's over, it's over. How are we going to explain to Tianyin Temple? After a moment of silence, the frightened voices of the Buddha sons of the Heavenly Sound Temple sounded. Then one of them looked at Lin Ling angrily. Lin Ling, you are so bold. You dare to kill Zhenzi. The Heavenly Sound Temple will not let you go. You don't know how powerful the Heavenly Sound Temple is. Apparently, Zhenzi was dead. They were incomparably panicked, afraid that they wouldn't know how to report back. I don't know if the Tianyin Temple will let me off, but I know that I won't let you off. Lin Ling's face was a bit pale. His strongest attack just now had exhausted all of his spirit energy, and this was only because he'd reached the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm. If he was still at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he would have already fainted. Kill these hypocritical arhats. Don't leave a single one alive. A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the pupils of the surrounding people to constrict again. The Tianyin Temple was the supreme sect of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even the Empress Dowager was a believer of this ancient sect. Usually, this sect was hidden beyond the 9 heavens, and people could only look up to it and couldn't profane it. But today, Lin Ling wanted to kill all the arhats. Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to offend the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince? All the arhats were in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Ling to kill them. But their words made many people shake their heads helplessly. At this juncture, these Tianyin Temple disciples were still so arrogant. Weren't they courting death? Is the Crown Prince so great? Kill! Kill! Lin Ling's voice was even colder. The Flame Legion moved out and suppressed those arhats. They had seen it earlier. The so-called Tianyin Temple was just a powerful sect. It had nothing to do with justice and benevolence, and it was extremely shameless and despicable. So in the face of such hypocritical arhats, only killing could purify everything. None of the 49 bodhisattvas managed to escape. The imperial advisor and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to interfere. They could only watch as Lin Ling killed the bodhisattvas. To them, this was a great humiliation. In front of them, Lin Ling killed the arhats. Did they dare to object? Lin Ling, the Tianyin Temple is related to the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince. If you dare to kill his people, you are in big trouble. The third prince said coldly. It seemed like he didn't want to lose face. If you say one more word, I will kill you too. Kill. But Lin Ling's voice was even colder. It made the third prince's body tremble. Lin Ling actually said in front of everyone that if the third prince said one more word, he would kill the third prince. What did he think the third prince was? A subordinate? A subordinate? You. The third prince had never been humiliated like this. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ling. Just as he was about to say something, he met Lin Ling's cold eyes. For some reason he was afraid. He was afraid of Lin Ling. Perhaps Lin Ling was too dazzling today. He couldn't see through Lin Ling. Or perhaps Yin Zhenzi attacked Lin Ling's relatives. It made Lin Ling's heart even colder, causing Lin Ling to kill his enemies without mercy. The third prince was silent. He didn't say a word, and that silent attitude made the people in the distance gasp. They could see that the third prince was afraid. One of the competitors of the king of Yunhai was scared by Lin Ling, who wasn't even of the royal bloodline. Lin Ling today completely shocked the city. Retreat! Retreat! Coldly looking at the third prince, Lin Ling finally said. He had wanted to kill the third prince before, because his relatives were his reverse scale. Today, they had been captured to threaten him, so his killing intent was incomparably strong. But he was still extremely calm. He knew that if he fought force with force, he might be able to kill the third prince, but the price he would have to pay would be great. It was impossible for the Flame Legion to survive. This wasn't a situation he wanted to see. The day he killed the third prince would be the day he, Lin Ling, would rule the world. No one, no power could stop him. Lin Ling led his army and left in a grandiose manner. On the same spot, the third prince and the others were frowning. Lin Ling had led his army into the inner city for the second time. Compared to the first time, it was even more terrifying this time. The limelight had already overshadowed the third prince and the imperial tutor's residence. He had already become the #1 king under the crown prince. From now on, this place belongs to my Fire Ancient clan. At this time, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. He seemed to want the Fire Ancient clan to have their own territory in the inner city. Usually, people who dared to say such words would definitely be displeased by the various factions. But now, everyone was silent, as if tacitly agreeing with Lin Ling's decision. This place belongs to the Fire Ancient clan. This was a calm sentence, but it was like the king of Yunhai in the past, pointing at the mountains and looking down on the world. Looking at the army that had stirred up the inner city, the various factions in the inner city felt inexplicably complicated. Especially when they saw the inner city that had been destroyed, they had mixed feelings. Chapter 345. Becoming famous in a single battle 3 days later, the storm was still raging. Lin Ling's rise had overshadowed the third prince, and he was now in a fierce battle with the crown prince. More and more forces in Cloud Sea City had joined Lin Ling's side, and many people were starting to think highly of Lin Ling's future. After all, Lin Ling's rise was too fast, and no one doubted his future achievements through his terrifying deeds. It was very important to choose a side, so they gambled. Lin Ling, I've underestimated you. The crown prince's expression was slightly ugly. During the battle in the inner city 3 days ago, Lin Ling's strength had exceeded his imagination, and his ability to rally supporters had shocked him. He even dared to kill the people of the Sublime Cord Temple, and this had allowed Lin Ling to establish a strong reputation. Now, Lin Ling's reputation was like the sky, and as the crown prince, he couldn't attack Lin Ling in front of everyone. The Battle of 100 Generals is about to begin, and you'll definitely participate. If you lose, then you'll lose everyone's expectations, and you'll be beaten back to your original state. In fact, the Battle of 100 Generals will be the day you die. The crown prince said coldly. Currently, everything was pointing to the Battle of 100 Generals. In the inner city, Lin Ling had his own territory, and so did the Fire Ancient clan. Although that place had been burned beyond recognition by Lin Ling, the second prince's subordinates were powerful, and they had built a large number of buildings in just 3 days for the members of the Fire Ancient clan to live in. Nighttime. The Fire Ancient clan was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of their relocation, so it was naturally lively. The volcano in the outer city had become the ancestral home of the Fire Ancient clan, and the inner city had become their new residence. Lin Ling, you're amazing, and your fame has overshadowed mine. Many people think that you're the most likely person to become the next king of Cloud Sea. Amidst the hubbub, Second Prince Yunishwan looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He said these words without any hesitation. He was not afraid that Lin Ling's achievements would overshadow his master's. Hee, heroes come from young, perverted. Sovereign King Li and the others laughed as well. They didn't have any reservations because they knew that the young man didn't care about scholarly honors. His goal was to surpass the existence of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Hence, the day he became a sovereign king, the young man would also abdicate. I say, are you guys praising me or mocking me? Lin Ling laughed helplessly. He no longer felt any pressure talking to these experts. He treated them like friends. Moreover, they were already familiar with each other, so there was no need to be so polite. Ha! The great figures all burst into laughter. Lin Ling was currently in the limelight, but this young man wasn't arrogant and complacent. As long as they didn't overdo it, this young man was actually no different from an ordinary young man. Today is a joyous day for our Fire Ancient clan. First, during the battle in the inner city, you displayed the power of flames of the Fire Ancient clan to everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This is the first time in the history of the Fire Ancient clan, and it is also the most glorious day for our Fire Ancient clan. Second, our Fire Ancient clan is finally qualified to enter the inner city. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan, stand up and give a toast to Lin Ling. Patriarch Extreme Flame raised his wine cup, and his old eyes were a little hazy. Back then, when Lin Ling returned to the clan from the outside, he was just a weak outer clan descendant. No one would have thought that this young man would bring glory to the Fire Ancient clan. However, Patriarch Extreme Flame bet everything on this young man, allowing him to become a prodigy of this generation. However, this young man didn't disappoint him. In just 2 short years, this young man relied on his own efforts to gradually become stronger. Under the change of era, he protected the Fire Ancient clan and even led the Fire Ancient clan to glory. When he recalled these deeds, it was like a dream. As this young man's grandfather, Patriarch Extreme Flame was exceptionally proud. Especially when he recalled the battle 3 days ago where the flames incinerated the inner city. It made his blood boil. That was the name of the Fire Ancient clan that dominated the inner city. Swish! All the descendants of the Fire Ancient clan stood up, raised their wine cups, and looked at Lin Ling with pride. Lin Ling also had a bowl of wine placed in front of him. He smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to drink with his family, but the Fire Ancient clan had always used big bowls to drink. His alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but compared to Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, it was much worse. What a big bowl of wine! Lin Ling shook his head helplessly, grabbed the bowl, and stood up. No matter how I change, I will always be a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan, because this is my first home. Drink! A loud shout rang out in unison. Everyone's blood boiled, and they drank the wine in their hands in one gulp. Bang! 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 After the wine entered their stomachs, the hot liquid made everyone more heroic, and the wine bowls in their hands fell to the ground. This also represented the pride of the Fire Ancient clan. Cough, cough. Lin Ling drank too quickly, and choked his throat. Many people laughed, especially Patriarch Extreme Flame, who laughed until tears flowed. No matter how dazzling Lin Ling was, in his heart, he would always be a cute little grandson. The second prince and the others also smiled, and then they all raised their wine cups to congratulate Lin Ling. Lin Ling felt even more helpless. These guys were all toasting him, and Patriarch Extreme Flame didn't allow him to use his spirit energy to dissipate the wine. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave until he was drunk. Only when everything was quiet did all the big shots leave. Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled and walked towards Lin Ling, and then poured a cup of wine for Lin Ling, making Lin Ling drunk in a hazy state. He could only smile bitterly. The grandfather and grandson laughed and talked about everything under the sun. Patriarch Extreme Flame seemed to be a little drunk, and he talked about his younger days. His proud moments, his embarrassing moments, and so on, which made Lin Ling laugh. Have you seen him? After a long time, Patriarch Extreme Flame suddenly whispered. It was him. Lin Ling naturally knew who it was. It was the Crown Prince, the Fire Ancient clan's biggest enemy. We had a first confrontation, and he didn't get the upper hand. However, at that time, he saw me as an ant, so he didn't care. Lin Ling said lightly. He was talking about the first confrontation with the Crown Prince in the 14th Prince's manor. Good, as expected of the son of my Fire Ancient clan. He didn't lose the first time we met. Although we are indeed ants to him, we can still be proud. Patriarch Extreme Flame said with a gratified smile. At that time, he saw me as an ant, but now he doesn't. I'm afraid he already sees me as a great enemy. Lin Ling said with a gentle smile. His laughter was filled with pride. When they first met, the crown prince saw Lin Ling as an ant, but now, did he dare? He, Lin Ling, was an existence that surpassed the third prince. If the crown prince continued to treat Lin Ling as an ant, then the crown prince would be the one to suffer. That's right, he definitely won't dare to look down on you now. Ling, Grandpa is extremely surprised that you can reach your current height, but Grandpa is still happy for you. Grandpa hopes that one day, you can avenge your father and wash away that shame. Patriarch Extreme Flame was even more gratified. Right now, his hope was on Lin Ling. Looking at his grandfather's white hair and mottled wrinkles, Lin Ling nodded heavily. After so many years, his grandfather still hadn't forgotten. This meant that his father's death was a huge blow to his grandfather, and his father's death was very tragic. The Crown Prince Yun Tian. Lin Ling secretly clenched his right fist. Chapter 346. Peaceful Time. In the house, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. When he recalled the cheerful laughter of the Fire Ancient clan members, he smiled slightly. However, he still knew that everything he had now was exchanged with his strength. Therefore, strength was the most important thing. Moreover, the Battle of 100 Generals was about to begin. Many people were waiting to watch a good show. They were waiting for him to be beaten back to his original state. Therefore, he had to work harder. I currently have a lot of spirit ginseng fruits and spirit crystals. These were all obtained from the previous emperor's treasures. Hence, I have no lack of cultivation resources. Coupled with the battle with Yin Jinzi, I can break through to the Earth Spirit Realm at any time. However, the Heaven Spirit Realm is also divided into strong and weak. It is said that this realm is where the Spirit Chi seed in the Dantian transforms into the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir. The Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir is also divided into 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The higher the grade of the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir, the further one can go in the future. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew that the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir was determined by the innate spirit body and martial arts concept. Both were outstanding. The higher the grade of the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir, the further one could go in the future. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there weren't many Heaven Spirit Realm experts. However, every one of them could cause a commotion in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. These experts had been stuck in the Heaven Spirit Realm for many years and couldn't break through. This proved the importance of the grade of the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir. Hence, Lin Ling temporarily didn't break through to the next realm in order to have a more solid foundation. Unless he didn't enter the Heaven Spirit Realm, he must become the strongest martial artist in the realm. I must open the 8th door before breaking through. This way, the grade of my Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir will be even higher. Currently, Lin Ling had already opened the 4th door. He was looking forward to opening the 8th door and seeing how powerful the demonic fire would be. When that time came, he would have another innate spirit body. Time passed quietly. During this period of time, Lin Ling kept a low profile and constantly searched for ways to open the 8th door. He frequently went to the Danding Manor and Imperial Medical Hall to learn knowledge, which allowed his alchemy skills to improve rapidly. With the assistance of the Eye of Time, his knowledge of alchemy was almost on par with He Yenshan's. After all, what he saw were ancient pill recipes and refining methods. At the same time, his soul force was also slowly increasing. In the Imperial Medical Hall, he had read a lot of books, causing his medical knowledge to increase rapidly. Everything he did, other than perfecting his foundation in alchemy, was to find a new way to open the 8 gates. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly. The vast plaza was filled with a youthful atmosphere. All the younger generation members of the Fire Ancient clan were doing their best to practice martial arts, hoping that they could protect their family in the future. Big brother Lin Ling, what do you think of my martial arts? Why can't I break through? At the crucial moment, there's always a barrier blocking me. Brother Lin Ling, please teach us martial arts. Voices filled with anticipation rang out. All the youths looked at Yi Ming, who was wearing a long blue robe. The young man had a handsome face, and his smile had an indescribable flavor, giving people a feeling that he was extremely clean. The blue-robed young man patiently guided all the youths. The sun shone warmly, forming a beautiful picture. From afar, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes were focused on the plaza. She was subconsciously stunned. In the plaza, All the youths began to cultivate diligently under the guidance of the blue-robed young man. As for the blue-robed young man, he smiled and looked at the warm sun in the sky. He also sat cross-legged in the plaza. At the same time, firefly-like rays of light flew around the young man, making him look even more spirited. This guy. The heavenly concubine shook her head and walked over. Linling, you said that you would leave with me. When are you done with the matters here? The blue-robed young man was Linling. At this moment, he was enjoying the hard-won peace. When he heard the bell-like voice, he looked up with a smile. The heavenly concubine wasn't wearing a long white dress today. Instead, she wore a long blue dress. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, her oval face, and her skin was as white as snow. Under her curved and thin eyebrows were a pair of clear black and white eyes. Her small mouth was like a red cherry. Her upper body was straight, and her breasts were slightly protruding. She gave people a pleasing feeling. Under her pair of white calves, she wore a pair of deerskin peep-toe boots. Those sparkling toes gave people a feeling of exquisiteness under the sun. The heavenly concubine wasn't a devastatingly beautiful woman. She couldn't even be compared to an Yuer or Yumun Yun. However, she was very pleasing to the eye. The more one interacted with her, the more one would realize that this young lady was actually very spirited. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Sensing Linling's strange gaze, the heavenly concubine's face turned red and she couldn't help but reprimand him. Many youths on the side were secretly laughing. In the Fire Ancient clan, Big Brother Linling was someone they admired. They were usually very respectful towards him. Among those of the same age, the only one who dared to ignore Big Brother Linling was Big Sister Heavenly Concubine. Even Yu and Big Sister Xiaolan worshipped Linling. If you don't look at me, how would you know that I'm looking at you? It's your own sense of superiority that's causing mischief. Linling smiled and then lazily said, All right, why are you looking for me? I said, when will you leave with me? The heavenly concubine clenched her teeth. She couldn't understand. Linling was very good to Yu and the others, but every time he spoke to her, she would be angered half to death. She wasn't that ugly. In the Stone Saint Nation, there were as many people who wanted to pursue her as there were hairs on a cow. Why did this brat say that it was his sense of superiority that was causing mischief? Oh, then I'll leave with you after the 100 Generals battle is over. Linling pondered and said, The 100 Generals battle is a battle between genius generals. Our Stone Saint Nation also has one. But with your strength, don't lose and embarrass yourself. You have to know that defeating Yin Junzi doesn't mean anything. The heavenly concubine looked at Linling with some disdain. You're looking down on me that much? Although I haven't reached the sky spirit realm, I just want to open the 8 gates. Once I do, I'll make those who are looking forward to watching a good show shut their mouths in the 100 Generals battle. Linling didn't mind and smiled. He and the heavenly concubine were used to bickering, so he knew that although the heavenly concubine looked disdainful, she was actually worried about him. Open the 8 gates? You have to borrow the power of heaven and earth. The heavenly concubine frowned slightly. Linling was a little surprised. He didn't expect the heavenly concubine to be so knowledgeable and know about the 8 gates. He couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, he hadn't found a new power of heaven and earth yet. The power of heaven and earth is extremely rare. All right, you might be interested in the cloud auction. The heavenly concubine suddenly smiled. Then, she saw that Linling was even more confused. She couldn't help but smile and explain. The cloud auction was an auction that was backed by the cloud region. This kind of mysterious auction was only held in the Stone Saint Nation, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the Snake Swamp Nation. It was held in rotation, and only the true experts knew about this auction. Naturally, the items that could appear in the auction were rare items in the cloud region. Coincidentally, the cloud auction this time is in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The heavenly concubine said again, which made Linling's eyes light up. He asked curiously, You have a way? I wrote all night and drank 5 cups of coffee. I'm so sleepy that I can't open my eyes. I still have to go to work tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I'll explode with 10 chapters first. I'm begging for monthly votes, tips and fans. Chapter 347. Auction of the Clouds, Don't You Know Who I Am? The heavenly concubine proudly puffed up her chest. Her budding breasts made Lin Ling take a few more glances, which instantly made the heavenly concubine grit her teeth. Damned lecher. What are you looking at? They aren't even as big as Yu and Xiaolan's breasts. What is there to be proud of? Lin Ling spread out his hands and stood up. Let's go. Bring me to the cloud auction. Remember, after the 100 Generals tournament, you must follow me to that place to take a look. The heavenly concubine nodded, and the two of them walked side by side. Under the illumination of the sun, the shadows of the young man and young lady were elongated endlessly. Their laughter had a youthful aura, which made all the youths in the plaza envious. The location of the cloud auction was always a secret. Only the powerful figures in the three kingdoms knew about it. However, the heavenly concubine knew that her status wasn't low. Guanyu Restaurant. This was the location of this auction. As they walked along the main street, the two of them quickly found the Guanyu Restaurant. This was a restaurant, and it didn't look special on the surface. However, Lin Ling could still sense that the people who entered this restaurant were all people with status. For example, the subordinates of King Sima Jinshan or the people from the kingdom marshal's residence. It is truly lively. Lin Ling let out a light laugh, but he could also sense that the auction was backed by the Cloud region. Even the influential figures of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom didn't dare to neglect it. The Cloud region included the Stone Saint Kingdom, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. It was indeed a massive faction. The two of them walked into the Guanyu Restaurant. Along the way, the heavenly concubine took out a crystal-like token. The guards at the entrance nodded and allowed the two of them to enter. It was obvious that without that token, even Lin Ling wouldn't be able to enter. This made Lin Ling even more curious about the heavenly concubine's identity. At the same time, he yearned for the experts outside of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Inside the Guanyu Restaurant, it was rather quiet. All the influential figures were waiting quietly. Lin Ling and the heavenly concubine walked side by side and immediately attracted countless gazes. Among them, Imperial teacher Tian Xuanzi was also present. Outside of him, one of the four kings, Sima Jinshan monarch, was also present. All of them were looking at the blue-robed youth Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Clearly, they did not expect that Lin Ling would also come. In addition, there were also many young faces. After these people learned that the blue-robed youth was Lin Ling through the mouths of others, their faces revealed hints of provocation and disdain. These people were the top 30 geniuses of the 108 general stars. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He didn't say anything and found a place to sit down. All of a sudden, various forces gathered, causing the atmosphere in the building to become even more oppressive. Miss Heavenly Concubine, to actually meet you here, hee, what fate! Right at this moment, a voice of laughter sounded out. Lin Ling swept his gaze over and saw a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in elegant white clothes, and there was a sparkling blue jade token hanging from his waist. With a single glance, one could tell it was valuable. However, this person looked a little unfamiliar, and he was dressed strangely. He didn't seem to be from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The heavenly concubine frowned slightly and smiled. So it is young Master Su. Young Master Su actually rushed here from the Stone Saint Kingdom. Could it be that there is something in this auction that has attracted young Master Su's interest? The heavenly concubine had a mysterious identity, but she had an arrogant personality. While staying in the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling had never seen the heavenly concubine speaking so politely to anyone. It was obvious that this young man's background was rather extraordinary. The white-robed young man, young Master Su, smiled faintly and said, "This Su has indeed taken a fancy to something, and so I rushed here from the Stone Saint Kingdom. However, Miss Heavenly Concubine is also here. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to something rare?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling, who was beside the heavenly concubine, and couldn't help but frown. This blue-robed youth's clothes were rather ordinary. Furthermore, in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he more or less knew about the various general stars and influential figures. However, he had never seen this blue-robed youth before, and this made him despise him even more. Such trash actually dared to be together with the heavenly concubine? He pouted his eyes at Lin Ling, which meant to say, "Get lost. I want to sit beside the heavenly concubine." Seeing that expression, Lin Ling couldn't help but find it funny. He shook his head and pretended that he didn't see anything. That indifferent expression made young Master Su even angrier. This blue-robed youth wasn't tactful at all. Miss Heavenly Concubine, if there is anything that you fancy in this auction, feel free to mention it. Xueqi, will buy it for you. Young Master Su withdrew his gaze and suddenly let out a prideful smile. Putting everything else aside, this Su's clan background isn't a problem to buy some auction items. This might be the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but this Su still knows some people. For example, the 108 general stars, the various princes, and even the third prince I have met once before. His words seemed to be directed at the Heavenly Concubine, but it was actually directed at Lin Ling. It seemed like he was trying to get Lin Ling to recognize himself. Don't think that just because this was the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he, Xueqi, didn't have any authority to speak. Lin Ling naturally sensed this layer of meaning, but to be honest, he didn't have any interest in such a person. PFFF. The Heavenly Concubine couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was currently in existence that was comparable to the Crown Prince. This Xueqi had just arrived at the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and didn't even know the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He actually dared to show off his clan background in front of Lin Ling. Young Master Su, many thanks for your good intentions, but you should leave. If there is something that I fancy, I believe someone will pay for it for me. The Heavenly Concubine smiled and rejected. Xueqi's expression turned awful. The Heavenly Concubine's words seemed to be saying that if she fancied something, this blue-robed youth would pay for it. It was the same as indirectly rejecting him. I wonder how should I address this young master? What is his position in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Xueqi looked at Lin Ling indifferently and asked. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at him and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He is currently one of the 100 generals and is a great general. The Heavenly Concubine smiled and continued, which had a trace of craftiness. She seemed to dislike this young Master Su, but due to her status, she had to be polite. General? Haha, there are countless great generals in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I wonder what ranking this young master obtained in the previous 100 Generals tournament. Young Master Su seemed to have caught on to something and couldn't help but ask. The Heavenly Concubine rubbed her chin and looked at Lin Ling with a questioning gaze. Lin Ling didn't participate in the previous 100 Generals tournament. Hence, Lin Ling replied helplessly, I don't have a ranking. Haha, if you don't have a ranking, then you are just an ordinary great general. There are plenty of such great generals in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Sigh, young lady Heavenly Concubine, there are times when you can't judge a person based on his appearance. You cannot be tempted just because he is handsome. Some people just fish for fame and compliments. They don't have any accomplishments, but they like to flirt around. Young Master Su laughed heartily and puffed out his chest. At this moment, he seemed to have found a sense of superiority. This young man, it isn't easy to be a great general. Do you want me to put in a few good words for you and allow you to be a great general in name? I might be a member of the Stone Saint Kingdom, but the Heaven Mystics Kingdom still has some reputation. I can still recommend you to the third prince to be a great general. This small matter is something that I can still do. Chapter 348. Human Head and Pig Brain. Young Master Su continued to ramble. He was overjoyed. He wanted to see how this calm blue-robed youth would speak. He wanted to humiliate this blue-robed youth who dared to ignore him. Why aren't you talking? Actually, there are nobles and lowly people, but you don't have to feel inferior. Just know yourself. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, young Master Su's lips curled up even more. Seeing young Master Su's self-satisfaction, Heavenly Concubine was completely speechless. Where did this young Master Su's sense of superiority come from? Even without using his pig brain, how could he be an ordinary general? I say, Heavenly Concubine, is this human head and pig brain really your friend? Lin Ling remained indifferent to young Master Su's growing complacency. He only frowned and said, Young Master Su, you've already made your decision. Heavenly Concubine chuckled. Human head and pig brain? Young Master Su's eyes narrowed. How dare you scold me? Do you believe that I will make sure you can't leave the auction? Human head and pig brain is one thing, but he is also a nagging fly. Did no one kick him out of the auction? Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although he didn't want to bother with this young Master Su, this young Master Su was too annoying. Young Master Su's face froze. Anger rose from his heart to his face. The young man's lazy words were like a silent slap to his face, causing him to feel a burning pain. He was so angry that he was speechless. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently and then said, "Didn't you say that you want to introduce me to the third prince? The third prince isn't here, but his imperial advisor is. He is just opposite. Introduce me." "Why? I don't dare anymore." "Then I will do it." Lin Ling shouted. "Imperial advisor Tian Xuanzi, someone wants to introduce me to you to be your subordinate. Do you dare to accept?" Silence filled the building. Up until now, all the important figures had gathered at the auction, and those without a certain level of strength and status didn't dare to make a ruckus. They could only keep a low profile. However, Lin Ling dared to taunt the imperial advisor. This caused everyone to look at the imperial advisor, Tian Xuanzi. On the other hand, Tian Xuanzi snorted coldly and didn't even want to reply. Was it possible for him to accept subordinates that Lin Ling didn't have? Did he have the strength to do so? Lin Ling's current rallying power and influence were stronger than the state preceptor's. It was only possible for Lin Ling to recruit the state preceptor as his subordinate. "Sigh, looks like the state preceptor, that trash, doesn't dare to accept me. I've disappointed young Master Su." Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. "Trash?" Young Master Su's face changed from anger to shock. This blue-robed youth actually dared to call the imperial preceptor trash in front of everyone, and the imperial preceptor didn't dare to speak. What was going on? One had to know that the state preceptor was a person of virtue and prestige. His family's patriarch had seen the state preceptor a few times before, allowing him to have the chance to meet him. At that time, the state preceptor gave him a solemn and dignified feeling. But now, where did that dignified feeling go? But forget it. The state preceptor doesn't dare to recruit me. You said that you would recommend me to Sovereign King Li. He seems to be here as well. Lin Ling spoke indifferently and looked at the VIP seats at the front of the building. Over there, a figure stood up and looked at Lin Ling with a smile before walking over. It was Sovereign King Li. Sovereign King Li. Young Master Su's heart skipped a beat. He had naturally heard of the 4 kings of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and he had the chance to meet them before. He quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Sovereign King Li, I am Xueqi from the Stone Saint Kingdom Su clan. Do you still remember me? Kiki, I didn't expect to see you here." Sovereign King Li smiled and spoke. His words caused young Master Su's eyes to light up. It seemed like the high and mighty Sovereign King Li still remembered him. "That's right. You took the time to rush over from the Stone Saint Kingdom. Kiki, Sovereign King Li is still as young as before." Young Master Su smiled delightedly and spoke even more respectfully. He glanced at Lin Ling from the corner of his eyes, and there was a trace of disdain. It was as though he was saying, "Kid, did you see that? I know one of the 4 kings, Sovereign King Li." Subsequently, he recalled what he said to Lin Ling before and immediately spoke respectfully again. "Sovereign King Li, I have a friend who admires you and wants to be under your wing. I wonder if you can agree?" Previously, Lin Ling had ignored him. Hence, he wanted Sovereign King Li to recruit Lin Ling as his wing. He wanted Lin Ling to be amazed at his prowess. "Kiki, Lin Ling, you are here at the cloud auction too." It was a pity that young Master Su had said so much, but Sovereign King Li had ignored him from start to end. Furthermore, Sovereign King Li's words were not directed at young Master Su but at Lin Ling. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Sovereign King Li looked at young Master Su and smiled. "Lin Ling, is this your friend?" Shouting so loudly at the cloud auction. Seems like he has some guts. Shock. Young Master Su stared at Sovereign King Li with wide eyes. Sovereign King Li did not recognize him. Instead, he was talking to the blue-robed young man and his attitude seemed to be very polite. "Him? He's not my friend. But I think he's Heavenly Concubine's friend. He looks a little silly and wants me to be under your wing." Lin Ling smiled. His words made Heavenly Concubine roll her eyes. Sovereign King Li stared and smiled bitterly. "Lin Ling, are you kidding? How would I dare to accept you as my wing?" He shook his head helplessly and said, "Since you are here, let's go to the VIP seats. When the auction starts, it will be more convenient. Furthermore, the auction is organized by Duke Duan. If he knows that you are here, he will be very happy." "Thank you. But the seats here are quite good. Besides, the VIP seats are closer to the auction." Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Beside him, young Master Su was about to lose his soul. Sovereign King Li didn't even dare to accept this young man. What was his background? Furthermore, Sovereign King Li had invited this young man to the VIP seats. Not only was this young man not grateful, he even rejected it. The VIP seats were reserved for the top figures of the three kingdoms. Could this young man be a top figure of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and had a higher status than the prince? Xueqi, you always like to keep a low profile. Only by sitting at the front can you represent your current status. Sovereign King Li shook his head helplessly and looked at the heavenly concubine. He had been visiting the Fire Ancient clan frequently during this period of time, and he naturally recognized the heavenly concubine. Heavenly concubine, help me persuade him. If the second prince knows that Lin Ling is here but didn't invite him to the VIP seats, he will probably say that I am incompetent. The heavenly concubine shrugged her shoulders and said, "You should know his character. Once he decides on something, no one can stop him." The two of them looked at Lin Ling helplessly, which made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. He had no choice but to go to the VIP seats. Young Master Su, who was beside him, had an extremely interesting expression. All sorts of emotions were circulating on his face. Shock, doubt, astonishment. In his eyes, Sovereign King Li actually begged this young man to go to the VIP seats. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would have thought that he was dreaming. Sovereign King Li called him Lin Ling. Could he be? Ha! All of a sudden, young Master Su's eyes narrowed. He might not be a member of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he knew a thing or two about the major events that happened in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. During this period of time, a prodigy martial expert rose up in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He swept all the martial experts with a thunderous momentum, and became an emperor that was comparable to the Crown Prince. Chapter 349. His Majesty the Crown Prince has arrived. Young Master Su's body trembled at the thought. How dare he make such a fuss in front of Lin Ling, saying that he would recommend Lin Ling to the Grand Tutor and Sovereign King Li. That was asking for death. What about you? Do you want to come along? All in all, you are a friend of the heavenly concubine from her hometown. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. This voice was like an invisible slap, hitting young Master Su until he was dizzy and disoriented. His face was burning with pain. However, when he met Lin Ling's calm gaze, he could not bring himself to reject him. He could only follow Lin Ling with heavy and humiliating steps. During this process, he was so ashamed that he could not show his face. It was as if he was walking step by step into hell. Lin Ling looked at young Master Su strangely, then ignored him. To him, a clown like young Master Su was not in the mood to entertain him. To him, the previous incident was just a small interlude. His Majesty the Crown Prince has arrived. At this moment, someone shouted, causing the entire floor to become even more silent. At the entrance, a young man wearing a long robe with 9 dragons on it and cloud boots on his feet slowly walked in. His gaze swept across the crowd as if he was looking at thousands of ants. Then, he strode towards the VIP seats. Behind him were several strong cultivators. Their expressions were indifferent as they looked down on everything. He was the Crown Prince who was born with the domineering aura of an emperor, Xueqi. Although His Majesty the Crown Prince did not speak, for some reason, an oppressive atmosphere quietly spread, causing the floor to fall silent. Many people even found it difficult to breathe. His Majesty the Crown Prince's aura was too strong, like the 9 heavens emperor. Just as he sat down, Xueqi's gaze suddenly turned towards another direction. There, a young man in blue robes was looking at him indifferently. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. Interesting. Seeing the murderous intent in the young man's eyes, Xueqi was not surprised. Instead, he smiled faintly. As a servant, it is an honor for a servant to die for His Majesty. His words were extremely calm, but many people frowned. They did not understand what he meant. However, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He knew that His Majesty the Crown Prince was talking about his father. His father's death was an honor for a servant to die for His Majesty the Crown Prince. This His Majesty the Crown Prince was indeed domineering and extremely arrogant. My father's humiliation, in the future. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone on the floor to be stunned. Then they all gasped. Lin Ling was talking to the Crown Prince, and he said that he would return the favor tenfold. He was challenging the Crown Prince. His Majesty, Majesty the Crown Prince, you. The Crown Prince smiled as a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. You are very confident. I hope you will still dare to say such words in the future. In the future, I will make you regret it until you die. Lin Ling spoke each word with a pause. Intense confidence was emitted from his eyes. In the past, His Majesty the Crown Prince was an expert that he had to look up to. Even though he knew that His Majesty the Crown Prince was the murderer of his father, Lin Ling was helpless. Right now, after his continuous efforts, everything that he possessed was not any weaker than His Majesty the Crown Prince. Therefore, he was now able to go against His Majesty the Crown Prince. Silence. Everyone was in absolute silence. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince was extremely domineering. However, Lin Ling was not weak at all. He was also extremely arrogant and dared to say that he was going to kill His Majesty the Crown Prince in front of everyone. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling was the first person who dared to say such arrogant words. This Lin Ling is so bold and daring. Not long ago, he suppressed the third prince until he was speechless. Right now, he had confirmed his target and declared war on His Majesty the Crown Prince. His Majesty the Crown Prince's eyes congealed. He never expected that Lin Ling would dare to declare war in front of everyone and trample on his status as a sovereign. This Lin Ling was getting more and more arrogant. Right now, he couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. It was a pity that Lin Ling's influence wasn't weak at all. During this sensitive period, His Majesty the Crown Prince couldn't make a move. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. After all, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This would instead benefit the third prince. His Majesty the Crown Prince wasn't a fool. Even if he wanted to make a move, he had to do it after the 100 Generals battle. For a moment, His Majesty the Crown Prince remained silent. It didn't matter if His Majesty the Crown Prince admitted it or not. In fact, Lin Ling had already made him apprehensive. This youth made it hard for him to make a move on him, and Lin Ling had already grown into a great calamity for him. Looking at the fierce battle between the two of them, many people in the surroundings sighed silently. When a monarch was born, there would be millions of corpses. When heaven and earth were in chaos, all the prodigies would appear and change the situation of heaven and earth. It was obvious that Lin Ling was the prodigy that changed the situation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Such a person was as dazzling as a comet and was the hope of everyone. He had the aura of heaven's fate and could make countless experts follow him. Of course, the current situation wasn't confirmed yet. It could only be said that Lin Ling was a dazzling comet, but there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be a new comet. Perhaps, when His Majesty the Crown Prince unified the world with his sovereign aura, he would eventually eliminate all the rising comets. For a moment, everyone's blood boiled as they knew that it wouldn't be long before the new king of Cloud Sea was born. Lin Ling and His Majesty the Crown Prince were the two most dazzling individuals. The Cloud Region's auction shall begin now. This auction is held in the name of the Cloud Region. I hope that everyone will respect the rules. Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed and broke the astonishment in everyone's heart. An elder slowly walked out. He had white hair, a youthful face, and a benevolent face. He looked just like an ordinary elder, but no one dared to belittle him because his strength had already reached the state of returning to one's original state. It was just that the difference in strength was too great, and they couldn't detect it. Fortunately, such a mysterious expert wouldn't stay in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom for too long. Hence, everyone felt relieved. If such an expert stayed in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, then the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would have already changed. So powerful. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he silently released his soul spirit. He realized that the elder's strength was unfathomable. It was just like the starry sky at night, making people unable to see his true face. The experts from the Cloud Region were indeed formidable. The first item for auction is a set of spirit-planted ginseng fruits. This fruit came from the sacred ground of the rainforest and is the best natural treasure for Earth Spirit Realm martial artists to cultivate. At the center of the floor, a woman with a voluptuous figure walked out. She was carrying a sandalwood box and placed it on the table. She gently opened it and let out a fragrance. It was the spirit-planted ginseng fruits. This natural treasure was extremely important to Earth Spirit Realm martial artists, and it was extremely rare in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Apart from the Battle God Mountain, no other place could get it. Hence, once the spirit-planted ginseng fruits were out, The entire floor was in an uproar. If there was a large amount of spirit-planted ginseng fruits, it meant that many Earth Spirit Realm martial artists could be nurtured. The starting price is 5 million spirit crystals. Each auction price is 100,000 spirit crystals. That mysterious elder spoke indifferently. 6 million. Just as he finished speaking, an aged voice echoed. Many people quietly looked over and realized that it was the marshal, Tian Xuanzi. This set of spirit-planted ginseng fruits is for my marshal's residence. Chapter 350. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Fierce Battle, 8 million spirit crystals. Right at this moment, a cold voice echoed. The Crown Prince was playing with his fingernails as he looked at the State Preceptor, Tian Xuanzi. Your Majesty, you? Tian Xuanzi's face changed. When the Crown Prince was still young, he was the Crown Prince's teacher. He didn't expect the Crown Prince to not even give him face today. I am going to use this spiritual ginseng fruit to nurture my subordinates. I will not give face to anyone who tries to snatch it from me. The Crown Prince didn't even look at Tian Xuanzi as he spoke in a domineering tone. I was your teacher in the past. Tian Xuanzi felt that he couldn't put his face down. If you continue to blabber, you will die. His Majesty the Crown Prince enunciated each word clearly. Boundless domineering aura mixed with murderous intent spread out. This was the wrath of an emperor. If he wanted something, no one was qualified to snatch it from him. So what if he was his teacher in the past? Tian Xuanzi's face turned even paler as he remained silent. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but there were a few people that he was wary of. First, the Heaven Court Temple. Second, the Empress Dowager. Third, the Crown Prince. He knew clearly that the Crown Prince's strength was unfathomable. He had already obtained the true teachings of the King of Yunhai. If he were to fight with all his strength, he wasn't sure if he could defeat the Crown Prince. I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Instead, you chose to side with my third brother. Now that you are in such dire straits, you deserve it. The Crown Prince spoke coldly as he was obviously dissatisfied with the State Preceptor joining the third prince's side. Tian Xuanzi didn't dare to speak anymore. 8 million spirit crystals. Does anyone want to bid? That mysterious elder was obviously not interested in the fight for the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and only cared about the spirit crystals. The Crown Prince's royal aura was too strong and domineering. If even Tian Xuanzi didn't dare to speak, how would they dare to? Right at this moment, a calm voice rang out. 10 million spirit crystals. This bid undoubtedly broke the deadlock. It was just like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing the crowd's gazes to look over. They saw a blue-robed young man in the VIP seats with his hands crossed and his chin propped up. His ice-cold eyes looked to the front as he spoke in a faint voice. It was Lin Ling. Everyone was shocked. Perhaps only Lin Ling. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, compared to me, you are still far behind. 15 million spiritual crystals. The Crown Prince frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. His words were filled with disdain. Although Lin Ling had a terrifying army and the support of various experts, how could he compare to the Cloud Sea Empire in terms of spiritual crystals? Your Majesty the Crown Prince, if you have the ability to continue bidding with me, then don't speak in such a proud tone. 20 million. Lin Ling's voice was still calm, but no one doubted his domineering attitude. However, many people were curious. Lin Ling came from an ordinary background and could not be compared to the Crown Prince. Where did he get so many spirit crystals? 25 million. The Crown Prince spoke again. 30 million. But Lin Ling quickly followed up. This time the Crown Prince frowned. This price had exceeded the value of the spiritual ginseng fruit. One must know that when the Fire Ancient clan extorted 3,000 spiritual crystals from the Zhang clan, the Zhang clan was already heartbroken. This meant that 3,000 spiritual crystals was equivalent to a huge clan's annual income. But now, Lin Ling was willing to spend 30 million spiritual crystals without a frown. That kind of boldness made the Crown Prince's heart tremble. You are deliberately raising the price, right? If I refuse to bid, can you take out the spiritual crystals? Be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot. The Crown Prince said coldly. You were so domineering before, but now you can't afford to play? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Lin Ling did not even look at the crown prince. He was bold and unrestrained in this competition. First, the crown prince was his biggest enemy, and he had to suppress him. Second, although it seemed like he was competing with the crown prince, he was actually showing off his wealth to the other forces. This was beneficial to his side. Therefore, he could not back down now. Lin Ling said indifferently again, "You can think of me as deliberately raising the price, but if you can't afford to play, then get lost." This Lin Ling is interesting. Not far away, one of the four kings, Sima Zhinshan, smiled faintly. He also knew that Lin Ling's strong suppression was extremely dazzling. It was also showing off his wealth to the other forces in Cloud Sea City. For someone who wanted to become the king of Cloud Sea, talent was one, the forces under him were another, and the third was naturally wealth. Only when one had all three would others be willing to follow him. But the crown prince is from the Cloud Sea Imperial dynasty and has a deep foundation. Does Lin Ling have the strength to compete with him? Sima Zhinshan was also curious. At this moment, the crown prince's eyes were constantly flickering. He could not guess whether Lin Ling was deliberately raising the price or if he really did have a large amount of spiritual crystals to buy the spiritual ginseng. If he was deliberately raising the price and the crown prince did not bid, then Lin Ling would have to pay a huge price. But if Lin Ling was really rich, then the crown prince would lose face. But in the end, the crown prince didn't believe that Lin Ling had more spiritual crystals than him. "You have guts. I won't bid anymore. I don't believe that you have more spiritual crystals than the Cloud Sea Imperial dynasty." The crown prince laughed coldly. The mysterious old man took a deep look at Lin Ling and said, 30 million spiritual crystals. This group of spiritual ginseng fruits belongs to this young man. In the end, the seller appeared, and everyone stared at Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lin Ling's expression when he failed to raise the price and caused himself to pay a huge price. The corners of the crown prince's mouth curled up as he watched silently. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm while he was under everyone's gazes. He even took a spiritual ginseng fruit and took a bite in front of everyone. At the same time he said indifferently, "It said that spiritual ginseng fruits taste sweeter than apples. But rumors are just rumors. It's far from real." Pah! As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the unfinished spiritual ginseng fruit to the ground. It didn't seem sweet enough, so he didn't want to eat it anymore. He actually didn't feel any heartache. Instead, he ate the spiritual ginseng fruit like an apple. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. They couldn't even close their mouths. Eating a spiritual ginseng fruit like an apple was already a huge blow. After all, only War God Mountain had such a heavenly treasure. However, because Lin Ling didn't find it sweet enough, he threw it away after eating half of it. This domineering attitude made everyone want to cry, but no tears came out. If there weren't so many people present, they would have taken the half-eaten spiritual ginseng fruit away. In order to show that you have more royal aura than me, you're deliberately mystifying things. The crown prince's face turned green. Lin Ling's action was a slap to his face. He, the crown prince, had the royal aura and was rich. Countless experts followed him, but Lin Ling was even more domineering. He ate the spiritual ginseng fruit like an apple. The crown prince couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things and pretending to be rich when he didn't have money. A pity that he forgot that Lin Ling had obtained the late emperor's inheritance. The treasures in the treasury were enough to make the entire Heaven Mystics kingdom jealous. As for the spiritual ginseng fruit, Lin Ling had more than Yun Ji. Countless spirit crystals and a spiritual ginseng fruit divine tree. Did Lin Ling have to pretend to be rich when he didn't have money? Are you sure you are the crown prince? Chapter 351. Ruthlessly Trampling Reward? When everyone heard this, they all stared. It had always been the crown prince who rewarded others. This was the first time they heard that the crown prince was going to be rewarded. This meant that the crown prince was going to be a subordinate. Humph! The crown prince snorted, but he was looking forward to the next item. Now that Lin Ling had spent all his wealth to buy the spirit-type ginseng fruit, it was time for Lin Ling to shut up. The next items to be auctioned were mostly cultivation techniques and martial arts. These rare treasures didn't interest elite experts like the crown prince. Instead, the other martial artists on the floor were constantly bidding. This spear is the purple shadow spear. It is a combat weapon used by a Heaven Spirit Realm martial artist from the Rainforest Sacred Land. It can increase the combat strength by 20% and is used by a Thunder Attribute astral body. Right at this moment, the mysterious elder spoke indifferently. Countless eyes gathered at the center of the floor where a purple spear was floating in mid-air. This spear was emitting an astounding aura presence. There were electric snakes swimming on the surface of the spear just like a thunderbolt. Combat weapon. Many people gasped. Up until now, the martial artists of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had been using weapons. At best, they were heavy and tough. But combat weapons were treasures that only the Cloud region had. Your Majesty, I want this combat weapon. Beside the Crown Prince, a white-robed youth spoke with flickering eyes. He was a general prodigy who used the spear. If he could obtain the purple shadow spear, he would be able to amaze everyone in the 100 Generals tournament. Bai Yunfei wants the purple shadow spear. Looking at the youth who spoke, everyone sighed. This youth was the 12th prodigy among the 108 general stars. His strength was extremely terrifying and was almost on par with the 4 kings. Since you want it, this emperor shall reward it to you. The Crown Prince nodded indifferently as though he had already obtained the purple shadow spear. The starting bid for this combat weapon is 40 million spirit crystals. The elder's voice echoed, but soon enough, the Crown Prince's domineering voice followed, 45 million. Everyone was silent. Who would dare to compete with the Crown Prince? Moreover, many people did not have so many spiritual crystals. However, all eyes were on Lin Ling currently. Lin Ling was the only one who was not afraid of the Crown Prince's domineering aura. However, Lin Ling did not have enough spirit crystals to buy the spirit ginseng fruit. The Crown Prince had guessed this as well. He looked at Lin Ling with a mocking expression. Ignoring his mocking smile, Lin Ling turned to Duke Duan and said, Duke Duan, you seem to be a gun user, right? I'll give you this gun. Duke Duan had helped Lin Ling many times. And now, Lin Ling had returned the favor. When Duke Duan heard this, his body couldn't help but tremble, and then he nodded heavily. He had also taken a fancy to that gun, but it was too expensive. Even as a prince, he could not afford it. But now, Lin Ling had actually bought it for him. Based on Lin Ling's words, it seems like he's determined to get it. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Previously, the Crown Prince had taken a fancy to the purple shadow spear. Therefore, with just one sentence, the weapon seemed to belong to the Crown Prince. However, Lin Ling had done the same. He had calmly said, I'll give it to you, but it also showed his determination to get it. However, the Crown Prince did not care. He smiled faintly and said, From what I know, even my second brother Yuni Xuan would find it difficult to pay 45 million spiritual crystals. Do you still have money? He guessed that Lin Ling's spiritual crystals were all given to him by the second prince. Therefore, he did not believe that Lin Ling could afford it. 50 million spiritual crystals. However, just as the Crown Prince finished speaking, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. Lin Ling had placed a bid, and a full 5 million more. He really dared to open his mouth. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed. You dare to compete with me? I can do it once, but not a second time. I will play with you until I go bankrupt. 55 million spiritual crystals. If 5 million spiritual crystals were given to a family, it would be enough to cultivate countless powerhouses. However, in the Crown Prince's mouth, it was as if it was nothing. He had easily raised the price by 5 million. However, in terms of spiritual crystals, did Lin Ling need to fear him? He had obtained King Yun Hai's private treasury. I'll play with you. 70 million. Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly as he called out a price that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. A full 10 million spiritual crystals. In terms of boldness, Lin Ling had slapped the Crown Prince's face more than 10 times. You! The Crown Prince gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Lin Ling to raise the price by 10 million, not to mention not raising the price. He had only raised the price by 5 million spiritual crystals. It's your turn. Lin Ling smiled coldly. 70 million spiritual crystals for the purple shadow spear. Even the Crown Prince's heart ached. He still needed to save more spiritual crystals to buy the most important treasure. Therefore, he fell silent. Didn't you say you would play with me until I go bankrupt? Why don't you dare to bid? Shame on you. Lin Ling said calmly, causing the Crown Prince's eyes to flash with killing intent. He had been stepped on by Lin Ling twice in a row today. Moreover, he could not understand where Lin Ling had gotten so many spiritual crystals. The last treasure is the Ocean Wave Crown. This crown was left behind by an emperor of the Cloud Domain. The wearer will be able to recover their strength and spiritual qi. Moreover, the Ocean Wave Stone at the top of the crown contains the power of the sea. It represents an endless king, and it can form a curtain of ocean waves to protect the wearer. This treasure is priceless. At this moment, the mysterious elder spoke again. The starting price is 80 million spiritual crystals. This time, the crown prince's breathing quickened. He had come today for the Ocean Wave Crown. With the Ocean Wave Crown, his position as the emperor would be even more stable. Just as he was about to bid, another voice spoke out faster than him. 90 million spiritual crystals. Lin Ling stared at the Ocean Wave Crown. It seemed that the heavenly concubine was right to bring him here. This treasure had the power of the sea, which was also a kind of power of the heavens and earth. It could allow him to open another door. He was determined to get this treasure. What? Lin Ling is bidding again. When the crowd saw how bold Lin Ling was, they sucked in a breath of cold air again. Previously, when Lin Ling was fighting with the crown prince, he was passively bidding. Now he was actively bidding. Don't go too far. The crown prince's veins bulged. He was about to bid again, but Lin Ling increased the price by 10 million spiritual crystals, directly sealing his mouth. The treasure auction is open to those who are capable. Lin Ling seemed to be talking to himself, but in the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and a strong flame-like aura radiated from his eyes. At the same time, he said in a cold voice, 99,999,000 spirit crystals. He had raised the price to the maximum. He was determined to get the Ocean Wave Crown, so he was going to play big. Even if he had to use up all the spiritual crystals in the Emperor's treasure, he was going to get the Ocean Wave Crown. If the Crown Prince wanted to compete with him, then he would use his absolute advantage to crush him. The Crown Prince found it difficult to breathe. The crowd's hearts trembled. Lin Ling was too powerful. He had killed the Crown Prince's hope and made it impossible for the Crown Prince to bid. Chapter 352. Anger from shame, how terrifying. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was too powerful. He killed the Crown Prince's hope with one move. The Crown Prince had no chance to bid at all. It was as if Lin Ling was standing on top of the clouds and had slapped the Crown Prince in the face. Your Majesty, it's useless to rely on your status. Come on, bid. Lin Ling's cold voice rang out at the same time. The Crown Prince was breathing heavily. Could he still compete? He couldn't win. He could only give up. Since you're silent, then the Ocean Wave Crown is mine. This crown is useless to me. I'm going to tear it apart and take the Ocean Wave Stone. Lin Ling said indifferently. Anger. The Crown Prince couldn't take it anymore. The Halon crown represented the throne. He had gotten it to solidify his image as the emperor. However, Lin Ling wanted to tear down the crown after getting it. To him, this was worse than death. Boom. A powerful aura exploded, and several golden dragons appeared around the Crown Prince's body. The Crown Prince was not willing to accept this. Lin Ling had humiliated him in front of so many people. He had lost all his dignity. How could he accept this? You're angry because you lost? The Crown Prince is a disgrace to Cloud Sea City. Lin Ling smiled when he sensed the powerful aura. His casual words made the Crown Prince even angrier. You're too arrogant in the cloud auction. You're too arrogant. Calm down. At this moment, the mysterious old man's calm voice rang out. Like a sudden clap of thunder, a surging aura pressed down on the Crown Prince. Who do you think you are? The Crown Prince shouted. His body emitted a golden light. He looked at the mysterious old man and punched. His fist was like a dragon swimming in the ocean. Rumble. The air was torn apart. Many people heard the roar of a dragon. The Crown Prince's strength was terrifying. Lin Ling frowned. With just one punch, he realized the gap between him and His Majesty the Crown Prince. It seemed that he had to work harder. You have some strength. But do you think you can fight me with that? The corner of the mysterious old man's mouth moved slightly as a low and deep voice was emitted. He did not seem to have done anything, but the huge dragon-like fist shattered like glass. Puh! The crown prince coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked at the old man in horror. Previously, he was so angry that he was unparalleled, but now that he had calmed down, he realized that the old man from the cloud domain was not someone he could deal with. Scram! The mysterious old man roared again. A powerful gale swept out like a giant hand, forcing the crown prince to continuously retreat. In the end, he coldly looked at Lin Ling and strode away. Those who block me die. Just as he was about to step out of the door, the crown prince emitted a terrifying aura of the heavenly spirit origin pill. Wherever it passed, a large number of martial artists died. Domineering and magnificent. Obviously, he had suffered a lot today, so he was venting his anger on the other cultivators, fully displaying the domineering aura of a king. The auction house was completely silent. It was only when the crown prince disappeared that everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. His Majesty the Crown Prince was terrifying. His Majesty the Crown Prince's domineering aura was released, and no one could stop him. Of course, the old man from the cloud domain was even more terrifying. He was too powerful. The 100 territories will not participate in the disputes between the empires. However, no one is allowed to cause trouble at the cloud auction. The mysterious old man spoke again. He then looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He knew what the mysterious old man meant, so he took out the rune bag. At the same time, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been frivolous and arrogant. He was not afraid of the crown prince in front of everyone, but did he have so many spirit crystals? After the mysterious old man took the rune bag, he glanced at it and immediately nodded. Not a single spirit crystal is missing. What? Lin Ling actually has so many spirit crystals? Everyone's heart trembled violently. They wanted to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself, but they obviously failed. Right, not long ago, there was news that Lin Ling seemed to have obtained the late emperor's treasure. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Then, everyone suddenly understood why Lin Ling had so many spirit crystals. No wonder the crown prince lost so shamefully and lost so much face. This Lin Ling was so terrifying. With his own strength, he was so rich that he could rival an entire country. Today's matter seemed like a battle between Lin Ling and the crown prince, but in fact, Lin Ling also showed his potential. His courage and wealth are all above the crown prince. Following Lin Ling seems better than following the crown prince. Many people were shocked and began to have their own thoughts. Lin Ling was a dazzling comet. Today's actions made many people secretly admire him. They had the idea of joining Lin Ling's camp. After all, in this world, cultivators consumed a lot of resources. With a strong backer, they could go further. Currently, Lin Ling had the qualifications to become their backer. I really envy that old geezer, Duke Duan. Sima Jinshan King's eyes flickered. Earlier, Lin Ling bought a weapon for Duke Duan, which caused him to be extremely jealous. Old Sima, I'm stronger than you now. While Sima Jinshan King's eyes were red, Duke Duan's faint laughter sounded at the same time. This made Sima Jinshan King seethe with anger and jealousy in his heart. If he knew that Lin Ling was so powerful, he would have joined his camp. Little friend, I'm from the 100 territories. I'm representing the Cloud territory to open this auction. I've seen countless geniuses. Your strength is not bad. If you enter the 100 territories, you'll definitely be able to achieve something. Do you plan to leave with me? After the auction ended, the mysterious old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling wasn't old, but he had already reached the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. This kind of talent was extremely rare even in the 100 realms. But the most important thing was that he felt that Lin Ling's body had surpassed the limit and opened the fourth gate. This also meant that this youth would definitely surpass the Sky Spirit realm in the future. If a cultivator blindly pursued speed during cultivation, this would instead squeeze out their potential. Over the years, the mysterious old man had seen countless impatient geniuses who wanted immediate benefits and quickly broke through to the next realm. But in the end, they remained nameless for the rest of their lives. But this youth before him was able to distinguish the importance of this matter and stabilize his state of mind. This also meant that this youth's state of mind was incomparably stable. Junior's current strength isn't enough to enter the 100 realms, so I want to cultivate a bit more. Lin Ling immediately bowed respectfully. Good. You're more stable than I thought. But this is true. The weakest geniuses in the 100 realms are still in the Sky Spirit realm. It's still too early for you to enter the 100 realms. Since this is the case, You can stay in your hometown and continue to train. I'll leave you a mother-child insect. You can contact me in the future. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling politely bowed. On the side, Duke Duan and the others focused their gazes. Up until now, the person in charge of the cloud auction had rarely spoken to people from the three great nations. Usually, he would leave after the auction because he felt disdain. But now, the mysterious old man actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling. Chapter 353. Provocation during the auction. I noticed that you were observing me. Your soul force is extremely sharp. I have a set of pre-celestial separation method. The second half of this cultivation method has been erased, leaving only the cultivation method of soul force. Consider it a meeting gift for you. The mysterious elder didn't even look at Duan Wangye and the others. Instead, he smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body trembled. A soul force cultivation method. This was the cultivation method that he had been yearning for even in his dreams. It had to be known that his soul force was extremely vast, but he had never been able to find a corresponding cultivation method. Junior thanks Senior. Lin Ling bowed again. Haha, there's no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Your talent is outstanding, but you're neither haughty nor humble. You're neither arrogant nor rash. Very good. Remember, you can come find me at any time once you reach the heavenly spirit realm. The mysterious elder laughed in relief, then left. However, the entire floor was completely silent. Everyone seemed to have yet to react. Lin Ling, congratulations. Sovereign King Li and Duke Duan were happy for Lin Ling. For the mysterious old man to take the initiative to invite him, it meant that Lin Ling's potential was extremely terrifying. Hee, it's just luck. Lin Ling faintly smiled, but deep down, he was very happy. Today's auction benefited him a lot. Most importantly, he acquired the force of the ocean. He also humiliated his enemy. Of course, this was only the beginning. Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand, and the crowd left one after another. At the very back was Xueqi, whose heart had almost stopped beating from fear. His face was incomparably pale. He had been watching the entire process of the auction. He saw that the blue-robed youth was not only not afraid of the crown prince, but also humiliated the crown prince until he was forced to leave. This made him feel that he had underestimated the terror of Lin Ling. The funny thing was that he had been so proud of himself in front of Lin Ling. Fortunately, he is open-minded and doesn't care at all. Otherwise, if it was His Majesty the Crown Prince, I would have died long ago. Xueqi sat on the ground with a thump. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about what he thought. He followed the crowd and left Guanyu Pavilion. King Duan and Sovereign King Li left first while Lin Ling and Heavenly Concubine returned to the Fire Ancient clan. Stop. However, just as they walked past a street, an ice-cold voice sounded. A white-clothed young man stood in front of the two of them, and a powerful aura shook the street. It's Bai Yunfei. The people on the street who hadn't yet left narrowed their eyes. They could see that Lin Ling had stolen Bai Yunfei's purple shadow spear from the Crown Prince's hands, which was why Bai Yunfei was so displeased. And who are you? Lin Ling looked at the white-clothed young man. His soul force could tell that this young man was extremely strong. He was even stronger than Yin Zhenzi. Bai Yunfei, a heavenly spirit realm cultivator, 12th of the 108 general stars. I just came back from the Snake Swamp Kingdom not long ago, but today, I am very unhappy that an ant stole my treasure. Bai Yunfei stared at Lin Ling with a cold light in his eyes. Don't think that just because you have a bit of fame that you can look down on everyone. It's best to keep a low profile. You have only one choice right now. 1. Fight me. If you lose, return the purple shadow spear to me. 2. Leave on your knees and return the purple shadow spear to me. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed coldly. I agree with what you said. It's better to keep a low profile. However, although you say that you want to keep a low profile, your actions don't seem to be. As for the purple shadow spear, I was the one who bought it, but you said that it's yours? This young man was too arrogant because he was one of the 108 general stars. I am a prodigy ranked 12th and have the qualifications to be proud. Everything I do is already very low profile. As for the purple shadow spear, it was originally mine. Hearing Lin Ling's sarcastic words, Bai Yunfei became even colder. How about it? Do you dare to accept my challenge? You are older than me and have been cultivating for longer than me. Don't you think it's very shameless to challenge me right after returning to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom? Lin Ling's mocking smile grew even wider. Cultivating for a long time is also a part of one's strength. Just like luck, it is also an essential factor to become a prodigy. Yet you are using it as an excuse not to challenge me. You Lin Ling are just humph. Bai Yunfei snorted in disdain. His statement was met with disdain by the crowd. Cultivating for a long time was also a part of one's strength? Wasn't this statement too far-fetched? If Lin Ling had cultivated for a long time, would Bai Yunfei dare to say such a thing? Since you are so proud, then this king will fight with you. But at this moment, a cold voice rang out from behind Lin Ling. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man strode over. His aura was enormous like a moving mountain. King Sima Jinshan. Bai Yunfei's proud smile disappeared and was replaced by a frown. I am older than you and have been cultivating for longer than you. But from what you said earlier, it seemed to be a part of one's strength. Now then, do you dare to accept my challenge? King Sima Jinshan stopped and looked coldly at Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei's expression was extremely ugly. He might be a general, but how could he be a match for the four kings? This Bai Yunfei doesn't dare to say anything. Everyone on the street laughed. Previously, Bai Yunfei said that cultivating for a long time was also a part of one's strength. But after King Sima Jinshan appeared, Bai Yunfei didn't dare to say anything. This caused his previous words to be like slapping his own face. Will you fight or not? King Sima Jinshan asked again. Bai Yunfei clenched his teeth and suddenly looked at Lin Ling. Can you only rely on others? If you dare to oppose His Majesty the Crown Prince, why don't you dare to accept the challenge? Who do you think you are? If you want to fight, I'll fight. At that moment, two more figures came walking over. It was Duke Duan and King Li. Right now, Lin Ling was the most important person they had to protect, so they couldn't allow anything to happen to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still too young, and it would take a while for him to become strong. You say Lin Ling can only rely on others? What a joke. If others can fight for Lin Ling, then that is also a part of Lin Ling's strength. Just like you said, cultivating for a long time is also a part of one's strength. Duan Wangye said calmly. That's right. If you, Bai Yunfei, can have someone fight for you, then we'll fight at any time. Sovereign King Li added. For a moment, three kings came out to support Lin Ling. This caused the people on the street to gasp. Lin Ling's appeal was becoming more and more frightening. Of course, they didn't know that King Sima Jinshan only decided to join Lin Ling after the cloud auction. After all, he saw Lin Ling's potential at the cloud auction with his own eyes. Clearly, Lin Ling's bold actions at the cloud auction had brought about an effect. The three kings all looked at Bai Yunfei. Their aura was so intimidating that Bai Yunfei's face paled. What could he say? Before, he had twisted right and wrong and said that cultivating for a long time was a part of one's strength. But now, Lin Ling was saying that his appeal was a part of one's strength. And his appeal was even more convincing. Chapter 354. The Saber of Nirvana, the Genius of 108 Generals. I see that you are also a shameless person. You put on a high and mighty face and want to challenge me. Why don't you take a look at your own status? Seeing that Bai Yunfei was silent, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. But since you want to challenge me, fine. The Battle of 100 Generals is about to begin. I will be waiting for you. Now scram. Bai Yunfei gritted his teeth. Lin Ling actually asked him to scram. He was a reclusive genius among the generals. Normally, he would disdain to stay in Cloud Sea City and travel the world. Who knew that a junior would step on his face and ask him to scram? Fine. I will be waiting for you in the Battle of 100 Generals. Let me give you a piece of advice. Cultivation isn't something that can be improved in a day or two. Perhaps when the Battle of 100 Generals begins, you will still be an Earth Spirit Realm martial artist. Bai Yunfei didn't want to throw away his face and shouted again. Unfortunately, this kind of stubbornness was exchanged with a cold snort from the three kings. Still not scramming? Do you want to lose all your face before scramming? Once these words were spoken, Bai Yunfei's face turned even uglier. With humiliation, he disappeared from the street under the mocking smiles of everyone. The crowd was shaking their heads and laughing. Bai Yunfei thought that he was a genius general and wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. But in the end, he was the one who left with shame. Lin Ling, from today onwards, I will join your camp. I wonder if I am welcome. After Bai Yunfei left, Sima Zhenshan looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling smiled politely. Of course I am welcome. Sima Zhenshan King's name has long been like thunder to my ears. Haha, it is my honor to hear your words. Sima Zhenshan King laughed. He had been watching the changes in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom until Lin Ling rose like a comet. He finally decided to take a side. And Lin Ling had been famous for a long time. After meeting him today, he was even more satisfied. This youth was easy to get along with and wasn't as hard to get along with as he imagined. Old Sima, you're really an old fox. After hesitating for so long, you finally decided to pick a side. But it's good that you're joining us. If you join the other factions, we'll be rivals in the future. Old Sima must be jealous of my purple shadow spear. That's why he joined Lin Ling. Duke Duan and Sovereign King Li laughed out loud. They were both famous experts, but because of the restriction of their factions, they rarely interacted with each other. But today, they didn't have to worry so much because they were in the same faction as Lin Ling. As he watched the three kings laugh, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He still remembered that when the 8 ancient clans were hunting in the imperial city, these experts were people that he had to look up to. At that time, he was just a nameless youth from the Fire Ancient clan. But now, these experts had actually become his subordinates. It had to be said that this was like a dream. Within the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling separated from the others and began cultivating again. Now, he had to strive to open all 8 gates before the 100 Generals battle. Opening all 8 gates was extremely difficult. But Lin Ling firmly believed that once he succeeded, his strength would definitely surpass all the Heavenly Spirit Realm experts of the same level. Tsunami Stone. Lin Ling opened the Tsunami Crown and held a blue gem in his hand. The gem emitted the aura of the sea. This was a treasure from the cloud region. Borrowing the power of the sea, I'll open another gate. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, a ray of light flowed out from his body and wrapped around the Tsunami Stone like countless fireflies. Rumble! At the same time, a vast ocean appeared in Lin Ling's body and continuously attacked the 5th gate. If anyone was here at this moment, they would be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. 4 vortexes appeared in Lin Ling's 4 limbs and the 5th vortex appeared in his dantian and was slowly opening. As long as all 8 gates were opened, the demonic fire could enter his body. Time passed quietly. 3 days later, Lin Ling underwent another transformation. The 5th gate in his body was like a constantly sculpted container, ready for the demonic fire to enter his body at any time. His cultivation was becoming more and more solid, and he could break through at any time. Innate separation method. Lin Ling took out a jade slip. The second half of this cultivation method had been erased, leaving only the first half of the cultivation method. Then he started cultivating, but after a while, he frowned. The cultivation method's effect wasn't great. It made his soul power increase very slowly, and it couldn't even compare to the effect of the Eye of Time. It's a pity that the second half was erased. Lin Ling sighed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he opened the second half of the jade slip. It was blank, but Lin Ling's Eye of Time had quietly appeared. Since it was erased, it meant that there was a record in the jade slip. As long as he returned time to the time before it was erased, he would be able to see it. Not long after, words began to appear on the jade slip, which made Lin Ling happy. Blade of Nirvana. Using the soul power as a blade to kill from 1,000 miles away. It was invisible and colorless, and it could kill the soul. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was overjoyed. His current soul power was very powerful, but he hadn't found a way to attack it. Now he finally found one. Then he started cultivating. Days passed quietly. Several days later, the Fire Ancient clan's ancestor Taiyan was drinking with the 3 kings. They were all old drunkards, and they liked to drink together. At this moment, Sima Zhenshan King's eyes narrowed. He felt a terrifying pressure coming at him. That pressure intimidated his soul, as if it was going to erase his soul at any time. Sima Zhenshan King's face turned pale. But what surprised him was that he couldn't see the attack, and he couldn't sense any spiritual energy. He could only feel that it was a small blade. Old Sima, what's wrong? Li Junwang and the other king asked worriedly, but they couldn't sense the terrifying soul power. Save me! Sima Zhenshan King shouted in fear. He knew that he would be erased by that invisible attack at any time. Plop! He knelt down in fear. In the past, he had fought all over the world and defeated countless experts. But this was the first time he felt such a terrifying killing intent. It was invisible and colorless, and it wanted to shatter his soul. But in the next moment, that terrifying pressure disappeared. Sima Zhenshan King's face turned blank again. Are you drunk? There are only a few of us here. If someone really wanted to kill you, how could we not sense it? Who in the world has such strength? Li Junwang laughed. He thought that Sima Zhenshan King was drunk. Sima Zhenshan King was speechless for a long time. At this moment, in another room, Lin Ling's long hair and clothes were fluttering. A terrifying soul power rippled from his body. He stretched out his right hand, and in his palm, there was a soul blade as thin as a silkworm's wing. The blade of Nirvana. A small blade condensed from soul power. It had the power to shatter the enemy's soul. Previously, Sima Zhenshan King was scared by Lin Ling's blade of Nirvana. Moreover, Lin Ling was only testing its power. Otherwise, Sima Zhenshan King's soul would have been scattered. Even the 4 kings are afraid of my blade of Nirvana. This can be considered my trump card. Lin Ling smiled happily. This was Lin Ling's strongest assassination trump card. Chapter 355. Inside the imperial palace early in the morning, the sun shone brightly. In the courtyard, Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the others with a smile. They were planting flowers, and the heavenly concubine interjected from time to time. Her words were all about where the flowers should be planted so that they would look better. Lin Ling was speechless. Why did it feel like the heavenly concubine planting flowers was also a ploy? What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty planting flowers before? As if sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the heavenly concubine pursed her lips, causing Yu Yu and Qin Lan to laugh like silver bells. Lin Ling shook his head in exasperation. I say, you always think too highly of yourself. I'm looking at Yu Yu and Xiaolan. As for you, there's a well beside the flower pond. Go look at yourself. The heavenly concubine stomped her foot on the ground. Lin Ling was mocking her. She should look at herself in the mirror and stop thinking too highly of herself. Is Lin Ling here? Right at this moment, a voice sounded, and a beautiful figure in snow-white clothes appeared at the door. It was an Yuer. This brat is quite lucky. He's clearly not handsome, but those beauties are always looking for him. The heavens are really blind. The heavenly concubine pursed her lips when she saw an Yuer, who was like a fairy. Big sister heavenly concubine, you also seem to be looking for big brother Ling. Yu Yu smiled, causing the heavenly concubine to be taken aback. She quickly explained, I'm waiting for him to return with me. If not, I wouldn't come even if you begged me. Unfortunately, her words only caused Yu Yu and Qin Xiaolan to laugh strangely. Senior sisterin, what's the matter? Master is calling you over. He seems to have found the power of ice of heaven and earth. At the door, Lin Ling was talking with an Yuer. From an Yuer, Lin Ling learned that the force of heaven and earth that he Yenshan had found had appeared on the body of a woman. That woman's status was somewhat delicate. She was the 6th princess of the Cloud Sea Empire. When the 6th princess was young, she traveled with King Yunhai and passed by a secret realm of heaven and earth. She accidentally had the power of heaven and earth enter her body. In the following days, King Yunhai used his powerful strength to suppress it. But ever since King Cloud Sea disappeared, the 6th Princess Heaven and Earth Ice Force erupted once again. Presently, all the imperial physicians and experts within the imperial city were rushing over with the intention of rescuing the 6th princess. And he Yenshan knew that Lin Ling was looking for the power of heaven and earth, so he reminded Lin Ling. The 6th princess, the Empress Dowager's daughter. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. If it weren't for the force of heaven and earth, he really didn't want to interfere in this matter. After that, the two of them walked as they talked. Soon, they arrived at the imperial palace. The imperial palace was like a huge dragon lying on the ground. It was majestic and mysterious. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the second time he had entered the imperial palace. Stop. Weapons are not allowed in the imperial palace. Moreover, You must hand over your rune pouch. Just as they approached the imperial palace's door, a loud shout rang out and stopped Lin Ling and He Yenshan. There were people entering the imperial palace, but Lin Ling saw that they didn't have to hand over their weapons. Why don't those people hand over their weapons? Lin Ling frowned. They are the imperial preceptor's men, and some of them are geniuses. Naturally, they don't have to hand over their weapons. But you must, the guard at the door said indifferently. Then do you know who I am? Lin Ling's frown deepened. I know. You are Lin Ling. Surprisingly, the guard actually knew Lin Ling. It was obvious that if they dared to stop Lin Ling, they were either the Crown Prince's men or the Third Prince's men. Since you know that I am Lin Ling, you still dare to stop me? Lin Ling's voice turned cold. He then said indifferently, all right. Since you want my sword, let's see if you can take it. He took out the cloud-patterned black sword from his back and threw that guard down. I will take your sword and hand it over to the Crown Prince. That guard sneered. Indeed, he was the Crown Prince's man. Right now. He was rather delighted. Lin Ling was famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Crown Prince didn't make a move on Lin Ling because he was concerned about the overall situation. However, as the Crown Prince's man, if he could seize Lin Ling's sword, he would be able to gain the Crown Prince's favor. Furthermore, it would be an honor. Unfortunately, they didn't know that if they wanted to use unorthodox means to step on Lin Ling and become famous, they would need to have the corresponding strength. Was the cloud-patterned black sword something they could hold? The sword flew over. That guard wanted to pick it up, but when his hand touched the sword, his expression changed instantly. Not good. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Bang! The cloud-patterned black sword smashed him into minced meat. It was at least 100,000 kilograms. If that guard wanted to take the sword, he was simply courting death. My sword is not that easy to take. Lin Ling spoke coldly. With a wave of his right hand, the cloud-patterned black sword flew back. All the other guards didn't dare to speak. So impressive. You are so arrogant on your first visit to the royal palace. Do you really think you are the king of Yunhai? Right at this moment, a voice echoed from nearby. Several figures walked over slowly. The one who spoke was a black-robed youth. Beside that youth was an elder. It was the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi. It seemed like the sixth princess was sick. Even the highly respected marshal of the kingdom was here. But this was normal. Perhaps, all the important figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were here. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Lin Ling looked at that black-robed youth indifferently and squinted his eyes. You don't have the qualifications to know who I am. You just need to know that if you are too arrogant, you will have to pay a terrible price. The black-robed youth sneered. He then looked at those guards and said, the sixth princess is sick. Chase away all unimportant people. This is what I said. Whoever dares to obstruct you will be going against my will. After finishing his statement, he walked into the royal palace with the marshal of the kingdom and the others. This black-robed youth seemed to have a high status as he could actually order the guards of the royal palace. From a distance, many people were secretly surprised. Soon enough, someone said, that is Hang Tianqing from the Heaven Cord Monastery. Why is he back? Isn't he in the Stone Saint Kingdom? No wonder the marshal of the kingdom had to walk behind him. It is said that Hang Tianqing was an expert who challenged senior He Yenshan back then. He was an elixir refiner who used the Buddha power to refine elixirs. He was even ranked 5th among the 108 general stars. A genius general star. Many people were discussing. They were all officials of the royal palace and had heard of Hang Tianqing's name. As long as he was related to the Heaven Cord Monastery, his background must be extraordinary. Did you hear what I said earlier? Lord Heng said to chase away all unimportant people. I don't need to say more about this, right? The remaining guards sneered at Lin Ling. What if I insist on going in? Lin Ling's expression didn't change as he spoke with a cold voice. Then die. You dare to offend Lord Heng? No one will be able to save you. All the guards' eyes were filled with coldness. Sigh, how sad. Even a dog doesn't have a pair of good dog eyes. You don't know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. The flames on his body started to boil. He didn't move and just walked forward with a new air. Wherever they passed, all the guards were burned to ashes. The guards in the distance were stunned. Lin Ling forced his way into the royal palace. Chapter 356. Old trash, let His Majesty the Crown Prince stop me. But I don't think he would dare. At the same time, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the guards in the distance to tremble, but they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling and Anue were He Yenshan's disciples, so they had the right to enter the inner city. Taking a step back, Lin Ling was an existence comparable to His Majesty the Crown Prince. He only lacked prestige in the palace, but he was not someone these bully guards could provoke. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling in exchange for the Crown Prince's favor, but without the corresponding strength, the price of humiliation was death. The moment Lin Ling and Anue entered the imperial palace, Hung Tianqing and the others had already noticed them. Hung Tianqing's face turned cold. He had just said that Lin Ling was not allowed to enter the imperial palace, but Lin Ling had followed closely behind and forced his way in. This Lin Ling really doesn't take me seriously. It seems like I have to teach him a lesson. Sir, you're here. At this moment, a beautiful figure ran over. It was Yuman Yun. When she saw Lin Ling, she immediately pulled Lin Ling into the depths of the palace. Hung Tianqing wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Yuman Yun is a princess, but she actually knows Lin Ling. This lowly commoner Lin Ling is really lucky. If not for this, I would have left him here. Hung Tianqing was a little jealous. Don't worry. It seems that Lin Ling is also going for the sixth princess. However, Feng Mozhui, the president of the Imperial Physician Hall, will stop him. In the Imperial Palace, no one is more powerful than Feng Mozhui when it comes to medicine. Tian Xuanzi said with a smile. Hee, I'll wait for him to be chased out of the palace. Hung Tianqing also smiled. But this Lin Ling is really arrogant. He's only at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. With the support of the second prince and Duke Duan, he doesn't put us in his eyes at all. His reputation is almost on par with His Majesty the Crown Prince. If this continues, I'm afraid that this traitor will go against the emperor. Tian Xuanzi said. Yun Yitian and I have a good relationship. If it's inconvenient for him to do it, I'll do it for him. Lin Ling has no right to be arrogant. Hung Tianqing's eyes. Tian Xuanzi sneered inwardly. It was not convenient for him to attack Lin Ling, but Hung Tianqing was different. He had the supreme sex sound of Heaven Temple behind him. He had the right to act first and report later. Save the sixth princess Qian-er. In the garden, Yuman Yun looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. To her, the young man in front of her was perfect and omnipotent. If the others couldn't do anything, the young man would definitely have a way to solve it. Lin Ling nodded, I'll try my best. But my master and the others can't do anything? When the Fire Ancient clan was almost destroyed by the third prince, it was Yuman Yun who saved the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore, even if it wasn't for himself, Lin Ling would do his best to help for Yuman Yun. Master Feng Mozhui can only suppress the illness. Senior He Yenshan has a way, but it's hard to find the herbs for the elixir he needs. Yuman Yun's eyes were filled with tears. This girl was so kind that Lin Ling couldn't bear to reject her. I promise you, I'll definitely cure her. In the spacious hall, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted in the air. A large number of people had gathered there. They looked at the girl lying on the flame jade bed with a solemn expression. Master Feng, is there no way? A noble yet dignified voice echoed, causing everyone in the hall to freeze. They all looked at a woman who was wearing a purple palace robe with plum blossom patterns. She had a golden silk cloak and a phoenix crown on her head. She was emitting an irresistible prowess. Empress Dowager, the most mysterious person in the Cloud Sea Empire. She had accompanied the Cloud Sea King for many years. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, no one dared to belittle her. Replying to Empress Dowager, Princess Chenyu's illness isn't poisoned. It's due to the Heaven and Earth Ice Force. I can only suppress it but not cure it for now. Below, Feng Mozhui bowed. Where's Master He? The Empress Dowager's calm voice echoed again. No one could tell if she was happy or angry. If I have the He-Tu Luo flower, the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Grass, the 10,000-year Red Crane Crown Elixir, and some other spiritual herbs, I have a 60% chance of refining the 9 Revolution Flame Emperor Elixir. It might be able to save the 6th princess's life. He Yenshan spoke slowly. His knowledge of alchemy was at the point of perfection. Unfortunately, alchemists needed herbs, which the Heaven Mystics Kingdom didn't have. It made him feel like a clever housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. It's useless. The Empress Dowager snorted coldly. Her cold voice suppressed the atmosphere in the Grand Hall. There were many people with high status in the Grand Hall. The second prince, the third prince, the three pillars He Yenshan, Elder He, Tian Chu, and many others. However, no one dared to speak. The Empress Dowager was the mother of the empire. Her imperial prestige was too strong. Even in the palace, they had to endure. He Yenshan, you are old. What master elixir tripod? You are just fishing for fame. Right at this moment, a light voice echoed through the door. Everyone's eyes narrowed. There weren't many people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who dared to suppress He Yenshan like this. Everyone looked at the door and saw a black-robed youth walking in with his hands behind his back. It's Hung Tianxing. He actually came back. Many people were secretly surprised. When they looked at the State Marshal Tian Xuanzi behind the black-robed youth, their hearts trembled. Even Tian Xuanzi seemed to be trying to befriend the black-robed youth. Hung Tianxing was an expert from the Heaven Cord Temple. He was ranked 5th among the 108 stars. However, he was backed by the Heaven Cord Temple. Hence, Tian Xuanzi had to lower his head. Tianxing, you are here. Go and take a look at Qian Yu. When the Empress Dowager saw the youth, she smiled. Her attitude was completely different from her previous arrogance. It was obvious that the Heaven Cord Temple had a close relationship with her. He Yenshan, do you still have any face? If a mere force of heaven and earth can't cure her, what use do you have? After Hung Tianxing walked in, he only nodded slightly at the Empress Dowager. He didn't care about anyone else. Instead, he sneered at He Yenshan. Back then, he was the only alchemist in the Heaven Cord Temple. He was a prodigy who cultivated with his hair. Later on, he competed with He Yenshan for the #1 alchemist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, he lost to He Yenshan. After that, he left the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and traveled between the 3 kingdoms. He obtained many ancient elixir recipes. His alchemy skills and strength improved greatly. Now that he was back, other than to participate in the 100 Generals' War, he wanted to return all the humiliation he suffered back then. Hung Tianxing, you lost to me back then. Are you still holding a grudge? The path of alchemy is broad and profound. What we pursue is alchemy and not fame. Looking at the arrogant Hung Tianxing, He Yenshan frowned and said, Humph, since ancient times, there is always a winner and a loser. You no longer have the drive that an alchemist should have. Are you admitting defeat and begging for mercy by saying such words? Hung Tianxing snorted coldly. I am not going to argue with you. He Yenshan frowned and said, Trash will always be trash. Hung Tianxing laughed in disdain. Chapter 357. Teacher. Hung Tianxing has the backing of the Sublime Cord Temple. With the support of the Empress Dowager, he is truly arrogant. Everyone in the Grand Hall thought to themselves that Hung Tianxing was too arrogant. Scolding He Yenshan in public was equivalent to scolding all the alchemists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. All right, Tianxing. Don't waste your time talking to those old trash. Quickly go and take a look at my beautiful jade. Right at this moment, the Empress Dowager's voice echoed. She actually scolded He Yenshan as an old trash. It is just the power of heaven and earth. Must elixirs be used to neutralize it? As a qualified alchemist, apart from helping martial artists, I must also help people without any martial strength. Hung Tianxing nodded to the Empress Dowager and strode towards the blazing jade bed. At the same time, he said indifferently, Old trash, I shall let you broaden your horizons today. Right now, on the blazing jade bed, a white-robed young lady was lying quietly. Her looks weren't considered pretty and could only be considered ordinary. However, because she was the 6th princess, there was a trace of nobility and willfulness between her brows. Right now, her long hair and brows were filled with frost. The frost was getting thicker and thicker, and she seemed to be showing signs of freezing. If she wasn't lying on the blazing jade bed which had fire attribute spirit aura, she would have already been frozen. This was the power of heaven and earth ice. The power of heaven and earth ice cannot be neutralized unless it is poison. It can only be neutralized with blazing heat. My Buddha essence spirit body has the blazing heat of the golden Buddha. As long as I continue to nourish it for 3 years, the 6th princess's illness will be neutralized. Under everyone's gaze, Hung Tianqing's body emitted golden light. The golden light wrapped around the sixth princess with blazing heat. This was the cooling and purification of the Buddha essence. The frost on the surface of the sixth princess's body gradually disappeared. It seems like the power of heaven and earth ice has disappeared. Everyone took in a cold breath. Hung Tianqing might be arrogant and domineering, but he did have the right to be arrogant. He Yenshan's expression dimmed. He was the top master of alchemy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was only familiar with elixirs. If he didn't have enough spirit herbs to refine elixirs, he wouldn't be able to cook without rice. Hung Tianqing had an innate advantage. It was his powerful Buddha essence spirit body that allowed him to easily suppress the sixth princess's illness. Old trash, do you see this? Do you still have the face to stay in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Hung Tianqing raised his head and looked at He Yenshan coldly. His words made He Yenshan's expression turn ugly. It took 3 years to cure the Heaven and Earth Ice Force, and you're still so proud of it. Your Sound of Heaven Temple group of bald donkeys. Other than pretending, what else can you do? Right at this moment, a voice of ridicule sounded out from the entrance, causing everyone's eyes to focus. The person who came seemed to be mocking the Sound of Heaven Temple, as if disdaining Hang Tianqing. Everyone's eyes flickered, and when they saw the people walking through the door, their faces grew serious. When they saw the blue-robed young man, many people's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling was here. You dare to question me? Who do you think you are? Is this a place you can come to? Hung Tianqing frowned as he looked at Lin Ling, who was slowly walking into the hall. His face turned cold. Yuman Yun, who allowed you to bring in a lowly commoner? The Empress Dowager looked at Yuman Yun and yelled out. She seemed to dislike Yuman Yun. Yuman Yun's charming face revealed a smear of worry, and didn't dare to look at the Empress Dowager. Unknowingly, she hid behind Lin Ling. Perhaps in her subconscious mind, only this young man could give her a sense of security. Is this place very noble? If you can come, why can't I? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. He then looked at the Empress Dowager. This was his first time meeting the Empress of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That woman was around 50 years old, but she was well taken care of. She looked like she was around 30 years old. It seems like the sixth princess illness isn't important to some people. However, when facing the Empress Dowager, Lin Ling didn't bow or address her. Instead, he spoke calmly. He came from the previous world and didn't have the temperament of a servant. Furthermore, with his current strength, the Empress Dowager was only slightly stronger than him. That indifference caused the Empress Dowager to frown slightly. It was obvious that she didn't expect Lin Ling to be so audacious. Grandmaster Feng, you are the Imperial Physician of the Imperial Palace, right? A nameless junior wants to treat his illness. Shouldn't you do something? Hung Tianqing didn't seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he looked at Feng Moshui and smiled. Previously, he heard from the state preceptor, Tian Xuanzi, that Lin Ling seemed to be He Yenshan's disciple. He Yenshan had always been at odds with Feng Moshui. Now that Feng Moshui was here, he could embarrass Lin Ling and convince everyone. As soon as he finished his statement, the state preceptor and the others sneered. Feng Moshui was the imperial physician of the King of Cloud Sea. As long as it was related to the medical Tao, he had great authority. Sometimes, even they had to give Feng Moshui some face. So now, they wanted to see how Feng Moshui was going to make things difficult for Lin Ling. Under the numerous gazes, Lin Ling's expression remained calm. He quietly looked at the person in the distance as an indifferent voice sounded at the same time. Feng Mos. Hui, I am here. Shouldn't you prepare some tea? Tea. Lin Ling actually asked Feng Moshui to prepare tea? What was going on? Everyone's gaze froze and their expressions froze. Feng Moshui looked at Lin Ling and immediately strode forward with a cup of tea in his hand. At the same time, his respectful voice was heard. Teacher, I've been waiting for you for so long. Silence. Silence. The entire hall was dead silent. Feng Moshui actually called Lin Ling teacher? It was known that Feng Moshui was arrogant and was one of the founding fathers of the country. He didn't even take He Yenshan seriously. Moreover, in front of the princes, as long as it was related to the illness, he, as the head of the imperial physicians, had the right to speak. But such a person called a young man teacher? In the silence, Lin Ling looked at everyone indifferently. His calm voice was heard again. Now, do I have the right? Yes. Everyone still couldn't believe their eyes. They felt like they were being played by Lin Ling. They all looked at Feng Moshui. I am the imperial physician. As long as it is helpful to the patient's illness, I will let him stay. Feng Moshui said indifferently. His words left no room for doubt. Was it strange to call Lin Ling teacher? He knew that this mysterious young man had cured his poison of heaven and earth not long ago. Moreover, the young man had read all the medical books in the Imperial Physician Hall. His knowledge was already above Feng Moshui's. He also knew that this young man had received He Yenshan's essence. Although he was still young and lacked experience in alchemy, his knowledge was so broad that even He Yenshan couldn't stop praising him. All in all, this young man was very mysterious and seemed to know a lot of ancient knowledge. Feng Moshui, aren't you being too presumptuous? In the silence, Heng Tianqing said coldly. He felt like he was being played. Lin Ling didn't lose face and was being called teacher by Feng Moshui. Was he playing with him? Chapter 358. A bet, ignorant and inexperienced. Even I don't know about it. I'm the only pill refiner of the Sky Cord Temple. Do you think I have the qualifications? Heng Tianqing snorted coldly with arrogance before looking down at Lin Ling. He seemed to be representing Sublime Cord Temple of Supreme High Sect. He was incomparably proud. Oh, so it's the bunch of bald donkeys from Sublime Cord Temple. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lin Ling smiled faintly, as if he had just realized something. His words made Heng Tianqing's pupils constrict. Lin Ling actually scolded Sublime Cord Temple as a bunch of bald donkeys, and even though he was cultivating with his hair, he was still scolded by Lin Ling as a bald donkey. Ignoring Heng Tianqing's angry gaze, Lin Ling continued, today's priority is to save people, so I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Heng Tianqing, you're very arrogant, you actually dared to look down on my master. Then let me ask you, what is the Heaven-Earth Ice Force? Heng Tianqing frowned slightly. The Heaven-Earth Force, as long as one was a martial artist, they all knew about it. But what was the Heaven-Earth Force at this moment? He really couldn't explain it. Just like swords and sabers, everyone knew that they were sabers and swords, but as to why they were called sabers and swords, and how they were created, not many people knew. You don't know anything, yet you have the qualifications to laugh at other people's trash. Seeing Heng Tianqing's silence, Lin Ling mocked. In fact, even He Yenshan and Feng Moshui didn't know what the Heaven-Earth Force was, and Lin Ling only saw it in an ancient book. A few days ago, he had been searching for the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, he had memorized all kinds of medical books and elixir recipes. Through the eye of time, he had even found many lost books and elixir recipes in the Imperial Medical Hall and Danding Prefecture. So in terms of knowledge, He Yenshan and Feng Moshui couldn't compare to Lin Ling. The momentum of heaven and earth is something that is produced by extreme spirit bodies. They are not controlled by martial artists, nor are they produced by martial artists. They can gradually turn from spiritless to spiritless, and finally become heaven and earth spirit beasts. Their creation is formless, which means that anything can form the momentum of heaven and earth. What I said is too complicated, with your pig brain IQ, I'm afraid you won't understand, so I'll say it simply. Now, genius alchemist from Tianyin Temple, do you understand? Lin Ling spoke word by word. His words caused Heng Tianqing to be stunned on the spot, and his face flushed red. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people here, he would have killed this young man with a single slap. However, he couldn't understand why this young man knew so much at such a young age. He was even more knowledgeable than He Yenshan. Trash. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He slowly walked towards the flaming jade bed and examined it. At the same time, his eyes lit up. It really was the power of heaven and earth ice. By borrowing the power of heaven and earth, he could open another door. You said so much because you want to tell everyone that you know more? But now it's not about the imperial examination, nor is it about knowledge. It's about curing Chen Yu's illness. At this moment, the Empress Dowager's majestic voice sounded. In my eyes, Heng Tianqing might not understand the power of heaven and earth's ice, but at least he can cure his illness. His innate spiritual body is the Buddha energy, which has the power of scorching heat and nourishing. As for you, you have a glib tongue, but it is completely useless. The Empress Dowager squinted her eyes and spoke again. This made many people nod their heads. That's right, now it's about curing the illness, not about who knows more. After all, If you know more but can't cure the illness, it's just empty talk. Come, beat Lin Ling 5,000 times as punishment, and his master He Yen Shan must also be punished. These two master and disciple are fishing for fame. Heng Tianxing suddenly shouted coldly. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Ling in the presence of the Empress Dowager. However, just when he finished speaking, when he looked at Lin Ling, his pupils constricted. At the same time, those who were gloating in the main hall opened their mouths and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing quietly beside the sixth princess. Two kinds of blue and white flames were dancing slowly in his palms. Wherever the flames passed, the frost on the sixth princess's body quietly melted. The power of heaven and earth ice was the spiritual qi of water. Heng Tianxing could use the domineering Buddha vitality to cool down the sixth princess and cure the illness. But it didn't mean that the Buddha vitality was the only one. The fire elemental spiritual body could also achieve the same effect, or even better. Now, can you shut your mouths? Lin Ling's sarcastic voice floated out from his mouth. The Empress Dowager and Heng Tianxing opened their mouths and were furious. At first, they doubted Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling only knew how to talk and not do. But now, Lin Ling used his flames to slap them in the face, which made it difficult for them to step down. At least in terms of the qualifications to cure the sixth princess, Lin Ling also has the qualifications. Heng Tianxing, you said that you can cure the sixth princess in 3 years. 3 years is too long. Is that all the bald donkeys from Sublime Sound Temple have? Putting away the flames in his hands, Lin Ling looked at Heng Tianxing. Don't be too proud. I know that you have the fire elemental spiritual body and have the natural advantage of suppressing the power of heaven and earth ice. But that doesn't mean that you can cure the sixth princess. Heng Tianxing said with a gloomy face. What if I don't need 3 years and can cure her now? Lin Ling suddenly said. Heng Tianxing's expression froze. He was speechless. Everyone in the grand hall stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually said that he could cure the sixth princess now. He must be bragging. One must know that He Yen Shan and Feng Mo Hui were helpless against the power of heaven and earth ice. What qualifications does Lin Ling have to say this? If you can cure her, I will reward you handsomely. The Empress Dowager's voice sounded. What can you reward me with? Spirit crystals? Spirit ginseng fruit? Or 4 kings? I'm sorry, I seem to have the same things that you have. Lin Ling looked at the Empress Dowager with disdain. This woman was too harsh and overbearing. She suppressed him from the beginning and even mocked his master. This kind of woman made him extremely unhappy. This time, the Empress Dowager's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's words carried a sense of arrogance. He didn't even put her in his eyes. If you don't have the ability, then it's better to shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think that you're a mute. Lin Ling said again. Arrogant. In front of everyone, Lin Ling not only looked down on Heng Tianxing, but also slapped the Empress Dowager's face. Everyone's heart trembled violently. I don't want any reward. If I cure the sixth princess, Heng Tianxing will kneel in front of my master and apologize. He will slap himself 3 times. Some humiliating words if you say it, then you will have to pay the corresponding price. Lin Ling said indifferently, ignoring the Empress Dowager's cold face. You! Heng Tianxing's eyes were burning with anger. To make him, a general, kneel down and slap himself 3 times, this was worse than killing him. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why don't you dare to agree? Is the Sublime Sound Temple full of cowardly trash like you? Lin Ling said coldly again. Tianxing, agree with him. But if you fail, then Lin Ling, you will have to leave your life behind. The Empress Dowager's voice sounded. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. This Empress Dowager's heart was so vicious. She wanted to use this opportunity to force him to his death. All right, then let's see if the Sublime Sound Temple will slap themselves 3 times or I will die. Lin Ling did not hesitate and nodded directly. His boldness made everyone's face change slightly. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.